of mind games and understandings and playing to those tendencies that you expect from your opposition.
And we don't really even have to worry about what they're going to play because they never adopted any Tejo things on this map. There's no many things that they need to change, and Billy have been stupidly dominant if you look at their record on Ascent in the past.
Yeah, absolutely lights out, and it makes sense, right, when you've got a guy like YZ that's going to be playing into the server. I stand by it. I think Ascent is just the test map for your Jet player, for your Duelist player. It really is the map where I think your individual skill expression shines more than any other.
And the YZ and Juicy matchup, especially that Duelist matchup that we're all looking towards. And I kind of have to wonder, you know, with the history behind Neff and Juicy having played together before, yes, it was years ago, but knowing those Duelist tendencies, even that can shine through. The smallest of details can make or break the difference today.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that BLG are going to know about Wolves is that on all the maps they play, really, they love taking mid control because they want to make sure they're always keeping their options open for mid-round pivots. This time, Wolves are going to be starting things over on the defense side, so that won't come into play until later.
This is the comp that we expect. They are so dominant here. In fact, their win streak is crazy at this point, but Wolves know this. They know how to play against this comp. At this point, they've had experience into it, but I wonder if they're going to make some changes.
The Neon is something that's so unorthodox in a sense, something that Billy are familiar with, but something that the rest of us really aren't. We really don't see this, especially in Americas. This is something that's completely different, and I wonder if that will shift their focus maybe towards A main control. Although their mid control is strong, I equally believe that A main is something that Wolves is going to have to shut down.
Yeah, 100%, because, you know, if Billy Gaming are just able to just run exec plays with YZ's Neon, you're just not going to be able to really stop this guy from getting into your sight. Again, Billy Gaming have been very successful when playing post-plant, so don't let them on your site.
This match will be the definition of friendly fire. And speaking of fire, bringing the heat in the caster booth, it is Uber and Wyatt.
This is the 9th time that Wolves and Billy have faced off in the history of their rosters, but this one, of course, has the stakes ratcheted up to 11. They've got to go against each other. Two teams intimately familiar with one another.
And
phase of play or go home empty-handed.
It was just during that qualifying run for both these teams that they exchanged clean sweep victories. It was Wolves that knocked Billy into that make it here.
What is up, chats?
Both of them. These teams experience
Good morning.
high highs
Good
and sometimes
morning.
low lows because they play a risky play style. But both of them at this tournament, on an individual level, have players firing on all cylinders. YZ. These guys have been absolutely phenomenal.
Juicy on multiple occasions, starting on the defense side of Ascent. He'll be on that Yoru. It's a risk to pick Ascent because you are giving your opponents that choice.
किसको support कर रहे हो भाई? Simple है भाई. #2 versus #3 है.
And build that big lead with this double sentinel comp to try and lock
कौन
you out of the
जीतेगा?
map.
It's bold from Billy.
एक बंदा रेस में है, #2 आ रहा है और एक बंदा 3 आ रहा है, तो कौन जीतेगा बताओ?
Go up against a
Simple बात है.
on defense on an already defense-sided map. So how many rounds will it require for Billy on this attack to be able to switch over to that second half, be able to close the game out on their pick?
We saw
One wala, that's the right answer.
in that game against
One already बैठा है, आगे बैठा है.
working the map on Lotus, for example, and others, and taking
चल
a
जिंक्स
long
भाई
time to start to
आजकल
make
तो
a move,
पिकम्स
but
को भी
even if they
जिंक्स
coach
कर
in the
चुके हैं
press
ब्लैंक
conference that
भाई.
this change of
एक
meta,
टीम गया है
this
यार.
move away from the Tejo is actually allowed Sufat to
आज
call
PRX
some
जीतेगा, चाहे जो भी हो.
rounds. That's why we saw this unleashed Wolves
लेकिन इनके
against
स्ट्रीम पे गेम
Heritage.
के लिए ओपन ना.
Fast-paced play. They got in their face
बड़ी में
constantly. So
खेलता.
we are watching two teams in the middle of an evolution
Hold
now
on, oh, sorry,
in the
sorry.
crucible of this tournament.
Everything
तो बदाम
on
तीन
the
है,
line
language.
here. It's been rare that we've had two teams from China in the playoffs bracket. No one expected Wolves to be in this position. They might be able to make it against all odds, defying all of those expectations.
चलो भाई.
Time to descend into beautiful, inscrutable Chinese.
YZ versus
Make some
Juicy,
noise,
chat.
Toronto. Let's get this one started.
YZ versus Juicy.
Early you have BLG all stacked up headed towards this B site. There is one kill trip towards Logs and two defensive players entrenched in the site ready to anchor.
Starting to clear some of that Sentinel util. They've gotten their way into this B site. Why are you trying to play from behind this cyber cage? But K9 is dealt with Juicy. That's a play towards mid. Now, there's less of a timer on Billy. Awareness, of course, of a play through market. They've got to get going, and YZ wastes no time touching on down, but can't play
blind
off
W
the flash onto the defenders. Wolves are stalwart here on this pistol.
ये लोग जीते.
Davies is trapped here at Switch. Spring will step up to dispatch him. And all things considered, that's a pretty clean start.
Beautiful anchoring.
Excuse me.
YU connecting some great shots, swinging out from
5v2 with a sexy blind.
Right side. Crucially, Subat denies YZ. Those two players in tandem. And YU also
Tandem करके मारा बे.
no one could trade onto Subat, who was wide out in the open.
Stupefies.
Fnatic vibes.
Yeah.
Respected.
The timing.
Is, he's spoken about how much he admires some
बोल
of
दे.
these top tier IGL's mainstays.
कैसे तुम लोग 3 के साइड पे हो?
Best that he was acknowledging
2 के
earlier.
नहीं?
He hopes to join their ranks. Getting into playoffs is a huge next step in that plan.
Harry Potter spell.
Now, I do want to talk
Oh.
about the importance of winning the
ठीक है, मत
pistol
बोलना यार,
round here
गाली
on
देगी.
defense with this
क्यों रे
Wolves
हैरी
comp,
पॉटर फैन
because
तेरे को
the
स्पेल भी नहीं बता
operator
रहे भाई.
is
हैरी पॉटर
pivotal
फैन हो भाई.
to getting this double
Spell का
sensing
तोड़ी हो
go
भाई.
forward. Get it in the hands of your Yoru, post up in different positions early, and then try and route the attackers, force them to want to avoid the op, and then run into all of that stack.
Funnel them into the
Sentinel,
util.
Yeah, you want them to be running into the trips, and it's going to be so dangerous for YZ
क्या है वो?
playing Neon against
मतलब
4
तुम imagine करो
tripwires could be
कितना
an agonizing
बड़ा रोल मॉडल
experience.
रहेगा वो उसके लिए.
Double sentinel compositions. Definitely have what it takes to slow that Neon down.
Oh,
Provide that stopping
shit.
power. 0 Point does reveal some defenders here, but nothing out of the ordinary as far as Billy are concerned. But with 40 seconds on the ticker, they've got to make a decision.
You can see them already prioritizing, trying to get some orbs to Neff. You are going to want that no
भाई
command
पूरा
against
घुमा है,
the
लेकिन
combo
योरू ने
to
देखा
run.
है.
Get those trips deactivated so you
I
can
think
try to
योरू
get a
jump
clean
करके
exec
देखा वो लोग
later
यार.
in this half.
The stack up towards that heaven side as Juicy takes first contact, knows now. The Billy are trying to push up into upper. He's going to have to work them down. Clutch might have been available,
Oh,
but Spring is
shit.
handled. Juicy tries to fall back
Good
off the
turn.
line. Relay Bolt forces it back to a degree, and YZ is dealt with, but this is good trading for the attackers now. Lysor is overwhelmed in hell. Shieldfan has the
Hashtag
chance
2
to
for a
intervene.
reason, chat.
But Billy disperse themselves around the site, and even though K9 gets the drop on Shieldfan, he can't convert.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash, Rusha. Excellent timing to play off of it.
One health, one singular point of health. Shieldfan, I like that. Shock done just away. He's on the edge of it. Russia with a solitary point of health. Now looks to challenge. The shock darts expended. No connection for Silver. Mastercard drifting with 1 point of health left. It doesn't get any closer than that.
भाई है
How
बे
on
दोनों
earth have they
teams.
gotten away with that? That little play in the 2 versus 2. That underhanded flash up from
इसलिए
Neff
मेरे
at
को
the
Bulldog
exact
नहीं
timing. Rusha had worked through window
reason.
to swing out with a classic. That was a
Vector रहता ना ना
wonderful
अभी तक दर्रर्रर्र करके मार दे
amount
यार.
of options that they had in that situation. But where are the trades in the heaven fight? Where are the shots? Nothing is connecting from Wolves.
The relay bolt forced Juice away.
और लोग गार्डियन और
And
बुलडॉग
Billy
लिया
got to
था.
take these, XV1 scenarios all across the map. Worked the map to get rid of that util early as well. Very quick hit over
One
to
of
V-side
them will
already
go home,
starting to
yes,
fall.
sir.
YU Silfat dealt with YZ. Able to
Yeah,
get his Spectre
Stinger.
involved.
Yeah.
Juicy's dealt with it Speedway now running
Yeah.
headlong into Spring and dispatches him with
ये
ease.
है स्टिंगर.
That's a YZ moment early on.
ये है.
What if I go for more anti-eco kills?
7 more than he needs.
Continue to hunt. Pretty
दोनों
effortless there
शॉकडार्ट
from
में क्लोज के था
BLG.
शॉकडार्ट
Impressive
तो.
shot from YU, but no real economic damage done. We were just talking about the importance of getting the
Finger
economy
enough?
rolling for Wolves so they can get to an
वेक्टर
operator.
बोला मैंने.
BLG had fully
Finger बोला
denied
क्या?
that. Cannot believe
Brain
they
issue.
wrangle the game back
Brain issue.
immediately in this fashion. Wolves are getting their full buy off. But they are going up against
और आना बुड्ढा
a
और
pretty
आना.
strong bonus because Billy already have a stupid big economy.
क्या
on
लगता है
account
तुमको
of
कौन जीतेगा?
just winning that anti-eco.
Number 3 या
Doesn't
number
even
2?
feel like they're going up against opponents. This is a full buy.
Without an economy
दोनों टीम
running,
का वैसे भी नहीं पता
no
इसलिए पूछ रहा था. 3
prospects for Juicy just yet. Posted pretty far forward towards the mid part of the map, but has the gate crash out. Big damage. YZ dinked down to 10 as he tentatively inches into mid.
टिंगे दिखने रही है वो डिनर कर रही है.
Picked up that Odin, which is still strong on the map. Not as obnoxious.
आजकल मैच वैच देख रहे भाई कितना मार रही है तुम लोग को आइडिया नहीं है.
In the year, but there are
टीम
still
देखा
some
क्या आज का?
paper mache walls like this if you want to get the spam down mid.
Wisey's sticking to that left side wall, protecting himself against potential spam from Sealfat. Sealfat not shoulder peeking this, he's waiting off another form of info gain. Does have Juicy watching from an off-lane. Oh, buddy! Finds the time absolutely perfectly.
इसका heart rate monitor पे होना चाहिए ना, नहीं रे बाबा. वो देख के हमारी heart rate कौन monitor करेगा भाई?
Lacking their space creator when they want to go for an execute.
वो लोग का heart rate देख के हमारा जो heart rate बढ़ेगा clutch situation में, वो कौन monitor करेगा?
They're still so spread across the map though, BLG. K-Knight is trying to really sell this presence on B as they slowly creep towards A, but they still have to deal with a couple of deadlock trips. There are multiple players there.
K-Knight can't convert.
Sealfat's
able to get away or not. Rather respect how close K-Knight was, but Juicy at least gets involved. Here from main, that A presence has been neutralized in the dying seconds of the round. There's a plant here from Billy.
Last second
there was very little time left. The pressure to run into the site. Juicy has multiple flashes to try and get out of this dark cover as soon as the molly expires. But BLG, they're playing anti, shouldn't get blinded up.
Tard, of course, firing at that clone. 4A here from Tree. Juicy makes a bit of noise, but the door is shut.
Yeah, they've split up. He has to break it.
Door is down, but that is time that has been bled off the clock. Levy shrugs off the flash, is ready to take the fight. A second one comes in, and Juicy runs into his line. Lysor, the veteran, on the site, gives it a tap.
Crazy.
No stranger to criticism. Lysor's had his fair share of the last couple of days, but in his 4th consecutive global, he delivers a stunning round like that.
He said in the press conference that he's just blocking out the criticism. His team is still behind him. He still has that self-belief. He comes up in a round of the utmost importance. I can't believe that BLG were able to get that so it was bizarre. Late in the round, they got so spread across the map. Look at how little time there was. Multiple anchors on the site. And it feels like Wolves coming in a little bit cold right now with the aim. But then Lysor makes me eat my words at the end there. That was a disgusting snapshot.
Please take low.
Hard fought round there for Wolves. It was costly.
Teacher roll number
really have that economic base to play off. Had to be a gate crash out there for Juicy lest he be suppressed by the report.
The one man.
Right now that they've got YU over towards that A side, all the trips over at B. That's standard play when you're facing
clutch kiya tha last round. Clutch kiya tha isne.
Dangerous here. Fury now coming out from Sealfat. He knows his action. Why is he trying to dodge away from those blasts? Levius was handled on the B side. He just walked into main on his own. Lysor turns the flash and there's trade potential, but it's not necessary. Lysor is having one.
ये बंदे का impact कितना है भाई?
Big impact.
He's had enough of the chatter online, the criticism. He's stepping up when they needed him most. Even things up. That spring caught alone in the corner.
There's another potential double up for the defenders here, though. YU is going to be. What is this? Okay, Annihilation drawn out. Why is he trying to play ahead of it? Gets rid of Lysor, but can he save his compatriot? Oh, Rushia. It's too late to save him for the cocoon. YZ has to play through 3. Has the spike to hand at least.
3-2. Babe, Wolves ऐसे खेल रहा है. Feel आ रहा है.
Where will he attempt to go at this point?
Home.
Probably just save, yeah. Take a stroll right out of there into the attack spawn. Keep this rifle into the next. As you mentioned, BLG, they had that economic base, but just from winning the anti-eco early, which has applied so much pressure to Wolves. Just knowing every single round that their economy is hanging in the balance. It's on the line. They could get eco'd at any, or put on an eco at any time.
जो भी 2-0 होना चाहिए.
BLG just
next match के लिए दगदग.
It's a solo walk up from Levius there in main. Good trade architecture set up here. Wasn't necessary in the end.
Whoa.
This is a little mental.
Close था UC से.
But he gets away with it.
Close था. थोड़ा right आता तो लग गया था.
Got away with it.
Yeah, okay. We are limbering up.
Wapas?
Roll number 69.
Takes a gander.
Okay, next time I saw with a bit of feeling.
Yeah, a bit more.
I need some more movement out there. You know what I'm saying?
VOD review Sentinels. Get some tips and tricks from Zelsis.
Please birthday wish कर दो. मेरे को Iron bye. many happy returns of the day.
Round 6 now. It is still Billy with the ability to buy and a lot of ultimates in hand. Juicy. A little disconnected from the rest of Wolves there.
Still though, I can't blame him. He's happy to try to take these fights when he has the gate crash to get away.
Spring को देखना मेरे को. Spring किधर है?
To be fair, he was close to the kill on YZ. Certainly have rather gone for a play like that with the AWP. All right, here comes the null command. Hit coming through. Hey, I love this from Wolves. Double up in main. Try to get a kill on Rusha.
I picked the wrong player to try and collapse on, though. YZ instantly is there. Russia bailed out of having to go 1 versus 2. Great execution and pretty cheaply done. Just the null command committed here by Billy. Can sit back on a post plant with a Hunt's Fury. A whole lot else to play off of now.
Close जाएगा लग रहा है. Samir bhai, welcome back to the cast. Those membership मेरी जान के चोटे.
So you could try to isolate the one guy on that split in the for the 4-1 hit, but
आज first time पिकी का stream देखा.
For me, one of the players who has stepped up the most from watching the playoff one into Toronto.
Okay, so you're fat.
नाम से hitter लग रहा है
तेरा. Swing on this one. Firing squad, looking straight at him.
Jerry का भाई है.
And Billy get an important attack side
Tom
round just as their economy was starting to fail.
Jerry, Tom, सब एक जैसे.
Unfortunately, too, in that moment, I think Lyso was pushed up kind of close to B main on the minimap. So when the null command was used, it actually caught onto him. So
एक तेरा एक मेरा चल रहा है.
that he had set over towards A.
भाई लेकिन utils देखो ना बे, दोनों टीम का utils देखो ना.
BLG to sprint through tree, get into the site for free. Could have slowed them down a bit, maybe helped with that fight that Wolves took.
Energy देखो crazy.
Not going to be the case. This is going to force them into a timeout here.
भाई 3-3 में बीटी ले रहे लोग.
Of course, they really want to stack up these defense side rounds. That's naturally why they choose to start on that side of the map. This round loss puts them in a very.
Binks भाई किसको support कर रहे हो? मैं तो valorant को support कर रहा हूँ.
With a couple of guns, 2, maybe 1 sort of phantom in play. Now, this has really knocked them down. They do have a dimensional drift of Juicy's to try and play around, who's been quite good, sort of playing that solo weaker side. Saw him get that pick up on Levius on that big side early, but then last round, just a walk up on mid. Pretty standard stuff, but a lot of guns trained on him by Billy. No chance for a trade to come in from Covey.
ये WhatsApp वाली sound बंद कर दे पहले.
Excuse me. Over on Wolves' Flowers, there were many moments so far in their series they've had where they've gone through time. He's given them the right adjustment. I think of even that first game on Split against Sen, they couldn't get anything done on their defensive side.
You're doing 1-2 runs today?
After his timeout, he's given them some great adjustments.
You're done
unstalling? I'm looking at the economy for Wolves. I would be absolutely stunned if Lysor isn't buying an off on the next gun round and throwing that to Juicy. That's why he's got the classic.
With an off in hand last round, Juicy likely would have been able to handle. Did Spring throw him?
से भी खराब है. वालों का नया UI है क्या? मैं देखा नहीं.
He still has 3.7, so I think you're right.
Maybe trying to give it to the guy who's hitting harder with the
आज
aim
नया हो
right
जाए.
now.
मेरे को देखने का था. डूने.
I think luckily for Wolves is Lysor.
डूने ही देखने का था मेरे को डूने.
Waking up.
लेकिन शायद बड़ा ही मेरे को डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा.
Get into that form that they've been in.
देखते
Spring and
पहले स्ट्रीम खत्म होने दो.
We're talking about an even more dangerous Wolves squad.
Undoubtedly the key to the
आज
game
उनकी
here
membership
for
ली तो
YZ gets very far up on site.
खुश हो गई थी हाँ क्या? Thank you शोरा भाई इतना support करने के लिए. Thank you. क्यूटी तो है.
Playing out from tree.
तेरी बाबी क्यूटी तो है.
Here and there's Russia going down. They're lit up here by this over util. Wolves taking it slow. Tearing Billy apart.
भाई ये लोग कैसे एक दूसरे का राउंड जीत रहे भाई?
In front of K9 and he's got 3
guns
to get past.
I have the spike.
Dimensional drift just to confirm. Yes, K9 is here.
क्या ये?
Set up to close the net.
Even pinged by the cam. This is a nightmare.
K9 still with a decent amount of health.
Oh, what an inside net. Oh my god.
Another massacre.
Misery.
This time.
K9.
इसको
This
देखो.
time from Wolves. Such patient play off heaven. Spring, I think, tries to dive in a little bit early there, Wyatt. Caught in some of that KO util, but after that, it's the
गलत गेम चल रहा है बे.
Recon util that gets them in there.
Some great pop flashes out of the smoke as well, coming from Juicy.
आज शामकार बैंकिंग के साथ खेला था. अच्छा आप देख रहे रिजवान भाई. WW. अच्छा खेल रहे थे.
Still trying to deal with
दो गेम देखा.
around the site. The cages are making things awkward as well. Like you see YZ's just preoccupied breaking stuff in the corner. We're already into the next one. Oh my lord, and Juicy's picked up the off. Oh, he's just greedy though and gets punished.
Unrecoverable for YZ, but you were right. That saved the
Entry
last round
दोनों
for
लोगों का है. दोनों duelist का
trending
entry
towards
है.
an early off
दोनों
in the
duelist
hands
का
of the
entry है.
And don't even end up needing that cash when they just recover a bunch of rifles, win out the eco round put BLG
देखो
in a pretty horrific
टेक्निकली अगर
economic
देखा
situation
जाए
for the
तो
first time in this half outside of when they
4-4 होना
lost the
चाहिए एक
pistol,
तेरा
but
एक
then
मेरा चल
immediately
रहा है
won that eco
4-4 वाला
round.
situation of the
I wonder what
situation लग रहा है
triggered the use of this barrier here from Lysol. Might have just been arbitrarily thrown out, so it doesn't have much longer to stand. It will be cleared anyway. Gravnet caught. YZ wants to go for it. Relay bolt comes in. Dangerous now. Hunter's Fury, but Lysol is trying to dodge away from it. Now YZ's unleashed.
क्या coordination है ये
Looking for some connection off this overdrive, but Silfat's waiting for him. Spring's gonna be there.
क्या
Spray over the door just as it
coordination
comes
था,
down.
bro?
And now Billy are hampered. Down to 2.
Now
हेलो
with their sentinel down, pay attention to YU. He's wrapping all
उस
the
पे
way
नेट
back to
ब्लेंड
A
आया
main. This
उसने
is
स्टन
going
करके
to
अल्ट
be a
मांगा डायरेक्ट
multi-pronged
हुआ
retake.
what
BLG know
the
they need to
fuck
get proactive, but they're punished for it.
They had to go for it, try and get some more extremity control of his
Game
A
का
side, but
knowledge है कि
eventually
नहीं?
the Wolves hunt them
F3 होएगा ना
down.
भाई
Billy off a decent start, trading, getting the op loose, make the pitch over towards A and a
तो लगा वो
decimate.
मेमोरी से मिला था म्यूजिकल भाई उसका
Both
हाइलाइट्स
teams
आ रहे हैं
really
मेरे
went
जान
for
के
some
बेटे
great little
ऐसे
plays
मत
there
लो।
towards Cat. That was some impressive stuff, to be honest. Again, I like that Wolves, when they're recognizing when these splits are coming in, that they need to just be active on one side of it to catch a player off. That was YZ. He was paranoid up, but then he sends in the relay bolt, and they get an immediate
Bring by
Hunter's
ना मान
Fury
रहे हाँ
used to save
By
him,
hey,
kill
big team.
Lysol when he's stunned. That is just some lightning fast awareness of how to take advantage of the
Love
ults
your
and
goal,
abilities
by
that they
shout out
have.
to
That
you.
was fantastic. Again, Wolves, their economy is burgeoning at this point. They're throwing another op to Juicy.
दोनों टीम बेस्ट
Went
है
one for
मेरे को
one.
नंबर 1
It's a little
देखने का है
greedy.
भाई
Probably could have just gotten out with
Huh?
V1.
नंबर 1
Lockdown for
देखने
Levy
का
is
है
still
मेरे
being
को
held onto. We'll see decent spots to place it, but into a Hunter's Fury round, potentially.
जितना ये लोग का गेम
Gotta
देखते हैं
account
ना
for that server ultimate.
ऐसा लगता है कि नंबर 1 कौन है भाई
I believe they did get the 0 point onto Juicy in mid, so they know about where this operator is at, and they're
बराबर
going to use
हमारा
this
जरा
lockdown
भी
to
जगह
try
नहीं है
and
बैक
clear
साइड पे
everyone out of B. Still, look at the amount of tripwires littered across this site.
The shocks aren't actually clearing any of that utility here from the Sentinels, Wyatt. So now Sufak can sit back, go for a spray. Sprint on the drop of Rushia. Where is the rest of BLG? They can't get off Speedway at all. Too much sexy util, and BLG disrespected.
Just entirely disconnected from Russia. Bold to try and get in there with the spike plant. They just can't get out of main. They're stuffed in the choke. There's trips. There's the grab net that goes down, connects onto a couple players, I believe, or at least forces them to get out the way. And then Bold just flood back in. There's a Lysor is on one, by the way. Another big round, multi-kill.
अरे
But we got to talk about it. There's a massive timing issue there for Billy.
बैठो
They, use that Omen ult to get onto the side. That's always the plan. But Rushia is so far ahead of his team because they don't account for multiple sonic sensors, a one-way cyber cage in B main, and the fact they're getting sprayed
What was
down
that?
by
Guys,
an
that's
open try
up.
There's a massive gap
How's
in
family?
spacing,
How's
and
yours?
it's just a solo planter for Billy on the side.
अरे who is good? Tens
So
और
far we've seen them be
आसपास
so
by
good
the way
wide at
according to
working
me
the
Bunks
map.
is good
Use
love
the
you
time in the
भाई
round
मेरे
to
लिए तो
passively
10th रहेगा
clear
यार
some of that Sentinel util without offering up anything. This time they run headlong into it.
ये टेंस
You
बाप
just can't
खेलता था
be doing that
लेकिन
against this
टेंस
comp.
ने
They were finding
millions
success
और
when they
millions
were,
of
as
लोगों
you mentioned,
को
taking it a little bit slower and
cutely
then going for
inspire
some
किया
splits onto the sites. Just a straight up B main rush. I get it. They feel like we have the lockdown, we can force everyone out and then get into
इनको
the
डायरेक्ट
site.
भेज
They
दो
just
प्लस में अच्छा है ना भाई
calculate for the fact that they would be stuck in choke. The lockdown would expire, and that would give time for Wolves to flood.
Sound sensor up.
They just didn't realize that there would be such an open window for them
मैंने
to
इस
get back in.
VCT
because
वॉच
they would just
पर्टिकुलर
be
नहीं कर
absolutely
सकता यार वो
stuck.
होता है
Going for
क्लैश
rushes
होता है
like this
region
against the double Senti comp.
वो रीजन और
such a
पैसिफिक का
gamble.
टाइमिंग क्लैश होता है
Such
और
a
ऑलरेडी मैं
gamble.
3 कर रहा हूँ ना
They come up so
एक साल में 3
short.
रीजन का
And these floods for Wolves behind Sufat's
वही कुछ
utility have been sublime
12 से
so
15
far. They
घंटा
are
ले लेते
terrifying on those retakes.
मच्छर काटा
So
गांड
now Billy will be humbled somewhat. Forced down to a
भाई
bit of a half
बिली के
fight.
मैप में वुल्स जीत रहे भाई
Rushia with a bit of a variation on positioning there. A bit further back, but it's pinged out by the looks of things. Lysor just takes him out of the game instantly.
He is hitting right now. Aim is on point. Intuition guiding him there.
Yeah.
Just got the trip for the mid info. Pretty standard stuff.
Smoke
Juicy is
में
rotated
fail
to
this.
pick up towards Tree. They've really got their eyes on everything. There's such a deep trip in B main that had to be cleared as well. Billy do remove both of the trap wires from the map.
Better pace this time for Billy. Diligent clearing of this Sentinel stall and info utility.
But even still, with Rusha down, having to hit a site without being able to obscure any angle.
ये तो जा ही नहीं सकते भाई कितना deep है दोनों उसका
Contacting to an
sensor.
offline is always dangerous in that situation too, but Juicy doesn't land the shot. He's going to be forced back as well by the 0 point. Annihilation popped here by Lysor.
भागो.
Billy have a chance to respond and they opt.
हाथ जोड़ तो भागो वाला round.
They're going straight to B. Juicy catches them on the rotate to market. Again, those lack of smokes, just making it a nightmare to play against this operator. There's been a from the shadows backside entrenched in Spring with
क्या
Sufa.
करेंगे भाई 12 सेकंड.
And now Spring is able to get into Boathouse with that TP. Extra players to bolster the
Spike
B-hole.
नहीं है.
Has got to go for it. Caution to the wind thrown. Sufat brings a stabilizing aspect to take Wolves to 7 defense side rounds.
I mean, what an advantage that is for, got on by Lysor, just finding that spam kill early on. That essentially feels like it just ends the round.
Squeeze me, baby.
Rotate around a cent
साइड चूज
against
करने मिलता है. अगर तूने मैप पिक किया तो साइड में चूज करूंगा. और मैंने मैप पिक किया तो साइड.
There's almost guaranteed that Juicy was going to have another chance to take contact somewhere on the map. He makes a good rotation to mid. And then this is just it's a very haggard sort of last-ditch attempt to go towards the B side. The round is basically won very early on.
I'm sure Lysor doesn't get a kill without annihilation, but it just pushes them
Just saying
into
BLG का मैप पे है.
force BLG's hand.
बस उसका awareness
On the
crazy
full
था
line now,
बेलाइजर का.
some awkward weaponry.
ओमिन को मारने का.
You're looking at Neff just has the stinger right now. They're trying to break this trap in mid.
Crazy
We're talking
awareness
about
था
Neff
वो.
because those null commands are pretty pivotal if you want to play that fast hit style against double senti. Neff has not been developing those ultimates.
Juicy had pushed up in B
भाई
main,
अभी ये
left,
हाल है
and now
मेरे
look
को
at
लग रहा है
YU's
1-2 साल में
positioning.
ना नया इवेंट आने वाला है.
Has this deep trip that he wants
Champs
to place
China
again.
CC.
Cleared.
Champs in
And
China.
then Juicy has pivoted over
ऐसा
towards
करके
A.
कुछ
They
आएगा
have
मेरे को
control
लग
of
रहा है
A
भाई.
main because of the barrier mesh.
It's at the same spot Juicy held last round and he missed the shot. Don't
Tough,
expect that to
hard
happen again.
players है बे.
The setup for Wolves right now is so good. Flash is crucial to get Juicy out of there. Lysor wants to fight, could get back to actually help.
Lysor didn't want to give up the space. Eventually, though, he has to.
देखो बे.
She just takes it further back line. Relay ball's got to be respected, and here comes YZ to collect.
क्या कर सकते हैं?
Operator taken loose. Lysor steps up and only gets the one at Spring. Moves out onto the side. Got to respect the fragment of Gets his pound of flesh.
क्या
This
मारा
Wolves
नाइट
now
ने भाई क्या
is
ट्रेड
super
था
in
ये.
position to make use of this recon bolt to spray into the side.
Just waiting to see if he even just
was
risks
ult है.
ripping the Hunter's
ये
Fury to
पोजीशन में
try
नहीं
and
था क्या
kill
अल्ट
the
मार
Planter
देना. अगर ये
in this
बसट में अल्ट मार
situation.
देता ना
Doesn't want to.
तो लेफ्ट
They're
राइट.
definitely going for this.
He's the
तो
danger
different
player.
luck
The
के
money is
combo है
out of
crazy.
control.
Eyes on the Sova.
डबल सेंटी कॉम्प बहुत
Like you
crazy.
can, that'll be cleared. Sufat spray has forced K-Knight out of the open somewhat. Bolt going to be cleared. YU, oh, there's a ping, and Russia is handled. Sufat trying to find K-Knight in that direction. He's considering even diving in for this one. Confirms his location. It's K-Knight v Sufat. A shot, he gets the job done. Danger, danger, but no time for a defuse. Sufat has to walk away with bragging rights and nothing more.
Going to keep that Odin. The kills were pretty sick from Wolves.
Please me baby.
They really are able to make the most of this util that they've got. That recon again gets so much value.
मेरा
Not
watch
only
time
are they able
अंकित
to
इससे
break
ज़्यादा
it,
है.
so
आपका
now he gets
best
the
friend
kills,
who
but
comes by love you
this
यार
moment
you
from
love you.
YZ was really the pivotal one for the attackers. Juicy didn't have a gate crash to escape. YZ perfectly places that relay bolt to punish him.
Wolves looking a little different now, with Lysor brimming with his confidence. Look at how he keeps playing forward in trees, determined to actually try and take these fights. Juicy still has the op to hand, but the protocols from Billy for dealing with that opping Yoru last round were pretty much perfect.
Juicy has full control of B main. I will say Billy are doing a great job of breaking the
Double
Cypher
op.
trip early in this.
हाँ BLG
Why not? They have
Got the money.
so
सामान
much
वामान
money.
तो तोड़
Last
रहा
round
है
and a half.
लेकिन
Juicy wants that contact.
What a timing.
Gate crash expired, so needs to refresh it. Still an opportunity to take that contact peak, but I don't know how aggressive Levius intends to be here. Juicy might end up walking into his line. That'll mean the Tyrant can take contact for him.
अरे
Inching ever closer.
भाई वहाँ से एक दूसरे को देख के
Neither
क्रॉस
player
करके हेलो
wanted
बोल
to
रहे chat.
blink first.
देखो हेलो मैं
It
इधर हूँ
is a stalemate over at B
देखा
main.
किशन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
Back
मेंबरशिप
in with that one. Levius gets out. Okay, why is he caught inside it? Sonic Sensor by the looks of things, but a relay ball catches Lysaw in main. Off the line in B. No encounter there, but Rushi has dealt with him. That's your controller down. Midway through the round. Levius eventually wins that encounter. That's the upping your route trapped. And why is trying to rotate him? But K9 is already there. Billy have done
भाई
enough to get
दिमाग
this
के
beat
साथ
far.
खेल लिया ब्रो
That was such a fast maneuver from BLG to
Why?
get over to this B site.
Rizita,
That was another
why?
again where they were lacking smokes from Rusha, no dark cover to protect them when they had to cross through mid. But K-Knight wins that duel and Levius cracks the site open. What a high impact kill on that lurk.
200's Furies in the pocket for both sides. Okay, here comes the attack
Yeah,
side
he
one
needs to
first.
do that.
K-Knight looking to scout, see where this retake might originate from. He's found nothing. Silfat wants to try and light up with a recon. And then make the play instantly into Boathouse. This is looking dangerous. Already get hit. Lysaw handled those springs, trying to get ahead of the action. It's all on Silfat now. Standout player for Wolves.
अरे मेरे को लगा कनेक्ट करेगा पीछे वाले को जगह ही नहीं था उसको जाने
And
का
we get to the end of the half, Billy have been able to produce 5
10
attacks on
5
rounds.
is not
They're
bad
going to
for Wolves हाँ
absolutely be happy
वो लोग
with getting
निकाल
5
सकते
here.
हैं
And
मैप
This composition on defense could be a nightmare to play against, and they've really done a
बेटा
great
गाइस
job.
मुझे
Why
कोई
is
सीन
he
नहीं
in
6
Silfat
गेम चल रहा है
headlining the fight
जैसे
so
मेरे
far
जान
between
से
these
सब
two?
बढ़िया
It's a 2-round gap heading into the second half of Ascent. Win and advance, lose and go home. We'll be back after this.
और मेरे दोस्त लॉन्ग टाइम डिफेंडिंग मैप है ये बोलो कि रीजन में कैसे खेलते पता नहीं अपने इधर है डिफेंडिंग भाई रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स बज रहे हैं भाई रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स हाँ कौन उंगली दिखाया बीच में वुल्फ फैन दो वुल्फ फैन बिल्ली फैन बिल्ली फैन हो सकता है उसने बंदे की तरफ भी कर दिया रहेगा कि ये दोनों टीम के लोग ये पसंद है मेरे को ऐसा कुछ भाई मैं कैसे सब बढ़िया अरे PRX फैन अपना वीडियो है क्या वुल्फ फैन उसको नहीं मालूम वुल्फ कौन सा टीम है चैट डाउट करता बेली फैन रोज सोचा इंडिया क्वालिफाई कैसे नहीं करी
Coming back just
Yeah,
out
Raj,
of round
उसी के साथ
13
गया।
in this first map, we've got your Coinbase Econ report for you. A couple of players we really want to highlight as individuals that are getting max value out of every credit they spend. That is obviously what our Econ rating is designed to display, just how efficient you are with your purchases. Why is he someone worth talking about here? I think why has big impact, has the performance you expect is
भाई ये अच्छा तो खेल रहा है
on this Ascent attack side.
It's always interesting to me to see YZ on attack.
वाला मोबाइल का एक्सेस मिला क्या
Because he's so
जब ये आएगा तब
crazy
मिलेगा ना रे
aggro.
बाबा
He's usually getting a lot of kills and dying a lot, so he's rebuying a lot. But in this game, and in many we've seen before, he's still getting enough value.
आज
out
का
of everything
prediction
he's
क्या है?
spending
I
because
think
he's
BLG
getting so
जीतेगा
many great
और
opening kills. That his econ report is
PRX.
always still looking good despite his crazy aggro playstyle.
He actually has the least number of deaths on his team, so less of those rebuys being
Crazy.
required. And he's been a
Very
big
late
part
हो
of
गया.
being
What
able
did
to
you miss? A
juice
lot
out
of
some
instant
of those
plays.
entrenched off positions where
And
he's
you
trying to
kill
take
dumps.
contact. They played around it very well, and as a result, Juicy has a quieter defense side on this Yori.
भाई
Really the first
रूसिया
time
भाई
in this
कैसे नहीं मार पा
entire
रहे हैं
tournament that Juicy and Spring are the ones who you're going to need to activate to win out this game. Lysaw are playing so well. IGL, Sufa doing it all individually and leading the team here. Intentions of going to this B side early from Wolves.
Big damage taken by
By
Lysaw
the
early, but it's
blue
YQ pushing down Speedway. Look at the pace here from Wolves. We talked about them adapting to go a bit more up-tempo.
क्या ये
This
टीम
attack side
बे
pistol exemplifies that. Neff just caught red-handed. Util in his grasp, and YZ takes a little bit too long to find that kill, allows Spring a third. And now he's going to have to do it in a 1v4.
We said his name, and Spring has appeared in this round. He gets a pivotal 3K. That paranoia connecting for an easy kill on lane to open things up feels absolutely impossible for YZ here. There's no way this should be winnable.
Right, they'll be starting to hound at YZ. In the next few moments, and he knows he has neither the time nor the wherewithal to clear out Wolves. And there's the pistol picked up by the attack side.
आज अपना गोड 4 सेकंड बदला लेगा टीम लिक्विड से कल आसपास का बंक्स बाय मैं तो रुका हूं भाई गेम
pretty much, you know, I'm not going to say for free, but if they can get into the sites easily and then get all of the sensitive utility down, Deadlock will thrive on attack when she's alive, she's in the site. You can get that barrier mesh, which is usually going to be used at placed as well. Those are the situations where she's going to be high impact on attack or syncing up some of those grav nets.
And normally the double sentinel composition in the past with Jet was pretty flashlight and had to use that controller util to take map space, but
technically BLG के लिए थोड़ा
a couple of flashes.
easier होना चाहिए क्योंकि double senti comp है लोग
far forward B main presence.
तो BLG को defense करना थोड़ा easy होना
Control this
चाहिए.
space with these more appropriate longer range weapons.
देखते बाय राउंड में क्या सीन बनता है.
Draws a bead on YZ's approximate location.
क्योंकि वो लोग deadlock का ऐसा attack भी use कर रहे हैं वैसे.
Nice and slow. Absorb any potential early aggression that may have come from the BLG side, but they're playing fairly spread at the moment, not going for a gamble stack.
Melson chat base किधर है?
Does K-Knight dare to push it?
Hey Shantanu, thank you for the 52 months of Khas.
Go.
52 months.
For him. Oh, buddy,
best content on my team. Love you, Shantanu bhai. 52 months हो गया? कैसे?
One or more players.
अभी तो आए थे आप 2 दिन पहले.
Eventually
टाइम कैसे फ्लाइज होता है मालूम ही नहीं पड़ा.
Cutting them off there. Just going to call for the rest of the team to maneuver towards this A side.
कोई calculate मत करना.
Rusha.
Rohan bhai, thank you for the 9 months.
They're going to check this.
Yeah, check. Yeah.
So the Ghost player YU, the opener in the pistol round looks right there. YZ belatedly gets to the party. Wolves now distribute 3 players towards that A main direction, leaving Juicy in the site for this expected retake. But what is there to be done?
अरे 51 months normal
Really realize it's going to be pretty hard to get any
किया.
traction in a situation
ऐसा
like this.
calculate करो ना भाई.
So they sit back, contemplate. Start a game plan for these upcoming rounds.
They did invest into a couple sheriffs, which is, you know, of note. We'll see how that affects their buy.
Oh,
they get to the
what a
first
timing!
round. Oh, that is
bloody brilliant.
Double timing. Double timing.
Watching his back.
Lysol trapped here.
Was.
No way. Lysol.
एक और गन गिरा है तो OP.
Levy's with the drop on them though. This has got a bit ugly for Wolves. From an economic standpoint, not nearly as clean as they wanted.
ये तो OP हो गया भाई.
Bizarre way to try and exit the round. Things getting so scrambled for Wolves, not playing together, trying to get out tree really late. No one watching the flank that was wide open.
50 months and then 2 months cast to right in this way.
Watching towards that gelato direction, but like we said, it's a YZ catch a timing on him. It's a stranger Red Bull clutch, I will admit, because the way was paved early by Wolves in this round very cleanly.
Again, the point is 52 months is support.
Happy with that. What could have been a pretty solid bonus round by has dwindled
52 months में मैंने total number of streams कितने किए होंगे?
Let's see if Juicy can do something with this Guardian. Grabnet, they want to catch someone early in B main.
Option
Looks
A,
like they want to
10,000.
accelerate too, but the Mollies will keep them at bay
Option B,
temporarily.
20,000.
K-Knight caught here by the paranoia and up by Logs, and here comes Wolves again with his weaker bonus fight. Need to make something happen. Levius with a quick spray down for 2. YZ faces down the bucket, comes on arguably second best. And that's a gun recovered by Spring. No info on where Rushia is though. Now he knows he can look over towards Spawn side. And you're kidding me, that's ridiculous, Wolves. A higgledy-piggledy little bonus.
Oh,
weird buy for them.
Everyone stood up after that. I can't blame them. It was a cool B site execute. Even with the Bucky of Spring.
ऐसा लगा कि बाप defense किया.
Swinging out. Juicy gets one trade there. The full blind.
One enemy remaining.
And then at sort of the very end there, Sufat continuing his reign of terror on this map, swings out into the middle of town. I mean, there's just no good reason they should be winning that, but they connect some sick shots. And it's hilarious with Spring teleporting it with a Bucky.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. And this is now.
शांति
This
से
is
कैसे
dangerous
भड़कते
for Billy
हैं
Billy.
भाई
That's the round where they wanna
शांति
start
से
to
कैसे
build that
भड़कते हैं
defense
ये
side momentum,
लोग
but this gets Wolves to
कैसे
the
possible
ground.
है
And a robust economy to boot.
I'm still a little bit stunned that they won that. Remember when Billy took all their guns away on round 2 because Wolves kind of tossed, and they still win with that really bad
बहुत
bonus
कुछ
fire.
सीखना
It's like
बाकी है
2 ghosts, a
मेरे
monkey, specters in there. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre scenes, but a fast hit to B that, frankly, Billy just aren't able to respond to adequately. And yeah, they flash themselves up through the smoke. Neff tries to get involved out from defense side spawn. Only able to find the one after Levius kind of paves the way. Sprays down 2 with a Vandal. They can't springboard off of that into a strong position, and now it's for an outlaw there for YU, maybe reconsidering. But in general, the weaponry is looking pretty darn good. Might be an outlaw for
एलेक्स बाय
Juicy.
को नहीं देखा लगता है एक्चुअली
Yes, for a fairly significant buy out of this, but the bonus
भाईजी
cash,
मार रहा है भाई
rather
रूसिया
round
कैसे
loss
नहीं
bonus
मार
is
रहा है
pretty out of control.
और जूसी कैसे नहीं मार रहा है
So BLG
ये
can
नहीं समझ में आ रहा है
afford to get a fair half buy into this. Recon going to
दो
close mid.
सबसे
by
गोटेस्ट
YZ,
प्लेयर
and they're actually going to
दोनों
lead
टीम
the
के
Levius posted up.
दोनों शटडाउन
Right there.
जूसी ने तो फिर भी
Just a
मारा
little arm, but
काफी
catch this K9 trying to play on it. Juicy takes that contact, it's going to be traded out.
ऑलवेज
Good
गुड
enough for
फॉर
Wolves
वन
for
वाला
now.
सीन है उसका
Shrug off the relay bolt, and they're into this B site. No smoke over towards defense side though. Something YC could capitalize on, and here comes the overdrive. He takes a lot of damage in that encounter, but takes YU off the map.
दरअसल बात देखो तो 1 गिफ्टेड में जान के टुडे
Sufat on the Cypher a plant. Here comes that controller
जिसको
util
भी मिला
now.
प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स
Strange
बोल देना
cage from YU. It helped the other team more than it helped him. Double flank coming right now through B main. Wolves are fully pivoted
ये तो
towards the
गया
site.
Wolves.
They could get overwhelmed. This is dangerous with Spring.
Sonic Sensor there in market, I think forced Rushia back. He couldn't get involved in Spring. He's on for 4. 2 bloody goods. And Billy with that awkward buy. Yeah, we're up. We're on our feet. Blood is flowing. And Wolves are 2 rounds away from stealing Billy's map pick.
Spring started slow on defense, but has accelerated to 100 miles per hour on attack. He's now tied for the most kills on Wolves.
Interesting game I must
Can't
say
believe he was able to get that double spray down. The players rushing out of B main together. Feels like nothing can go
Interesting.
wrong for Wolves, even when it starts. When you start seeing them on the precipice of disaster after YU just goes down to YZ with
calmly
clear
खुश
cage
होते हैं और
play.
calmly
All right,
भड़कते हैं भाई ये
Billy,
लोग
they're on their full buy now after that half.
Cutting through.
Might be the last best chance here to
अगर
stabilize in
मेरा
this map. They
टीशन का
well and
बंदा
truly
ऐसा
lost
4 के मार
control.
के क्लच करता था ना
Now
नंगा
they're
नाचता
playing
मैं
catch
वो
up.
पे, नंगा
Juicy patient on this, suppressed as he was. Flashes into tree, Gate crash out. Neff's not able to find him. Juicy barely takes any damage there as well.
So as all that utility gets right back to the pack in B main. Drone going to clear things
पास
out.
भी
Close,
चले
they
गए भाई
know that they're
4
safe.
बंदे
Something
BLG
to
के
get to
4
YZ. He wants to
कितने
fight right now.
4
Relay bolt will cause some serious delay.
A lot of stall util coming out here. White Wolves might need to reconsider. In the past, they've stuck too close to that first plan A they've had and been unable to adapt. But here, they're going to pivot away from B with the insert of YU left behind. But YC sees him cross mid. He can't do anything about it, though.
Spring had popped that from the shadows to go to A main.
Why?
Wolves are keeping their options
People
open.
fake
That has
yeah.
only insulted the entire team
People
from
fake
BLG.
yeah.
They bought it. They've all
broken-
gone to heaven. What a call from Sufat. Pivoting back to B now. Free open sight.
People
5 pairs of
fake
ankle snaps
yeah,
cleared off
chat
with these map rotations. Wyatt Billy limping to respond, but they're caught outside the map. And YU fells Knight through market.
And now he just needs to get out of dodge, get back into B main. Spike is being planted by Sufat. Means the Hunter's Fury is ready to go. When the retake is coming in, they need to get YU here. Great reposition from Juicy. He's going to hold the cross, try and protect his teammate.
YU
By
tucked. Surely heard some of
by
this.
team.
Oh, Juicy fell back. He could be
Hunter's
in
Fury.
trouble.
Oh, what a shot! YC slides on in, immediately decapitated. Tufat, he wants some information, so the Hunter's Fury comes out and Rushia was caught. Has he made his way down? 2v2 now, Levius. Looks like he was caught up inside that Sonic sensor though, and Lyso has a grab net where that came from. Now to play off this slowing util. Levius and Neff, time not on their side. They have to make a move. A tap on the spike, and Tufat tries to deliver. He'll cut Neff down to 34, and Lyso just needs to be patient. No time for BLG. And that's map point for Wolves.
They've done it again. What a mid-round call from Sufa. That from the shadows that was used to get Spring over into Wine. It looks like they're going to peel off, but they leave the Cypher inside B main. They kept their options open. They pivot back to the open site. Sufat gets the Hunter's Fury with the spike down. What a round. What a beautiful call. He is putting on and it's a masterclass right now. Still topping the board for his team. He's putting work in with the kills.
Billy hemorrhaging as a result. No round wins on this defense side. No chance to breathe, to stabilize, to take stock of things. Again, they're thrown into it. As Wolves are knocking on the door of A.
Here comes a dimensional drift, going to get all the information on the site for Wolves. They are fully stacked up, wanting to get through A main. How do BLG respond? Do they stay entrenched?
He's sticking it. Rushi there does get the ping. He knows that Wolves are up on him, but how is he going to get some breathing room here? Juicy just overloads it. Brute force solution to the problem.
I don't even know how he killed Sufat. All right, Wolves routed because of that lockdown, having to pivot back. YZ is deep on the map right now, push through. What do Wolves do? It looks like they want to just cut noise and try and re-hit into A. Dark cover is going to cut off Levius. Does he want to get active? Does he want to try to find a kill here?
Language.
Recon, he can't light this up for Levius. He's going to have to be flying blind, literally shooting in the dark. Spring gets off the plant now, aware that there's a player caught in
Levius
has got nowhere to go. He's stuck there. He's boxed. He can't even move. And it's on YZ for the game. For the map pick of Billy, they've won 13-4 against Wolves last time they played.
तो ज़्यादा clean खेला ऐसा लगा.
Pace, a different gear,
ऐसे
a different level.
Number 3.
They are just playing with an effortlessness on this attack. They look fantastic right now.
Brutal stuff. YZ dispatched. And Wolves with the answer. Gauntlet thrown at Billy. You want to pick this map? Fine. We'll not give you any attack side rounds.
And bear in mind, the last time these two teams faced in that lower final on their qualifying run, it was a sweep 3-0 for BLG. And here Wolves swung right back, stealing away the map.
We're going to step away for a moment. Up next, Yinsu and Alice Desk are going to break down this map and set our sights.
आज से I am officially a Wolves fan. Simple reason है भाई. W बोले तो Wolves. W Wolf. W. Let's go. Ow! Wolves. Oh yeah भाई BLG का hacking start कर दो. मत करो यार, मेरा पीठ बराबर नहीं है, सोफे पे नहीं सो सकता हूँ, प्लीज मत करो यार. भाई म्यूजिक तो है ना. भाई बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है यार EWC. क्या Bro.
Red Bull gives you wings.
पहला साल इतना नहीं किया था फॉलो, ये साल पूरा फॉलो करूंगा. 70 million dollars भाई, डॉलर घर जाएगा.
Welcome back, everybody. Between maps, we do have fans from WOLS and from BLG. Give them a hand. Give them a hand, please.
W.
And now, just like last time, just like yesterday, actually, we're going to make sure here. I'm going to explain the rules this time around because I'm learning from my mistakes day after day. So we are going to play rock, paper, scissors. Do we know the gist of what rock, paper, scissors is? We're going to go on shoot, right? Okay. So before we start, please select your agent. Please get together, see who's going to be your champion to go at toe-to-toe in this rock, paper, scissors.
The last time kiya tha.
Again, it is
ये elimination match है हाँ.
paper, scissors.
Theater को मैं चाय लेके आया.
Okay, we got this. Crowd, Toronto, we got this. Perfect.
बाप रे Indian rupees में convert भी कर दिया कलम ने.
All right, let's go. We'll do this quick. We'll do this quick.
मुझको
We'll do
साथ
best
दो
of three.
separate करो
So who do we have?
membership चुपचाप.
Marcus.
क्या
Marcus
जब
and
इसमें देख रहा है like करो पर
Ripley. All right. Good luck, gentlemen. Please go head to head here, and we're gonna get ready on shoot. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, that's a tie. Oh, where I'm getting trolled again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's a shaky hand. What are we doing here? Is this? Okay, that's a close. So we got one over here. One more. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's a tie. Man, that hand's shaking. That hand's shaking. Are we nervous? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, 2-0 here. Congratulations, Ripley. Still, you guys still have some participation prizes. Let's get the flag from Billy signed up over here. And also this sign from Wolves. Thank you so much. Right fist bump. I learned from this one as well. Right fist bump. For right fist bump. Let's head on to the next of the game.
Please slow down. I feel like a ghost right now. Wondering if you'll ever come around.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Fade, congratulations on Ascent. I gotta ask you about the double sentinels. On that map, was this specifically to stop YZ's Neon, or is this something that just happened to have worked in your favor with the new meta?
I'm the founder of the double sentinel Ascent comp, so it's just my comp.
Alright, thank you for your insights. Good luck.
That's my coach right there. That's my coach. I'm back again here on the desk, joined by Ender and Mel after map 1. I personally did not expect that kind of performance to come out of Wolves. What about you two?
No, I mean, especially that second half, it was crazy that Wolves are running away with it. But the way the rounds actually themselves played out, that was kind of the expectation, especially early on. There are so many rounds that are coming down, just 1v1 clutch moments towards the end that Wolves are just getting the better hand on.
I was honestly shocked at how the first half really panned out in favor, I would say, in Wolves, even though it was only 5 rounds for them, because they took a thrifty, and that thrifty could 100% shift the momentum of the game, but they somehow came back and got 5 rounds on the defense and had a really, really good looking attack from my perspective.
Yeah, the momentum shift was kind of crazy in that game. Now, let's talk about this HyperX reflex moment of the day, and it goes to Lysor, who had a lot of tough moments, I think, after that loss, Mel. The fans were really not very nice about his opening debut on the stage.
And I mean, what better way than to show up like this? We were talking about it earlier on the desk. There's so much pressure on him, and his IGL took him aside, was like, hey, like, I believe in you. Like, you are capable of these things, and he's showing it.
Guy's just playing whack-a-mole right there. Sees the little head, knocks him down. I love, too, that Lysor is also just constantly standing up after a big play like that. Yeah. Not doing anything else, just like yeah, I did that. Fist bump.
I love how Siuba is always so hyped for these teammates, too. Like, it's great to see.
And I love them, you know, standing up too. But we saw this quote from him at the press conference yesterday saying, after we lost, my bros helped me a lot. They said to me, Lysor, you need to believe in your own capabilities. And that's what you were talking about, Mel. And we're seeing the change in confidence and the importance of having an IGL and teammates that actually lift you up when you lose.
And I like the fact that Wolves is really not putting too much pressure on themselves. They're just kind of focusing on themselves and their own team, blocking out the noise. I know similar in the press conference, Siufat himself was saying, I don't really hear the doubters. I don't really care too much for them. I just have my game speak for itself on the stage.
And here's the thing, and the map didn't start badly off for Billy at all. So what happened?
The second half happened, unfortunately. Wolves just run away with it on the attack side, even with this double Senti comp. And it came by abusing this B site early on. They win the pistol. Spring has a 3K in that one, I think. And then he has a couple of just absolutely insane in rounds to keep this team's momentum going.
I mean, let's take a look at some of those rounds and the clutches as well.
Exactly.
The plays were just crazy. I heard, you know, the audience in here, they were on their feet as well, and they gave them something to cheer about.
And keep in mind, this is the bonus for Wolves. They come into the site and they were using these Cypher cages so nicely on their execs, both to block off some space and also to get some TPs going. But really, it was Spring with this shotgun. He TP'd up into market, that comes back, wins out this clutch in the 1v2, and then immediately in the next round as well. There's a flank coming in. He's not even looking at that angle first, but he snaps over and again gets 4 kills in a row to win this out and keep the momentum going.
And I think a big part of that is the calling as well, getting them into these positions where Spring has his opportunities, right? Getting him into that post-plant spot. Although in the 1v1, bomb wasn't quite down yet, but in the second example, it was looking really good. There were so many intricacies, and I love the double fakes especially that we were seeing.
Exactly, because we saw like those 4 rounds, those early rounds of just showing B hit after B hit after B hit. And then that next round, Mel, they were using the Omen ult to make those fakes happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was so cool to see where they faked B, and then the Omen ult into Wine, faking A, and you look on the mini-map, all 5 players of Bilibili
2-0 लग रहा है क्या
sold on the fake at completely open B site at for
भड़क के return
It's
आएंगे
a
लग रहा है.
fantastic start for Wolves. Now, I'm going to get a little bit worried for Bilibili because we are going to split. And a couple of times,
Wolves
at
को
least,
मैं
I've
pick.
watched their split, and
कलम भाई
it's a
बचपन
little
में
bit
करता था
tragic.
ये मैं
Yeah,
बचपन
it
में
was looking
बचपन
tough.
में
I mean, even if you just look at the last
बचपन
time
में करता था.
BLG played
मैं
Wolves
बिना
on
चड्डी
this
के
map.
घूमता
This
था
was a
तब
map
करता
that
था
was
ये वाली
going
हरकतें.
Wolves' way, and I think that Wolves have actually really liked to play this map. Again, they take a lot of these slower rounds, their lurks and their pivots, their cutbacks through mid. Like we just saw in that last game of switching up between the sites has been very effective at beating teams like BLG in the past.
I mean, they even pick split into Sentinels.
पर
and,
triple fake
I mean,
crazy था
I'm
बे.
from America, right? Like, we see Sentinels play split so many times. They're a historical team on the map, and still Wolves pick it into them. And honestly, in my opinion, despite the loss, have a great showing.
If there's one man that might have the answer into this, it is going to be Coach Bale. This is what he had to say ahead of Map 2.
नाम कलम में कुछ भी
Hello
लिखोगे.
everyone,
Excuse me.
Canvid here with Coach Bio. Coach, you 3-0'd this team back in CN, but in Masters it seems like we have a new meta, a very different pace to the game. So what do you think is
3-0 मारा था ये लोग ने?
today compared to the regional matchup against the Wolves? 감독님, 3대 0이라는 스코어로 울브즈를 상대로 중국 리그에서는 승리를 거뒀는데 마스터즈에서는 메타도 많이 다르고 페이스도 많이
को बोलना
달라진 것
चाहिए.
같거든요.
ये तो मैंने नहीं सोचा
지난번에
था.
만났을
हमारे
때에
तो
비해서
hashtag
어떤 점이
start
가장
लग गए.
달라질 것 같으신가요?
일단은 뭔가 울브즈 선수들이 그 전에 CN 리그하고 다르게 마스터즈 오고 나서 좀 선수들 개인기량도 많이 올라온 것 같고 팀워크적으로도 많이 올라왔고 일단 상대 선수들이 일단 침착함을 되게 굉장히 잘 유지하는 것 같아요. 그에 반해서 저희 선수들은 뭔가 좀 많이 끌려다닌 것 같아가지고 저희가 주도권을 좀 잡고 게임하자고 지금 계속 얘기를 해서 아마
맞다.
그래도 스플릿은 좀 변하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Well, yeah, when it comes to Wolves, you know, they stepped up huge compared to how they were in CN League. In terms of their mentality, they were able to keep it cool and keep their
Team 5
composure.
क्या होता है
And they
भाई?
also had a really, really good form. And when it comes to us in
मजा आ गया
our
WhatsApp group पे
first
बसर
map,
देखे.
we just
Excuse
felt like we
me.
had no control. So we talked about how to gain more map control and staying calm in the second map. And I think we can put up better performance in map 2. Thank you, coach. Good luck.
They don't have a choice. They have to bring something better for Map 2. Otherwise, and they will be eliminated and they won't have a chance even to go to playoffs.
Yeah, then that would be a big shock coming in as the number 2 seed out of China. But the split map will be interesting, I think, because of the questions around what
messages
are actually going to be
बहुत
playing.
fast जाता है
Previously playing it in
मैं इसलिए बीच में खोल के
VCT versus
देखता हूँ
Wolves,
बस
they were of
messages.
course playing the Tejo, but since then we've had nerfs and we got to see them actually play it one time versus Trace in Asia Champs League, and then they went back to play the oldest comp in the book, Omen, Viper,
Hi,
Cypher,
Banco, mera
Raze,
lovely.
Sky.
Binks supporter, thank you.
Is that what we're seeing? I mean, they just lock it in instantly.
भाई breach नहीं है भाई
How
split
much
में.
map control can they gain with this?
Fast
That's
खेलने
what
के लिए.
Coach Bale
There's
was
no
talking
breach.
about.
Well, I think similar actually to Wolves' composition, both these teams have that double
कौन
controller
बार-बार
and
call
the
कर रहा है?
Sentinel.
बार-बार
So
नहीं,
you
एक ही
should
बार
be
हुआ है
seeing a
सब
lot
चलते
of
से.
lurks coming out from both teams. And Billy, I mean, I'm going to be honest, all logic here would point to a Wolves slam dunk on this map. Billy does not have a good record.
चैट मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये genuinely ये कैसा है ये ढूंढने वाला is it worth to play members only में? तुम लोग देख रहे रहोगे ना? Is it worth it? You won't like it after Elden? Hey, you have no idea, bro. You have no idea. सिड भाई मेरे को सिड भाई को इसलिए नहीं पूछने का कि कोई भी ग्राइंड वाला गेम रहेगा ना उसको पसंद ही आएगा, समझ रहे हो? उसको गेम से इतना मैटर नहीं है, उसको ग्राइंड करना। जिधर ऐसा लगे ये गेम मैच ग्राइंड वाला है सीधा घुसेगा, सीधा, नो क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड।
Spot to play in Pacific, has to go over to China, move there away from his family, play with this Wolves team, and now they're on the precipice of the absolute unthinkable. They were written off before this tournament began.
Now, just converting on their map choice. That's what needs to happen. See, YU battered a little bit there. He pops up into mid early on, but it might be Wolves opting to play around this level at B. They don't like what they've seen here, though.
अयो नहीं घुसे, किसने आई नहीं तोड़ा था.
Send out that Prowler, feign some presence as Sufa IGL remains inserted. Dark cover in B main. Walk down from YZ solo in mid. This is dangerous. He could get caught.
Oh, the timing was pretty good from Spring just after the clear had come from the Trailblazer. But YZ at least is able to react to complete the kill.
That instant.
Bro, walking करेंगे बे, walking सबसे बड़े कॉल था. ये लोग ने आई नहीं तोड़ा.
Actually get his crosshair back on him. K-Knight spots up the other two. That's a very weak YU, susceptible to the nade, has to get out of the way. Just going to damage up Lysor. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. The entirety of BLG are here.
Wolves low, they are beaten black and blue by some of this util exchange across the map. Are they going to go for it? Leviaso's waiting for them. Into his clutches falls YU. Juicy though does finally get rid of that 10 HP YZ in heaven. But Rushia simply steps up in his stead.
W.
Spike loose.
Classic little right click.
10 seconds left.
That's the round. Put away.
Things just getting
W
entirely
blind.
disconnected
W
from
blind.
Wolves. I imagine at some point they wanted to try to get back through vents on account of their IGL Sufa just still being entrenched on B, working his way there. They'd like to have pivoted back, but BLG just had the full stack rotation over to A. Denying them the Viper wall, that nade keeping them at bay. Crucially, YZ finds the opener.
I think B walking was the play.
These two teams faced off. It was
वो लोग ने आई नहीं तोड़ा. हो
qualifying
सकता है कि
games in
stack हो जाए, वो लोग
Wolves
fast retake
took it.
करें.
And the BLG, they got the
But at
revenge
least
in that
एक
whole
दो बंदे
final.
को
It was
ना
a clean
insert करके
sweep
फिर
3-0.
mid से
They
लड़के
know
B
how
कर
to
सकते.
beat Wolves, but do they know how to beat them on this map?
Even Sentinel struggled with this attack side from Wolves, where they got to dictate the pace. Marshall's shots, YZ spraying him off wildly, haphazard, has to back away. Catches YU though, as he steps a little too far. And YZ got that HL elimination. Pretty devastating impact from the duelist on ramps, leaves Wolves down to their last two players. Scavenging the Marshall. Spring inside his poison orb is hoping for a pot shot. He's got nothing to see as it clears.
2v2 इधर.
Double stacked up on BLG. They should make light work of this situation, and they do. Several engagements towards ramp, get very close to that. Two orbs away. To this happen.
And to put this map in context a little bit more, White, just as, you know, BLG have gotten off to a great start. Not a good map for them historically. In China, they got 13-1 by Trace. They lost to this very Wolves team 13-8 in that upper bracket semi. So historically it's not favor them, but this is the perfect start to turn the tides.
This is going to take everything they've
No,
got
जाने की
left
teams
in
को
the
लड़ रहे भाई,
tank.
दो Pacific भी लड़ी थे भाई.
Going to need to put on an all-star performance to make it back
I
to
was
the
supporting any
playoffs. He
team
knows
in
what
this
it
match.
takes. He's been
I was
there
supporting
before.
BLG.
So is
Was their
K-Knight
number 2 hashtag.
against a Wolves team trying
But
to
Wolves
make
को
this
ज़्यादा
kind
crazy
of
खेला
run for
last
the very first time.
He's got an audio issue down on stage. Be rectified momentarily.
मतलब मेरे को पिंकी नहीं है.
I mean, there's a lot of history between these two teams. We definitely delved into that at the start of this game. But the fact that BLG
I love to watch
had to take
44
the
years
hardest route,
old video.
the highest climb. They had to dispatch EVG of all teams in that lower bracket to shock the world, frankly, that we'd be looking at an event that they wouldn't be present at, considering how not so long ago this was the top of the world. That speaks volumes about the depth that's starting
भाई
to
मेरे को
develop in the
अंदर से
Chinese
फीलिंग
region.
आ
The
रहा है
fact
कि
that we have
2-1
two teams from
BLG होएगा
China
पता है
still alive in this Swiss stage, still fighting
2-1
for their
BLG
playoffs.
होएगा करके लग रहा है चैट वो लोग 3-0 थे वो लोग के रीजन में 3-0 BLG जीता था बुल्स
Spot speaks
Best of
volumes. And
final.
remember,
3-0.
Big Brother GEELI Gaming awaits in those playoffs as well.
Huh?
We're in for a treat in this game, and we're going to see much more Chinese Valorant with
उधर
2 of
3-0
their
थे इधर
representatives
2-0
making playoffs
नहीं आ
no
रहे
matter
मेरे
what.
हिसाब से
That may just make some people rethink how good GEELI Gaming are. Waiting, watching this Swiss stage.
आज ड्रॉ होगा क्या पता नहीं प्लेऑफ्स का ड्रॉ आज है क्या शायद ये गेम के बाद
just been tearing up the entire Chinese scene throughout this year.
Raga, who humbly says he thinks he's the worst duelist here in Toronto.
My humble king.
It smacks some sandbagging, but
Ain't no
I'll allow
way,
it.
but my humble king.
रिया जा रहे हो क्या पता नहीं
I'll
भाई
allow
पता
it.
नहीं भाई
But again, with these two teams showing us what number 2 and 3 seeds from China can provide, only gets you more excited, only whets your appetite for what awaits us later on this week. But for now, let us deal with the smorgasbord in front of us. Heading into the first bye for Wolves as Billy want to secure a tight little bonus.
Going to be a few SMGs for Billy. They'd love to get close up some of these angles. They've got dark control over towards B main. Obvious keeping Wolves are back towards mid engagement from YU. And YZ thinks better of taking that. Just collects the orb happily, one away from the showstopper. Keep your eyes on that. If he can find a kill somewhere, things get scrappy. He could win this round for the team.
Solid reception there though by Knight. Trading evenly other defenders. And leaves only Sufat, the one to emerge from the dust cloud in mid. Now needs to kind of wait for his teammates on the extremities to give him a little bit more of an inkling.
वो दोनों मिड एक साथ क्लियर करेंगे लग रहा है मेरे को स्काईमैन ब्रो ऑप्शन नहीं है कुछ
YZ is currently pressing up towards A main if you look at that on the mini map. That's going to keep BLG interested towards
timing.
Side of the map. Wow, they're rotating through mid right now. YU just catches the first and Sufat turns around. Really getting way too happy to explore on the map.
30 seconds left.
And that call instead to explore the extremities further, but to bolster that mid-presence for Wolves pays off beautifully. This is why you emerge on the perfect timing to unsync them. This leaves YZ.
बराबर खेल रहे थे भाई BLG
Sufat relatively low. It's a big ask for even the best in this situation. I count YZ among them. He too feels that discretion might be the better part of valor here. Wyatt, they have to fight another day.
He did full invest into the Phantom this round, so certainly wants
crazy damage था ना सर्वर का
the
रिटर्न
lowest
आने का
credits on the team due to the investment.
चैंपियंस मेडल कब आएगा कुछ आइडिया नहीं रे
Way too much in the mid round there.
I feel
Way
draws
too much.
sometimes are unfair. पहले
knowing that A side of the map is
China versus
slightly weaker,
China.
it's just YZ sat in there in heaven.
Got both easy
Instead of sort of
MP.
rotating through spawn through the back
Easy
part of
map.
the map, they think that they're safe with
End of the day
two
upset
players
तो कोई भी कर
crossing mid together, and in theory you'd be
पहली बात
considered reasonable for that decision.
दूसरी
It
बात
blows up in their face,
winner
though.
भी इसका एक ही होएगा टोरंटो का
They're full buy. There's some good trades back and forth. Levy is popping out of that smoke to get the second. Sufat the exact same. Things even.
है तो FPS game
I mean, Sufat has to respond very quickly to that call from YU.
and luck
Just in
favor
time.
the brave
Really just serving themselves up.
you need
Here's the
little
full
bit
buy
of
from
luck in
BLG.
esports
Max investment. Still, it's this showstopper that YZ is on the precipice of collecting. He is playing over towards ramp right now, solo. Wolves, no emphasis on mid. They wanted to pressure towards B main early.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा ये
Now
मैच
Sufat wants to ensure that no one will be walking down. Certainly aware that that's the kind of play
I think
YZ will
BLG
be
जीतेगा
absolutely happy to
फील आ
make.
रहा है
There is a very large amount of utility to play through as attackers on this A side. Wolves, we saw them, you know, with that double sentinel composition.
भाई इसलिए
Really
मैप
played
पे
into that well, sort of clearing
एस्ट्रा
slowly.
खेलते
Now
हैं ना
they're in a position where they've got to
एस्ट्रा
do
और
something
वाइपर
much the same.
3-1-1 की जगह पे आराम से
That ramp
4-1
position,
करके
they're
फेक
not
कर सकता
convinced.
था
They don't see anything to play off of. And YZ was drawn out of mid back to sort of reinforce this position. So mid's a little weaker now as a result. And that might be Wolves finding a golden
बहुत
opportunity to
fast
capitalize there.
A फेक करके B जा
They're
सकते
taking the time pivoting back towards mid. Why you would throw a really deep
हैं
trip
ओमेन का अच्छा
towards
एक्स्ट्रा एंगल और
A heaven,
ब्लाइंड
so
मिलता है
at least we'll know if anyone's walking up on that side of the map. But The defensive cam is getting info there. Things are starting to increase with the tempo. Juicy is getting into vents right now. We'll take an engagement. Oh, what is that timing? Brutal.
Showstopper immediately developed, and Lysol is just tucked on the corner. YZ getting away with everything there. Levis is pushed up now. Net closing on Sufed is able to deal with YZ, but time wasn't there anyway for Wolves. It would have been a struggle for them to get anywhere on the map after that. A little bit too slow, a little bit too awkward.
सीधा उठ के रस्सी
YZ
से
just
उसने
wants to try and
headshot
keep
मारा.
his gun. Can't blame him. That is brutal stuff. YZ pops up yet again to the detriment
भाई
of
लेकिन
the
वो वहाँ पे
attackers.
क्यों पिक
That
लेगा
timing is
भाई?
just gonna have
जब आपके पास
Juicy
वेंट्स
sick to
है.
his stomach. What was that? Just milliseconds away from him getting an easy kill with YZ on the rope.
Gali
It's an
time.
early timeout call from Fade. This was the map I called out earlier when he was going for timeouts. Had significant impact. Those were moments where Wolves began
जैसे
to
पे
go on
कौन सा
runs against
कंट्रोलर
Sentinels.
यूज होना
Kept
चाहिए?
that
ओमिन या
map
क्लब?
so close.
बेस्ट है.
Wolves had the most unlikely upset win to open the tournament for them.
So the dynamic, the last time we saw Wolves, for example, on this split map, was a lot of action over towards B, right? Sentinels really wanted to push and take the
PRX
B main
and
control,
Jin
and trying to
BLG
set
क्या
it up.
मेरे L लगे
Spring
हैं?
was finding
BLG
really good
कैसे
opportunities
चले
actually
गए?
just to
तुम
win
देखा
straight
होगा
up
खेलते
duels
हुए?
against that Sentinels Yoru. Here though, Wolves have not been emphasizing that B part of the map really at all. We've seen Spring try and get that poison orb far forward, sort of past that B main choke, but there's been no fighting for that part of the map at all yet. Mostly that early probe towards A and then pivot up mid.
Let's get
Wolves definitely feeling like it's time for a bit of a change.
Spring's lurks were so high impact. He
कोई विजिट में
was
क्लोव क्यों नहीं खेलता?
absolutely
बहुत कम
ruling
teams
at B main. He
ओ
was
मैन अच्छा
finding
है ना?
timing windows
TP
to
है,
get
blind
deep
है,
into the
smoke
site,
है.
so Wolves could pivot late.
Ulti
They
भी बेटी
love the
देता है.
late pivots on this map. Absolutely
एकदम
love
heavy
that.
team वाला controller है वो मैं.
And Billy knowing that, just need to not overcommit to rotates. That's what Sen were falling for often because
Binks भाई
you
लड़की
wouldn't expect
पसंद है,
Wolves to
बात
pivot
करने का
back to B
confidence
with
नहीं आ रहा.
the low
क्या
time
करूं?
remaining that they do.
क्या फायदा पसंद
How
करके जब बात
common they
करने का
actually
confidence नहीं आ रहा.
will opt to do that on rounds.
Not so much of the pace
Take
that
पे
we
क्या
saw
बात
from Wolves
करोगे तो फिर?
against Heretics more recently,
Date
though.
पे
This has
YouTube खोल
definitely
के
been more
कमेंट करोगे?
methodical.
हे बिंक्स भाई मैं डेट पे आओगे क्या बात
So
करूं?
B was the call, in
फ्रेंच
fact.
फ्राइज ऑर्डर करूं क्या?
Just going to throw up that poison cloud, so Sufat
पढ़ाई करो
will
चुपचाप.
get onto this orb. It's just one away from the
Confidence
knife.
नहीं आ रहा.
Oh, love to have that, but with Spring down there. Cover going. Great opportunity to use it. They fully invested into this.
Rushi had the perfect location there to punish that poison
That
orb.
was rude.
Found a gap just above it. And this is where Wolves have
Do it
looked to
again.
struggle a bit. That slow momentum, converting those 4v5s has been really challenging for them.
This is interesting. That's a unique double face. Juicy wins a 1v1 against
By
YZ in mid in the meantime.
That's going to be a boost, no doubt about it. YUC's now, there's no opportunity for a swing. Levius remain hidden. So Juicy is claimed. YU lingers in mid though, wants to take this fight. Really trying to get into heaven, I think, with some burst of momentum. And Lysol opens up an opportunity at the B side. That is massive. Now it's K-Knight.
By Lucian Mara
But
be.
Lysol's going to reveal the intent of Wolves now. YU wants to keep this Cypher as busy as possible for as long as possible. And the surely to the bread basket will take the round away. Wolves got to feel good. And that's a 4v5 conversion we were saying that was sorely missing.
Heroic play from YU in mid. Juicy
Binks
gets
भाई को
that
भी बात
initial
करने आ रहा है,
1v1 kill
इसमें 30
here
साल में
against
जाकर शादी हुआ,
YZ. What a
language,
snap as well.
language.
I like the idea, swinging while the Trailblazer is running out, but the snap is sickening. He called out the importance of that 1v1 win with YU taking his time. Such high impact.
BLG का ताना round.
So how do you build off this foundation? Got a buy here for Wolves.
Technically देखा जाए
The
BLG
look
का था.
towards B this time paid off, albeit not in the way
Technically
we
देखा
thought it would. There was a
4-1
mid opportunity that was
और equal
capitalized on.
5-1 for BLG है. Technically एकदम देखा
The
जाए.
drift here through sewer though from Wolves.
Early presence shown in mid by Juicy sends out that boom ball. Now they've worked their way over towards A fully. YZ is posted up close with the judge.
Prowler sees it. That's the judge position defeated. YZ has to try and leave it. Boombot in his wake. Showstopper though didn't find much, still a quick push here from Wolves. Looking for that ramp control now.
Bye.
Damage.
Bye.
Oh, that's
Bye,
right,
bye,
the
bye.
Levius also.
Night na maan
who is
raha.
right, can assist
मान
with
गया
Juicy.
ना.
Okay, you can't account for those. You can't count on them. That's given Wolves another way into the round.
They want to press forward. Juicy wants to break the crosshairs a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack, but Def goes back in, wants to find that kill. And now YZ caught with the judge alone, tucked in hell.
No chance to make good use of this weapon in this round, and even here it's awkward. It's long range.
I
Downwind.
hate team.
30 seconds left.
And Rushi's got to step into this 1v3 with a little bit of alacrity. Juicy's handled, but from below.
I
It's
hate
bringing
it.
Silfat. And now Wolves, that header steam that we're looking for on this attack side
आज
starting
भी
to build.
eliminator है क्या? हाँ.
Great util usage to clear that close
भाई
angle.
है bro.
They suspect that a judge might be waiting.
Juicy is turning up right now. Gets the trade with just the spam through.
ये क्या था
We're
भाई?
able to collect this kill. The Nef swing back out. That is so high risk, and he is absolutely punished for that. Wolves had no other options, by the way. They had no map control elsewhere.
Yep.
For all they know, players could be pushed down mid, wrapping them.
Calibera.
They have to commit forward. They can feel themselves
तब अच्छा
potentially
किया
being
था.
encircled, but they win out all the duels. Rusha early peak. Of course, just with a ghost on this, Eco, Spring.
हैन वाला एक kill मार
Back
के
to
थोड़ा left
doing
right
what
हो
we
गया.
know best from him on this split map, which is just playing B main, taking it over.
This time Rushi though steps pretty far forward. You can see where the omen for
I
Billy
पे नहीं होता क्या
went
इतना
down.
blue screen में मेरा तो
Bring on
नहीं
a
हुआ
passive
यार.
line is able to find an easy kill.
know exactly where.
Juicy, man, I'm getting excited about him, Wyatt. He's been able to find these opportunities in a 4 versus 5 to give Wolves away into the round. Now they get a rare situation where they start from the front. You can see how much better they look here. Levi's on the line, but shows his gun barrel and Spring.
भाई
cuts them down
कितना
one after another.
clean utils है भाई ये लोग का.
Easy B take for Wolves.
हाँ पहले पीक वाले को मारा सैफर ने अल्ट मार के 2 का पोजीशन लिया एम लेके बैठा एक मारा एक ही बच्चा उसको ब्लाइंड कर दिया.
Get even closer to that
Clean
showstopper
utils
that
भाई.
he's nearing just 2 away right now.
Oh, uncomfortable.
इतना clean नहीं था देखा जाए
So
तो.
it's a gun recovered.
Casual बोल सकते
Spring
casual.
now, with YZ being low, getting topped up here by Neff. A rare case of that healing is relevant. What a swing. It's getting a little costly for Wolves,
मारा बे
but
YZ
with
ने.
multiple consecutive round wins. They've got a bit of bank, a bit of cushion. It's only a stinger that Neff would
Binks by
maintain
Kela
it.
here.
That cross
By
in
the way,
dissect,
love
but
you
they pick up
यार.
this rifle and Juicy does
आज
not want to allow
इतने
for that.
टाइम बाद chat में दिख रहा हूँ.
At some
हैं?
point, Wolves have to get out of dodge. They've got to get off the site.
Kela
Juicy
the
checks
hitter
it.
boy.
It's not good enough.
बिना membership का नहीं है भाई
F5
मेरा Kela
flash eventually
language.
handled.
दूर हटाओ.
And Wolves get 2
Kela का
players
एक
out.
इज्जत था market
Costly,
में.
yes, but these attack rounds don't come easy, as we've just seen already.
A fair amount of damage to keep Wolves' economy somewhat honest, but it is Juice getting the kills and dying. Now having the showstopper for this, they're going to have the Viper's Pit because Spring is starting to keep up. He's started to find these kills in B.
Blind करने के बाद भी धड़ करके नहीं भागा देखा ना.
Wolves via the kills he's
calmly
getting. So now they
clear किया.
have that pretty classic 1-2, get into a site with a showstopper, use the pit for the post plant to win things out. Billy feeling
Neon
the
थोड़ा
heat
सा.
early on. They've seen what Wolves have been able to do on this attack side to high-quality opponents like Sentinels. They can't let things get out of hand here.
Membership खत्म हो गया एक दे दो.
Coach Dale is
Excuse me.
expending these
Last time मेरे chat
timeouts
में पता
early.
था
We've seen him
कब
be
हुआ
one
था
of
पता ना तुम
the
लोग को.
very animated coaches
1972.
in some of these games. He's shown some serious frustration at times. He's got to hold his nerve. The team has to stay calm. Have to find a solution, find an answer, find a way to deal with Spring in B main. That's going to be crucial.
Couple things at the disposal though in a round like this.
Spring
Yeah,
क्या
the classic Vipers
उहाल
pick
रहा
in
पे.
play. Force Wolves
क्या
out
लिखना
to
चाहते
the
हो भैया?
extremities. Potential for
क्या
an
लिखना
operator
चाहते हो?
pick up on the defense side. Take that contact at the very extremities, which the Vipers pit
3-1
force
से
the attackers out
3-4.
towards. So couple of things working in Billy's favor in a round where they can equalize the game.
Allocated hello PR
The
bye.
extremity very alone on a lot of these rounds, and off would definitely help him in a situation like that. And he is going to pick it up.
Banko.
Decides to post up B main, so
Banko!
likely hoping to just deal with
आया
Spring.
क्या?
That Viper, who is
आया?
an absolute nuisance, decides to
आया
continue
क्या?
the contact push up.
All right.
आया Banko.
Round number 8 coming at you.
Isolate and
Wolves here already a map in their back pocket. Thinking ahead perhaps just a little to what playoffs would mean. Here's that mid Viper's pit. An operator to that B extremity. Just like we drew it up.
आया मेरे को पता है.
Levius able
Tilt
to
कर रहा था
play
मैं
off
उसको
of
tilt.
this unbreakable
Best
trip
part
as
शादी का
well.
यही है
Even
भाई.
more nuisance in the pit. Prowler going into it. No way. Juicy just wants to go right through this. Going to force the Viper away. This pit is going to drop. There's absolutely zero chance Levius will be getting back into that. It's full Vents control for Wolves. Intentions of splitting onto A. It's looking like... But they can slow things down. They don't need to right now. Going back to what they love to do on Split. Spring towards B, towards A. Go for a late
लाल
pivot.
dinars में विपिन डाल के करोगे
This
10,000
whole approach to the
dinars.
round for Wolves has left YZ kind of stranded with that op over on B.
And it looks like Billy, they want to explore. They feel like they need to get some more info on the map. The timing on the cam is so unlucky for YU. And off that double push. Now Wolves, they want to accelerate, hoping that the B site is going to be a bit lighter. Operator still here. First shot connected by YZ.
I spoke too soon. YZ gets the action he was hoping for in this round.
W.
Rushia on the side, anchors in there. YZ get another one with the op, and Juicy
Down B.
has a round collapse all around him. Okay, Levius here should be unseated somewhat, but can hold his ground and convert. Wolves, you think they make the right choice and they deal with the Viper speed a minute at the start of the round. They end up getting
1 by 10 साथ अभी खेल के आया हाँ क्या W
patiently awaiting them.
फिर भी मेरा member नहीं है तू.
That is a good little adaptation out of the timeout as well in the mid-round to try to punish one of the solo players on the extremities. The Wolves have been so happy to play 1-3-1s, commit very heavily with the pack towards mid.
मेरा हाथ पेन कर
Was
रहा
a
है.
little unlucky for YU with that timing. Billy happy to pick that up. Still maintaining
back
operator
भी गया,
for
मेरा हाथ भी
YZ.
गया. क्या
Angle
scene?
down mid right now.
दिमाग तो पहले से गया था.
A lot of stingers here for the Wolves side.
इसलिए मैं डबल्स नहीं उठा था.
Here's a
100
gap.
किलो का.
For YZ to exploit. Prowler, of course, is something he's got to respect. Lysol wants to fill that space. He is just vacated. So once more, Wolves start the round with that mid to ropes control, but Juicy might be quicker about getting up here.
And now giving up Vent, they want to take space elsewhere. Multiple players from BLG fighting towards A main. They want to fight up. Juicy is in. What a bizarre situation.
Why is he able to win it out there with a showstopper? Nav caught inside that fade util, and Sufat is able to convert. Bizarre round, absolutely ridiculous. Haven't maintained by Lysol with an operator of all things.
Spike being
The
planted
fuck,
for him.
man?
Oh, just misses on that shot. Stand out in the first map. These
Have
gets
a
back to
nice
safety
thanks
now,
for
anchored
the
deep in this
membership.
A-side, and it's the loose end of Spring. That could be a problem for the defenders on the retake.
So late, he can just wait by his time, but he wants to face in.
Nah, ये नहीं करना.
I don't know about that. It's just not necessary. It's opened things up for Billy.
Lysol needs to connect this op shot now. They have one chance only, and he delivers. That leaves it on Levius' desk.
देखा हुआ लग रहा वाला scene है.
Fortunately, in this round, he's feeling more like a paperweight than anything else. Off he goes. And Wolves, it's a ham-fisted, haphazard round, but they fight through ropes into A.
A crazy situation with YZ ripping the showstopper. Again, there was a
भाई
situation
दूसरी
there
तो
in the mid-round
भागते जाता है बे.
Billy,
ये
after
करेंगे Indian
getting
player
all
has
of that pressure
this
through
much
mid.
skills,
No,
obviously,
wait,
भाई.
there's only going to be, a light couple
Lightning
players
fast का game देखेंगे
towards
आज
that A side. Let's push into them.
यार जाएंगा.
But in contrast to the last round where it was just YU, he had a teammate there to support. That was Sufat jumping forward with his off recovered as well for Lysor. They're able to convert a buy that they went into with just 3 stingers.
I think that might be too much hair.
There.
Otherwise, spot on.
Are you trying to call out the Widow's Peak,
ना
bro?
मानते भाई
No,
ना
I didn't say
मानते
that. That was
audience
you.
ना मानते.
As a member of the large and in charge forehead club, I would never.
भाई क्या गलत लेवल फन करते हैं ना यार वो लोग.
Operator chilling towards the A side. Billy have fully invested into this. That's left.
Language, Tibun bhai, language.
With a lesser gun, just the Stinger playing backside B with a full kill trip setup.
और टिपुन भाई फाफा कैसे है?
Definitely more tentative looks from Wolves.
आ रहे कि ना ऑस्ट्रेलिया से वापस?
Audacious shove to mid.
Whoa!
He's Juicy on the off.
तो देखा हुआ
Man,
लगता है.
again, he makes the opening. Gets caught out by Neff. Surely some follow-up is there, and at least Wolves are able to trade somewhat efficiently into this A side.
That was a slow trade. Juicy getting a little bit disconnected
Bhai,
from
kya
YU.
trade lete
Needed to
bhai.
win that duel and does come up.
क्या ट्रेड लेते हैं यार?
BLG, do they risk this?
Unbelievable players हैं ना यार.
But Spring on this lurk timing.
भाई कैसे?
Balance, it's teetering in this time. Spring has the timing.
कोई
Rolls a reverse.
क्या?
And Spring delivers the ball to Knight, handled all too comfortably. Wolves extend that lead to 2.
BLG were hoping to find him alone back in A main. Not expecting a late wrap through the vent.
कैसे और क्यों clear किया?
One enemy remaining.
This is not the kind of lurk that Spring has gone for. I think. Yeah, in this half. Typically was just coming from A main.
Oh! Oh, the heel turn. He's too quick with it.
And now BLG, they are relegated to a bad bye. Things feel like they're beginning to get completely out of hand. Spring has gotten another Viper's pit for a post plan. They're nearing the nightfall, nearing the showstopper. You know, a couple collected orbs, kills for the right players, spike plant for the right guy, and there could just be a sick array of ultimates for the last buy round in this half. Deny Billy from getting more than 4 unless they can come up with something on this eco round.
Last eco for Billy. Russia pushed out
लगता है लाइक ने ए चैट लाइक करो 6000 लोग देख रहे हैं 6000 लाइक करो 10000 लाइक्स पे 50 गिफ्टेड होने वाला है और रोज मेंबर स्ट्रीम करता हूं मैं
more passive, more patient start, but now we have an encounter brewing amid these smokes. Oh, Russia spotted. Spring hardly takes any damage though. That's a gun advantage. He looks to exacerbate.
भाई आज रुशिया भाई मिसिंग लग रही है ना
Spring a little bit low, but he's done the most. He has gotten everyone looking at this B side, distributing Canvid amongst BLG. So Knight has to step up, try and stop the bleeding. It's
bro,
not
what the fuck,
possible.
bro?
30 seconds left.
Spring just no doubt has been one of the best players of this
भाई
Swiss
मेरा
stage.
favorite है
When we
भाई
watched him
मेरा
online
favorite
during the
है
run to get here,
मेरा
oftentimes
सबसे
volatile because
favorite
of his
दोनों टीम में
willingness
से
to just take fights on lurks.
भाई
on
मेरा
defense,
एक
play a lot of
I2
off angles. He
बंदा
loves to
एक
take
है
a duel. But when he's playing like this, he just looks like a god among men. He had
ना
games
चैट
like that online, but when he had misses, that was putting
जिस
the
पे
rest
मेरी
of the squad
नजर
in tough
जाती है
positions
बंदा
trying to
एकदम
recover.
ओपी
He has
हीरा
been
निकलता
so
है हीरा
consistent in this
सिक्स पे
Swiss
भी नजर
stage.
गई थी
I mean, if he
गांडू
plays
निकला
like
वो
this
but it is just one of the
against some of
cases
the other top teams, which, you know, I
majority
mean, to
of
be
the
fair, he
time
already
it's
has.
usually
It
हीरा
feels like the sky is the limit for this guy. What a debut on the international stage. He cleans up another. Why
मान रहा
not?
भाई ये
The
बंदा
spray control for that second kill in heaven while
Last
getting
round in the
dinked.
half.
That's mental.
ना मान रहा भाई
14 and 8 right now.
There's that first encounter. Yeah, Rushi just can't really find that level of purchase. That is astonishing. Why has he dropped down? He heard it coming.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful swing, whereas elsewhere there wasn't a whole lot to do for the rest of Wolves on the A side.
And that map
क्या
won.
स्कोर है उसका
In
15-4
terms of the fragging coming down to Lysor, unlikely hero,
14-8
stepped up on the deadlock, IGL Sufat, but now we're back to what we expected, the duo of Juicy and Spring putting in
भाई 7
work.
राउंड बहुत अच्छे
They
हैं
have a
मैप में
showstopper
ब्रो
and a pit again, just use that
7
first
राउंड बहुत
raise
अच्छे हैं और वो
ult
लोग का
to get
डिफेंस
into
भी
a
अच्छा
site.
है
Viper's pit to try to close things out.
वो लोग का ही मैप
Sufat
पिक
draws
है
attention towards mid, center the Prowler breaks the boom bar. Here comes the aggression towards A.
Juicy needs a clean open.
Oh, he's out in the open.
Just before the cyber cage came down, Juicy gets into the site without being picked up, and YC is just entrenched here at ramp and can't get out. Caught up, Rushian, nice timing. Sufat dealt with, and now it's Juicy. Deep as he is, just got the ping on Rushia's location and takes the challenge. He needs to get another one. And Juicy, the swing!
And he is putting on an absolute show.
my
Star
God!
player for dominant half on attack here. Again, they are so sick on this map.
What a way to send yourself into the break. Then a round like this, Red Bull clutch for Juicy. Feels like he's got that main character energy right now for Wolves.
उफान दिया बे एक गोली का था एक गोली का लेकिन स्टील्स ऑफ बॉल्स देख रहे हो तुम लोग स्टील्स ऑफ बॉल्स
pieces on the defense side. That's something Coach Fade, who's feeling good right now, I'm sure, has to start thinking about as we look towards them taking an opportunity to qualify for those playoffs. More to come here after the break. It's a crazy a 4-round lead for Wolves.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
भाई क्या टीम में चैट अपसेट पे अपसेट कर रहे हैं सबको मजा आया लेकिन भाई स्प्रिंग बाय फार मेरा फेवरेट है भाई jersey swap with our EMEA counterpart ये अपना बंदा है क्या चैट सोल चेन्स अपना है क्या तुम लोगों को पता है ना मास्टर कार्ड क्यों ट्वीट कर रहा है और वीजा क्यों नहीं नाट का वीजा इशू हुआ था ना अच्छा था अच्छा था अच्छा था अच्छा था
Here's your Coinbase Econ report for our first half of split. And it's safe to say, why looking at the numbers, we've got to look at Sprint's unreal efficiency. The amount of damage he's putting out per credit spend is pretty extraordinary in that first half.
Yeah, I mean,
सारी teams
there's
को
that spike
कौन
early
पे
because
करेगा?
it goes off in the initial couple rounds where not a whole lot is being invested, and then from there it's just consistent throughout. He has been an MVP for this
incoming
Wolves
count करते हो क्या
team,
रे? Outgoing
hitting
count
so
करेगा लो?
hard. Mechanically, he's looking like one of the sharpest in this entire Swiss stage that we've been going through. You mentioned it before we went off to the break.
PWC जाओगे?
They had a tougher time on this side swap, playing defense against Sentinels. That's where things fell apart. And when Coach Fade called the timeout late, when they got back into the game, it was too little too late. They were already down by too much of a significant amount. BLG, they have an opportunity to get back in this. They weren't able to beat Wolves the last time they faced off on Split. That was the map that Wolves want to get to Toronto.
Much of their success in their first half was on the back of YZ, even going as far as to pick up that operator as they funneled Wolves out to the edges of the map.
Throughout stage one, YZ was the duelist in China with the highest ACS, the highest KPR, not just duelist, just player generally. He is an absolute menace. He has a fearless style, but you could just say the exact same for Juicy. Sees Nate combo coming through, no connection.
Spring here by the Trailblazer, stunned up, but K9 is going to be a problem here, emerging from ropes. Cutting Wolves off at the knees. Spring had to find a way to stand up. He was surrounded. So it's like I saw someone who we delightedly highlighted in the first map. He's a set gameplay. That deadlock performance.
Mid is gonna be a problem, chat.
He's allowed some of his teammates here to take the spotlight. The Wolves are still going to need him to be at capacity to close this series out.
Mid is gonna be a problem.
Excellent flank coming through from K-Knight off of an extreme distraction. There was an explosion of utility over towards ramp that every single player in the vicinity had to get out of dodge from. And that just offers him a perfect timing, no information towards mid.
Russia by मारेंगे अभी मेरे को लग रहा है.
Putting his mark on the game after having
Faker भाई को hello बोल के आना भाई उसका क्या हो रहा है भाई.
Coming up.
बनना है तो उसके तरह बनने का भी Esports में भेज छोड़ भाई. गलत हो रहा है भाई. गलत.
Pretty informative as far as BLG are concerned. There is a massive push up.
पूरे दुनिया में ऐसा बंदा नहीं बना. मतलब सोचो. Billions of billions dollars people में वो एक लौता ऐसा है. One and only.
Going to fall back. I mean, once YZ is able to tuck around the corner to safety, they feel like let's go elsewhere. Let's gamble stack towards A, I think. It looks like they want to rotate.
Let me handle this.
figuring that,
Excuse me.
hey, we showed a lot. We paranoia.
उसके जैसा कोई नहीं बन सकता, कोई नहीं बन सकता.
Truly, they just go
कौन
over to the
faker,
safe
T1
side, right?
faker.
They kind of hesitated for a moment though, and that is going to allow BLG to get
उसका
into
बस
the
Google
side
करके
before
उसका
Wolves can
achievements
actually,
देखोगे ना.
kind of make this foray.
Okay, why is he overwhelmed instantly with the Bulldogs starting to chime in from elbow? K93.
ठीक है जुस्सी, ठीक है.
Down by his own teammate there, a little bit of a...
ठीक है, that's jealousy right there.
Tactical. No orb. No orb for a player on Billy. All good. That's why he did it. That's why he did it. It was a cool little attempt.
कौन है फेकर बोल रहे हो? नहीं लोग बहुत लोगों को नहीं मालूम पता है वो ऐसा गेम खेलता है जो अपने रीजन में नहीं खेलता. Quite understandable. बहुत लोगों को नहीं मालूम रहेगा लेकिन अगर नहीं मालूम है तो भी मालूम कर लो और तुम लोग को esports पसंद है.
Pivot over to that A side, rotate faster than Wolves could, who are now on
brand छोड़ो भाई उसके achievements देखो. Brand वो सब बात में. उसका सैलरी वो सब ब्रांड और वो सब देखोगे तो होस्ट तो उड़ेंगे ही लेकिन उसका बस अचीवमेंट्स देखो बस भाई.
Trailblazers, something known to Billy in this.
तुम लोग एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ चैट. तुम लोग एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जब तक ये राउंड होता है. बेसिकली अभी
again, we'd like this from Billy
Valo
too. Good
game है ठीक है राइट का.
Clearing that util.
इतने बड़े-बड़े प्लेयर्स खेल चुके हैं. बड़े-बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर्स जैसे टेंस हो गया, तारिक भाई हो गया. ऐसा. लेकिन कभी ऐसा देखा है तुम लोग ने कि सिर्फ टेंस का वैंडल आया है. कभी ऐसा देखा टेंस का वैंडल आया है. तारिक्स फैंटम ऐसा कभी देखा? सिर्फ एक बंदे के रिलेटेड स्किन कभी ऐसा देखा? अभी सोचो इससे 10 गुना बड़ा गेम लोल में उसका एक स्किन आया है. फोर्सिकन वैंडल. अरे वैंडल का नाम है वो. फोर्सिकन का वैंडल नहीं है वो.
So nice from Billy. Very clean. Securing this bonus means that we might have ourselves an even game on our hands.
Does YU try and go for this? Can he find a first kill? He's going to have to break this tripwire. Give up his positioning, swing out. Oh, so much damage. He's just too many players.
Hey, come back again, though.
After the trip is broken. I love the pathing from BLG on that round. The early pressure on ramp, they leave the insert. Then from there, they go back to mid. They're set up in a 1-3-1. They fake like, hey, we can be getting into that. They're also throwing the Boombot into Nail. So when they actually go 4 people through B main, attention is just having to be drawn from so many different locations.
Yoru bolte.
Male, it's a great burst out of main with all of their players. That was a great round for BLG. Really impressive stuff, and it's put Wolves on an eco. And it feels like stage off from the same game. They start slow on this defensive half. They lose the pistol, they get bonus. Backstory.
Huh?
Coming alive not a moment too soon, BLG. It's got us already starting to think about the potential of Pearl.
Last
time these two teams played on this map, it was not a good showing from Billy. 4 rounds. Very, very soft. This time, though, they know what's on the line. They know just how deep they need to dig, rather, to secure that playoff berth.
Simple got the maximum amount of aura.
Here for Wolves. Silfat crossing mid at a time, and that causes him and Bushi to pass like ships in the night.
Fans के सामने बोलना नहीं.
Has just gotten all the way into A, was running around as well, so
he's calling it too.
Wolves definitely.
Faker सीधा बोलेगा simple buy होंगे boot camp पे
करके. Yeah, A is wide open. They're just going to play it safe and late round run all the way back over to Neff to make this look effortless, easy on round 16. I'd be shocked if they take too much damage here, but don't speak too soon. Spring and Guardian have sheriffs.
और क्या?
At this point, who cares about damage? The BLG economy is so good.
JSW, I think JSW
round wins.
Offer लोगों का मैं main था और simple.
All right, well, cat's out the bag now for Wolves. Again, against a team like Billy, you can never sort of second guess. They do like to make those moves and reveal themselves pretty late into a round.
Shroud
only
तो
shot
भाई
is brought
Shroud है
up, but
भाई.
now with
Shroud
the
का
attackers
पूछना पड़ता है
fully
क्या रे
entrenched,
question mark.
Hank in the A side, they're armed to the
ए
teeth.
तुम लोग गेम देखोगे क्या? गेम देखोगे क्या हो रहा है इधर? सबसे बाप गेम है Valorant.
Really taking a round win from here. So set up for what you can. It's a rifle
Simple.
for young Spring.
Crazy shot by Spring.
One gun recovered, another kill for the board, sitting at a cool 18 right now.
Question of like what the plan should be going forward for Wolves. This early action hasn't exactly been fruitful. There we go. Just Spring, of course, with the rifle in hand, who opts not to perish to the spike. So even game now, folks, 4 rounds in a row, picked up for Billy.
That's true.
Building very nicely off a pistol win into a bonus win. Whereas Wolves have been a little absent. Haven't really been able to unravel things, and we've seen when the pace of the game gets taken away from them, they have at times struggled to assert themselves. That is more Josh than I could ever handle.
I don't need that many.
That is a full thrower team of sideshows.
One is enough. One is enough. Really. In a 1-2-2, slow prod towards mid right now. YZ taking his time to clear up forward. Really expecting some kind of trap play, which is set up towards B main, to be fair.
Language.
Something for Juicy to capitalize off of. Maybe C's nade as well.
Returning to this point, but Juicy was the one that got Wolves rolling. They had a rough start to this map. They were often in 4v5s, losing a player early in the round. Juicy was still able to, just by brute force.
भाई डिफेंसिव मैप है ना कि बदल गया रातों रात क्या सीन है?
Credit to the rest of them, they did convert on those.
हाँ?
All events just taken for free. Some good map control right now for BLG.
All by roadmap easy है, you have to be
so they can get
the best in the game. That is the only roadmap.
Making their presence known so they can just pivot back through vent, get into mid, go for a B split.
Look at how they pulled the rotation. Stealing sight. Yeah, Juicy realizes he needs to double back over towards defense side. Spawn here. Lysor trying to hold the left side of this, but crosshair positioning broken as Neff dives on out. Lysor here has to come alive, and that might just be enough. Stunning follow-up.
One enemy remaining.
Levy's here is bereft of teammates, running out of time. It certainly doesn't have a lot of options at his disposal. He's finally rewarded for their patience, trying not to over-rotate early, even though Juicy was at risk of doing just that. Levies doesn't have time to play.
That really is the key. Both of these teams just playing that slow style on attack, not over-committing. They are happy to make these late pivots. Love to see Lysor making his mark on this map. We talked about the experience of this guy.
The membership.
Every international event he attended last year. Certainly cannot say the same for the rest of Wolves. They are new to this. Sufa IGL saying it's been his dream to be here.
Please खड़े मत हो जाना.
Through so much and has arrived on stage.
That has got to feel vindicating.
भाई आज रूसिया भाई कैसे नहीं मार रहे? मार तो रहा है रूसिया.
Fantastic showing on Ascent. He was a little bit slow to start here, but that's composure. That's years of experience. That anchoring on that B side.
2 round back-to-back defense करने बस.
And if Wolves can follow up their slower approach to these defense side rounds with precision and composure like that, they'll have the stopping power against this BLG team.
Trying to funnel the orbs over to Neff, get him very close to the Seekers being activated in this round.
Set
up to play off this unbreakable trip, doubled up.
बहुत control दिया है BLG को.
Patience from BLG.
बहुत ज़्यादा control दिया है BLG को.
BLG like. When is YZ just going to run it down and just keep pushing?
Yeah, I mean,
really haven't seen a whole lot of that.
It's the same on Ascent, right? It gets the double Senti comp. In fairness, that kind of requires a bit of a lighter touch. Patient, trying to work the map. They pulled a bunch of early rotation from Wolves in the previous rounds. Levius has walked up. Okay, time to anchor.
They want to get in. Wow, from the shadows actually popped. Why are you getting some assistance with Lysor here?
I've got your trade.
There's no follow-up for Spring. There's no way to double down on at least secure a trade. Why are you good for it though? Lysor to the rescue. Just the one this time around, but one might be enough. As Russia down to 33 health for 2 players about to accost him from that heaven side. This would have to be a monumental clutch. Pinged down by the Horde, and Juicy comfortably dispatches. Now, that money's starting to bleed down a little bit for Billy. But such a good start to this half means they've been inoculated from this sort of volatility. Can still keep the pressure on with those weapons.
Impact भाई क्या केच था वो और क्या impact था लाइजर का
Great from Lysor to get over to assist YU, who was fully committed to anchoring this site. So even though they got a pick elsewhere and theoretically would have loved to play for a retake with man advantage, that wasn't an option. They needed to help YU. Lysor gets over there with the ult. They double up.
दोनों बैक साइड पे अटके हुए फिर भी मारा भाई.
And now we've got the timeout call.
खड़े मत होना अभी रोल नंबर बोला नहीं है.
Danger. Wolves getting back into this defensive half, stringing rounds together much earlier than they could against Sentinels. It was in that game too little, too late. But here, able to get back in the lead, close to so many ultimates.
ये last round है for BLG. अगर ये round आता then is GG well played.
Pressure to Billy.
And for Wolves, a win here against Billy, or at least having to play against them for that spot in playoffs. Bittersweet, I'm sure.
BME और
Because
non-sim
all these
का
Chinese
क्या
teams
होगा?
would love to see one another
वो
advance
होता है
forward, but this
जो
region has
टीम
already
अच्छा नहीं खेलता वो
well
लोग
and truly
निकल
put
जाते
themselves
हैं.
on the map in the past in 2024. We know what they're capable of. But even still, Wolves being the team that might advance the playoffs over Billy, shocked many of us. They've shown such determination, grit, and quality of play over the course of this group stage. Still a couple of rounds from that kind of milestone, but I'm sure they're thinking of it. I'm sure they're trying not to, but I'm sure it's there.
Out of this timeout, adjustment for Billy. Wisely picks up the attack side operator. We saw him do this a lot on Lotus and was finding success. Some crazy multi-kills.
हम किस तरफ से? मैं तो BLG की तरफ था, लेकिन
well played from Wolves, just simple nade.
Wolves ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Forward, get the orb to Juicy. Showstopper now available.
पैसा है रे BLG के पास.
Spring's positioning is actually the variation in this round.
मेरे को लगा ये round आ रहा तो
given up
लेकिन पैसा
entirely.
है उन लोग के पास.
Just played right out to the edges of A and B respectively.
Real issue with this operator would just be the fact that
भाई
Wolves have not been giving it BLG anything. They're not offering themselves up. They are content just playing safe in these sites, waiting for late rounds. I mean, this could be an opportunity. Maybe YZ posts up, catches a jump spot from Lysor.
Toxin screen down.
Juicy has a showstopper, so Lysor can fall off this line if he's pressured.
It's just such a hard shot to hit. Has to swing out and get the reaction time.
And now you're just going to get stall utiled. Like, you're just going to have smokes rotated there by Lysor.
भाई 35 seconds के अंदर वो लोग को Omen Blind, Seize, Nade, Ult
maybe a showstopper comes
सबसे लड़ना है.
There it is from Juicy, who can't even get it off in time.
Okay, that's a bit of a miss, no doubt about it. Sealfat, though, sees a golden opportunity to play off that Seize and gets one, but doesn't expect there to be so many. Almost recovers in time, but it's not to be. And Lysor, there was an opportunity there, a chance to stop Billy in their tracks. The patience from the attackers has absolutely paid off.
10 seconds left.
And YU's got no business being on that B side of the map.
Just a moment away from Juicy. Likely
इंडिया प्लेयर्स सब खेलेंगे जल्दी खेलेंगे भाई जल्दी खेलेंगे उसमें.
Rocket fired. But Neff was a little bit too quick.
सब वैलोरेंट का मैच देखने बैठेंगे तो दुकान पे कौन बैठेगा? आप समझ आ रहा है कौन बैठेगा? Excuse me.
A slight moment before popping that showstopper too when he was in the corner. All those little things adding up, spelling disaster for the side of Wolves. They've still got enough money to buy here. Head into the next round. Still
इतना easy round to defend था ये भाई. 35 seconds.
Compared to the last time these two teams played on this map, Billy have
बहुत गलत खेला.
so much better here today.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, we've really got to, I think, acknowledge the step up from both sides. I mean, the Ascent gameplay for Wolves is light years apart.
क्या language है नबील भाई?
They played Billy with a really
Premium किस वाली में 100 rupees minimum.
Last time out here for Wolves.
कैसे कर लेते हो things? मैं किधर
किया? able to take the round. Even when things looked a bit
क्या 6,200 लोग Wolves versus BLG देख रहे. दो ऐसी टीम जिनके बारे में मेरे को तो एटलीस्ट घंटा नहीं पता. मतलब क्रेजी प्लेयर तो है ये लोग. हाँ मतलब है दोनों टीम्स है
I mean, Wolves are giving up so much of the map that it's really hard
Like
to
करो
get
chat.
relevant information.
आप आ जाओ इधर
Things
जाते
like how many
गेम
players are
देखने
stacked up, the
मत
fact that
करो
there was
यार
3
विराज भाई
BLG players
मिसिंग
mid,
कर
they
रहा
don't
हूँ
have
यार
a mechanism
मिसिंग कर रहा हूँ
with which
सच्ची
to find that out in advance.
मीटअप
That's
भी
why
कर
Sufat's
लेता
got
मैं
the
अगर
util in his hand,
टोरंटो
hoping
होता
to
तो
try and haunt to see what else is happening in mid.
बंक्स भाई
Different
मुझे
world,
अभी
they
पता
kinda
चला
know.
एडीजी
There are
टिंडो
multiple players
क्वालिफायर
there.
और
They play
वीसीटी
around the season a little
कैसे
differently.
नवप्रीत भाई
Maybe
यही
more
मेरे को
passive
देखने
angle
का है
on the showstopper even.
ये दोनों टीम्स नंबर #2 और नंबर #3 लड़ रही है चाइना की यही मेरे को देखने है कि इसकी भीड़ की ये दोनों टीम को हराने वाला एक और टीम है मतलब समझ रहे हो तुम लोग और वो टीम एसेंशन से वो लोग का एसेंशन से जीत के #1 आई है उनकी रीजन में मेरी कान फट रही मेरे को वो टीम देखना है
You're trying to use to make
thank you the €5 of the funds for Jan Toads.
So Coach Fade, has he been able to cook something up for Wolves in this round number
Big
20?
Pie, last time
Game is getting
Navpreet Bhai ने
uncomfortable.
500 कभी
It
दिया
has
था
to be
pounds and the
comfortably tight in the
euros
second half.
बहुत टाइम हो गया I think 1972
Took a long time to get started,
1972
losing pistol
बात.
and bonus, allowing the game to be evened at 8-8. Since then, it's been haymakers from both sides, but back and forth round results.
ऐसे को ऐसे में कृष्ण ने जरा just saying भी रहने दो भाई
broken by Spring.
Krishi, thank you for the membership.
If you can find a kill.
टीम के कारण ने आपके कारण देख रहे बंक्स भाई लव यू यार अभिनीत भाई लव यू यार
Showstopper could be pretty relevant.
सेंटी मत करो बैंस रात
Why is he trying to open up mid with this op? Juicy this time.
Chat,
feels like a more
अब
subtle
zero
approach to
mistakes
controlling
होना.
Mail Room in heaven might be in order.
He doesn't really have anyone to swing off of him. Why is he running forward? What a spray down from Juicy! No one able to trade. K-Knight trying to get into the side, trying to make something happen.
ये जो भैया जी अपना
Pushed up with an op. Wisey was out in front of
ऑफ
the
लेके
way.
गया है
This time Juicy! Patience pays. Dividends. The flawless for Wolves out of absolutely nowhere. And all of a sudden the mood in the entire room has changed. Juicy out of his seat. 4 brilliant kills. But look at the position they forced BLG into.
अगले अमेज़न का लिंक भेज दूंगा जीपे कर दूंगा खुद मंगा लेना अरे किधर है वो कंप्लेंट तो करो लेकिन वो नहीं है यहाँ पे इंद्रजीत भाई कंप्लेंट करो या फिर डिलीवरी गाय को कॉल करके वहाँ पे रहेगा ना उनको बोलो नॉट रिसीव करके वो आपका रिफंड मिल जाएगा
To some extent, both of these
क्योंकि
teams
यहाँ पे ना
written
बहुत
off,
सारे
but to a
सोसाइटीज है वो शायद
seriously
इधर और
greater
देख के
extent
बोल दे
for Wolves.
रिसेप्शन में दे दी
And they are
कि मेरे इधर तो नहीं
right
है
within
वो
touching distance of making it into the playoffs.
इंद्रजीत भाई थैंक यू
More so
फॉर
than
द
I think any other
17.9
international
एंड
tournament in the
जान के
past.
टोटे
China's been written off here, and yet
नवप्रीत
we're
भाई
about
काश
to
दोस्त
get
मेंबरशिप किधर है
two
क्या फायदा
teams
इतना
in the
हैंडसम दिखने का
playoff run.
हाँ
Even before that, we have a rivalry renewed. The
भले एनिमे का फोटो है लेकिन
matchup
आप ही हो ना
between Wolves and Billy, one that Billy historically dominated. 6-2 is their record. But more recently, it's
नवप्रीत
this
भाई
Wolves
थैंक
team
यू
that
फॉर
have
द
come of
मेंबरशिप
age,
मेरे
that have
जान
come
के
alive,
टोट्स
and that have developed a new facet to their game. Billy grouped here with 3 on the B side. Once
ये
again, they don't get off the
अगर
march early. In fact, Neff's on the
BLG
receiving end of some shots
आ रहा
down mid from
जो कि नहीं
Silfat.
हारेगा
But a showstopper
तो
could
पैसे
be
खत्म
just
होने वाले
what the doctor ordered.
क्यों नहीं हारेगा
Side
क्योंकि
open
अल्ट
free.
है इसका
Decent little intuition, but he's about to back away. The Viper's pit's coming right down. Juicy sees a chance to trade and deals with the raise. Now can turn his attention to the site itself, but it's wayward. Levius holds his ground. Neff low, but still being made use of on the A side to keep a couple Wolves players there. TP though in from Russia to bolster the attack side, forces it be. Neural Theft forces Silfat out. Now they know where the fade is
blue
playing
world.
from.
You could see Subats really wanted to get in, but couldn't find the timing. Neff, patience required. He
एकदम
can't
लेट आना
overplay
पड़ेगा
his
नेफ
hand.
को
Just simply existing in the back line, so Wolves know eventually they'll have to deal with this flank. Look at Lycer, the way he has to adjust, just expecting this flank to come at some point. But Neff merely needs to stay alive. Keep them distracted.
बाप रे क्या पेशेंस है भाई
Critics be damned. Finds 2. Tries to open this up, but now 1v2 for the round in time. Really not working for him at all. Maybe looking to keep a cap on these guns. Get in there and give it a tap. But unfortunately, his contemporaries fell apart on the site while he tried to hold.
अब हो रहा है ना
Right back to the
क्लोज
tit for tat
गेम
rounds we go. Billy get that 10th.
टिट फॉर
Spring
टैट
was playing so close with that pit, so Wisey had the ideal opportunity. to catch him out with a
ये
showstopper.
भारी पड़ा.
Sure, traded out by Juicy, who then tries to make the adjustment. Losing the duel to Levy as Sufat wanted so desperately to get into
I think Juicy एक मार के डायरेक्ट कूद जाता था ना.
no chance to do it.
ओपी होता कि वो स्पिट रुका के तो रखा था.
It's so funny.
W split
The
था.
reputation, I think, for these two teams coming out of the home region was that there was this volatile, fast-paced play, but this is so different. This is really looking like a chess match between our
चुपचाप
teams.
but VC के
Slow,
टाइम बढ़त
early
जाता
to
है. क्यों
mid-rounds,
नुप्रीत भाई? मैं
rotations
कहती
to
हूँ.
pull across the map. And finally, these burst executes.
Full investment here for Wolves. This could be worth 2 for BLG, but the spam through from Sufat collects onto K-Knight.
Oh,
Nightfall
shit.
ripped through ramps, connecting onto multiple players now.
Despite this, Nef still looking for opportunities to get onto the A side proper.
Oh shit.
Why is he that decay now?
Zero
dissipating,
control है BLG
shrugged
के
off the
पास.
Nightfall.
And all the while, Wolves that had no reason to
नहीं
get
जा
onto the
सकते वो
safe
लोग
side,
ए
look at
पे
the
वो
rest
लोग
of the
को
map, still
बी
unbreakable
पे वो
trip,
लोग को ए
place
रीहीट ही
in
करना
mid,
पड़ेगा.
and an AWP picked up from Juicy.
वो
That's
ऑप्शन नहीं है.
They can be steadfast. 3 players ready here on A.
Right now, they've got the
ए
perfect
रीहीट
coverage.
होने वाला है.
It's up to BLG here to generally manifest an opportunity.
Look at the spring.
मिड मेल में
aware.
स्मोक. Rip तोड़ो.
Wants to double up,
A
play
hit
a
करो.
crossfire with YU.
चलो.
It's going to be rewarded if he holds this. Trap cleared there, spring into action for 2! The BLG now! Spikes in mid, but their players are over on the A side of the map. All but unrecoverable, this situation.
मेल के लिए स्मोक.
This people just bide his time.
के लिए डाला बी
To
है.
trade his life, that's fine.
One enemy
Why is he
remaining.
pops up and pops right back down? Not the kind of game of whack-a-mole he's looking to play. He's on the wrong side of that arrangement. Still prevails against Spring, but there are other players waiting for him, licking their lips.
भाई
His
जो
Wolves,
टीम 3-0 हारा है वो
the
टीम
scent of blood, they
2-0
caught
जीत
it
रहा है.
one round away from making it to a Masters Toronto
Unbelievable,
playoffs.
Binks, unbelievable.
Spring just made such an intelligent rotation there into Vents after things were slowed down. There was that
ये
noise
गलत
cut
कला
from
पे वो लोग को ए
BLG,
ही हिट करने
pivoting
का
to
था.
play the cross
पॉइंट
with
में था
YU,
भी फेक करके
expecting that the BLG team would either
मेल
try to work
स्मोक
themselves
करके वो
into a
लोग को
split or at
प्रॉपर
least try to
स्प्लिट
draw
ही
some
करना
attention
था.
back towards mid to get some rotates off that A site. He is prepped, ready, holds the cross.
ये वो सेकंड ब्रिज का
More
कोने वाली
multi-kills for
मतलब
him, topping the board at 21. It's Wolves on match
ये नहीं
point,
समझा.
potentially doing the unthinkable. Juicy locking
मतलब?
down B main with this op. Can he find the opening?
Camping down, it's K-Knight down already. And yet, Billy
ये आ रहा तो आउट.
still determined to look for something here at B. Why you overextend, showstopper, why is he? Oh, he gets tracked by Juicy. Now he can fall back onto the side, still with his op in hand. Neural Theft revealing the BLG are all about this B side hit, and so Juicy finds yet another. 3 kills with the op in this round. And he knows, he feels the weight of consequence on his shoulders. He knows how close Wolves are to completing a miracle run here through groups. Just one more step. Naf low, Viper's bit up here for Levius. They've at least got that to work with the Billy. They're fully committed. Still no spike plant. Levius has not found a window in order to deploy that. Naf is looking for a timing, a way out. Lysaw deals with him. And it's on Levius now, all on the Viper, who still hasn't found a chance to plant. And it just so happens if you dare to dance with the Wolves, you might just get bitched. A second team from China in our Masters Toronto playoffs.
Juicy with an unreal play
आज
on the final
काजोस वाला
round.
मैसेज जो
Waited
देखा
years to
था
just be able
मेरा वो
to play in the VCT at all. Couldn't
Hater
get a
वो
spot
वाला
in
meme
Pacific.
क्या?
The home
जिप-
region has to go over to China. Joins this Wolves team who go on an unlikely run to even qualify for Toronto. That was Sufat's dream. And now they're taking it even further. He said
भाई क्या फील होता रहेगा ना यार चैट. लोअर ब्रैकेट में 3-0 हारे थे ये लोग वो टीम से 3-0 कन्विंसिंगली हारे थे भाई ये लोग और अभी 2-0 जीते. 3-0 के पहले 2-0 मारा था वो तो पहले ना रिसेंटली तो 3-0 हारे ना वो लोग.
Now achieved. And Juicy finally a chance to stand on a stage like this. Lysaw vindicated. So much to talk about generally down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with Sufat.
Congratulations, Wolves! Sufat baby, yeah. we're gonna need you. Okay, first time that we have 2 CN teams in the Masters playoffs, and it's not EDG, and it's not FPX. What does that say about the CN region?
首先恭喜你们赢下了比赛的胜利，因为这是第一回在大师赛我们有2支 CN 的队伍，而且这2支队伍不是 EDG， 不是 FunPlus， 是大家熟知的那些队伍。你觉得这对于 CN 赛区来说意味着什么呢？
वो क्यूट को देख के ना जोजो की याद आ गई। अब होगा नेट्स और प्लेयर साहब तो क्रेजी मैच है भाई।
赛区的，我觉得。就是因为我们 VCT CN 其他的队伍或者所有人都让我们每一个人都学习到很多成长。其实无论是哪一支队伍进到季后赛，只要是 VCT CN 都会很开心。我很骄傲。
चाइना हम खेल रहे थे तब हम 3-0 से हारे थे, लेकिन अब हम लोग को मजा है, हम 2-0 जीते हैं।
And I really, to be honest, I really learned a lot from our
सिर्फ
region.
Wolves के 5 प्लेयर के
100%
पिकअप्स होगा मेरे को भी लग रहा है भाई।
So many things from our region. And
भाई
no matter
मेरे हिसाब से जो लोग एकदम कट्टर फैंस है ना वुल्व्स का, कट्टर फैंस, मतलब जो लोग ऐसे कि भाई वुल्व्स ही है बराबर, वो लॉट के 10% लोगों का राइट रहेगा, क्योंकि ये फॉर एग्जांपल चाइना रीजन की टीम है बराबर। अभी जैसा मेरे पिकम्स में 2 पैसिफिक डाला मैंने, PRX और जेंजी, तो चाइना रीजन के पिकम्स में भी वो लोग ने 2 टीम्स डाला रहेगा, मेजॉरिटी लोगों ने जिनका लव है वो रीजन, समझ रहे हो? एक्सक्यूज मी, तो क्या बोल रहा था मैं भूल गया। मतलब बेसिकली बहुत जन का पिकम्स गलत हुआ है ये टीम की वजह से। क्या बोल रहा था मैं पूरा भूल गया, पता है?
其实我觉得真的没有特别说哪个版本会比较不适应，就是我觉得之前那个版本确实会打得比较慢，但是打得比较慢不代表不适合我们5个，因为我们5个
चैट स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, स्ट्रीम को लाइक
很
करो,
灵活的，就是我
चैट
觉得
स्ट्रीम
打
को
得
लाइक
慢，我
करो,
们为
स्ट्रीम
什
को
么打
लाइक
得不
करो,
好，是
चैट
因为
स्ट्रीम को
可能
लाइक
当
करो।
中一些细节啊、决策啊或者走位、时机、整团队整个配合很多方面。导致到我们那把的失利，但这把的快节奏是因为我们把其他的细节，无论是沟通、走位、配合、信息、timing， 全部都配合得很好。我觉得大家心态又很好的时候，我觉得这样子任何版本我们都可以认付，只要是做好细节的话，我们可以面对不同的版本，其实都一样的。
ये क्या है? PMWA क्या है?
The patch issue, and we used to have the slow pace patch. But I think the reason why we didn't perform that good on that patch was like, we didn't manage to focus on our details. We do something wrong, maybe on the decisions, our movements, and some communications. But right now we come to this new patch, and I think the only thing that we did good was our communication and our decision, and we know how to fix things out, and we know how to fix our details. And if we can do like that, no matter what kind of patch is right now, I think we can do very good.
Okay, lastly, playoffs. Pressure.
कर दिया लाइफ में से पार पे, थैंक यू फॉर द 40 मेरी जान के टोटे।
我觉得其实已经没有任何的压力了，因为我觉得从我一开始来 Master Toronto， 我觉得
भाई वॉल फाइटिंग लिखा है भाई, जी फैन लग रहा है।
我会觉得我只要把我队友的实力跟潜力让全部人都看到，其实我的队友是很厉害的。然后我也很谢谢他们相信我。其实我们已经没有任何的压力了，尽管多么不被人家看好，我们是实力什么排名啊或者什么实力，我觉得没关系，我们还是相信着自己，打好每一把就好了。
I think right now I have no pressure at all. Things are arrived at Toronto. I'm truly
गलत
happy
नहीं था पर मस्ती
that
किया
we
भाई।
have the
देखो
opportunity to.
सिंपल बात है, गलत नहीं रहेगा। एक तो मेरे लिए आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, उसने मेरे को सुपर चैट किया, मेरे लिए आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है। दूसरी बात, स्काउट बाय का नाम है और जाया का नाम है, ठीक है? तो मेरे को नहीं मालूम कुछ ना, मैं कमेंट कर सकता हूँ, कोई सेंस नहीं बनता ऐसे सुपर चैट करके बकचोदी करने का। सिंपल सिंपल एकदम सिंपल। जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट मेरे को मालूम है वो बकचोदी करो, मेरे रिलेटेड जितना बकचोदी करना है वो करो, फुल सपोर्ट, कभी कुछ नहीं बोला। जिधर आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट और मेरे फेलो क्रिएटर्स का नाम आएगा ना, जीरो टॉलरेंस। वो तो बहुत टाइम से बकचोदी कर रहे, इस बार टाइम आउट दिया है, बट कोई दूसरा बंदा रहता था, पहला हाइड करता था, फिर मैं बात करता था सीधा। आज कॉलेज का लास्ट डे था, सारे फ्रेंड्स घूमने गए, नोबडी इनवाइटेड मी। मेरा विवाह चल रहा था, नो वन वेटेड टू टेक पिक्चर्स विद मी। सबकी स्नैप देख रहा हूँ। अजय भाई यही बेस्ट है, पता है, बेस्ट है। नए फ्रेंड्स ढूंढो, अभी कॉलेज खत्म होएगा, उसके बाद जब तुम लोग दूसरी जगह जाओगे, नए फ्रेंड्स ढूंढो भाई, नए फ्रेंड्स ढूंढो। बीवी के साथ रहो, विवाह विवाह हो गया तो ये सब क्या है भाई। कॉलेज में कैसे हो गया इसका शादी? वाइवा आई, अच्छा 20 मार्क वाला। अरे वाइवा चल रहा था रे बाबा। आज भाई क्या होता है ना, कभी कभी दूसरे बंदे बहुत खुश होते हैं ना, तो वो खुशी का वो लोग को वो नहीं मालूम रहता। तो देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग, अगर दोस्त है तो तेरे को भी थोड़ा बहुत समझना पड़ेगा। वो लोग का एग्जाम्स खत्म हो गया, वो लोग भी खुश है, वो लोग किधर गए रहेंगे घूमने, हो सकता है कि भूल गए रहेंगे। बात कर लो, और जान पूछ कर दल्लागिरी की है और वो लोग नहीं बोलते सॉरी कि मैं भूल गया, देन यू लुक फॉर अदर फ्रेंड्स। बट आई फील कभी कभी हो जाता है, कभी कभी हो जाता है, भावुक हो जाते लोग। बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट हमेशा देना चाहिए। चैटर को चाय लेके आया, वही कब चाय लेके आया, मैं गरम कर गया। माफ करो बाजत रिकॉर्ड में आती बस ही का। मेरे पास ताज वाला चीज डाल है, चट डाली दो उसको।
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you.
I've told you there's nothing wrong.
This is your last chance.
I've told you there's nothing wrong.
I don't know if you're ready to see what I want to show you.
I've told you there's nothing wrong. Except that I'm in a hurry and you're taking up my time.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Wolves have made it through, which means there is only one slot left for playoffs, and it comes down to PRX and Team Liquid. I am your hosting, so I'm back here again with Mel and Ender. I cannot believe there's only one slot left, and it's Liquid or PRX. You would have thought that both of them will be making it through.
Yeah, you don't want to have to choose between these two teams, but somehow that's the situation we find ourselves in now. PRX coming off of a tough loss to Gen.G, and TL with Nats back are looking strong.
Yeah, and I really thought maybe there just isn't enough time to incorporate their IGL so last minute when he got here yesterday, and I was proven wrong. They came out the gate swinging, and Nats is still in that argument for most valuable player in my eyes purely because they win with him and they lose without him.
And the craziest thing is that these two organizations have met before. Almost everybody on PRX participated in that match at Champs 2022, and nobody on the side of Team Liquid and this current roster was there. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup, and you heard it from Nat himself. He's never faced PRX, so I have no idea how it's going to go today, but Mel, this is definitely going to be one of the most important games for these two teams.
Yeah, I think too, thinking about the EMEA playstyle and how it matches up against APAC, traditionally I would say it favors APAC most of the time. That raw aggression and how they play typically tends to take teams like Team Liquid off guard.
I like that we have the matchup here with Nats coming in, the mind versus the madness that is PRX, and that's really what we're going to see unfold in the server today, because PRX have been continuing to play pretty off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah, normally it's Mind Freak, right? Instead of just the mind.
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But for Paddy, now on Team Liquid, it's going to be a little bit about revenge because he was eliminated by PRX last year at Masters. So ahead of today's matchup, of course, we're going to put him up against one of his opponents. Here's Jen, Davai, and Patatek.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Davai and Patatek. Now Davai, this is Patatek.
Hello.
Hello.
And in case you don't remember, you've been living in his mind rent-free since Masters Madrid. You sent him home once. Are you going to send him home again?
We probably gonna extend the trip here, and on the way back you can think of me more.
Whoa! Patatek, you heard the man, but I feel like you've been waiting for this rematch for the longest time ever. You know, what's the game plan here? What's on your mind?
Just more experience and just shoot heads, because we're gonna come hard for you.
Redeem yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, Sliggy, which side are you on this time?
Yo, Sliggy, don't forget you are Liquid content creator.
I guess if you switch the train, I guess you are heading to Berlin.
Choo-choo!
Why do we stop that? Why do we even come back to the death? I want just the entire pre-match to be a back and forth.
It's like they're fighting over custody of Sliggy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Sliggy of all people. You know, in a world where Mini exists, FNS is out here watch partying. They're going after Sliggy. Damn. Can't believe that.
That was so funny. I really wish I could see more of that.
Yeah, and I also love the way that normally you would expect Patatek to be one of the trash talks a bit more, but on the side of PRX, it's Davai coming out, giving it. Can he back it up? Does he have a reason to be this confident?
I mean, I think so, honestly, coming into this game. You know, PRX, their opening match looked so powerful. It was all of a sudden like, hold on, this team is a serious threat to go deep in the tourney. That kind of changed, though, and that's where maybe the doubts creep in this match versus Gen.G.
There's definitely ample opportunity for
please.
doubt to creep in, like
Please,
you said.
Jit,
But I think
PRX,
if there's
please.
any saving grace here for PRX,
Please.
I think you could just write off the fact that the team they
Let's
played
go,
against was
Dash.
just so good, and that's the reason why, you know, Gen.G ended up coming out on top. They're looking so strong. So if I'm PRX, I'm thinking, I mean, that's
Microwave
like
भी
now
बोलता
one of the
रहेगा,
favorites to win the
बार-बार
tournament.
बधिर आ रहा है
let's
गरम
just keep
करने
it
को.
pushing and remind ourselves how well we did play on that first match.
And you heard Paddy there. We're going to shoot back harder than they shoot at us. They are
Binks
shooting
भाई
against
जिंक्स
Jingo.
करके
Not
मैच
many
2
people can out
मैं
aim
खत्म करो
and be
बैंक
able
स्पीड
to
दिख रही
handle the
है.
mechanics of
By
this
the way,
play.
जेरी के
that's the
सपोर्ट में
thing,
जब मैं
that, he
कॉन्टेक्स्ट
actually
नहीं पता
was a little bit
उसके सपोर्ट
outmatched
का
himself.
स्टिल
Part of
लव
this
यू
opening
यार
up was
लक्ष्य
very
भाई
close
लव
map
यू
of Ascent. He was getting super.
लक्ष्य भाई मेरे को पता है आप सिक्योरिटी टीम में हो टोरंटो के किधर भी जेरी भाई दिखे किधर भी पहला उसका वो इनवाइट चिन लेना समझ रहे हो टिकट जो रहता है ना अंदर आने का फिर जैसे ही बाथरूम में जाएगा वो सिक्योरिटी पूछेगा टिकट किधर है बाथरूम से धक्के मार के निकालेंगे उसको डब्ल्यू प्लान बेबी लक्ष्य भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $10
and innovated a lot of that aggressive Omen play.
Yeah, and PRX do have a lot of
Logged in
different set pieces to set up
Jingo
Jinx to
logged in
succeed on Icebox. Like, he has a lot of very aggressive teleports on the attacking side, especially into the A space, where he's going to be jumping forward and finding timings as he's going to have Sova darts landing, so people's heads turning around. He's going to be on lines before he's going to be expected, but it just wasn't clicking in that match, like we're saying.
And we saw a lot of innovation for the side of Liquid, but they got to respect the fact that PRX were the OG innovators. They were the OG team ender that were not afraid to get weird.
No, and Sent, this is about as weird as you can get. Like, in every single role except Omen, they're just playing a different agent than you'd expect Raze instead of a Jet Fade, instead of a Sova. But really what this comp, to me, I think is all about is sort of like taking double smokes to create smaller pockets of space on the map. And then
we are close to 5k likes. 350 लोग चाहिए जिसने like नहीं किया stream को like करके full screen में देख लो.
I think their Viper Wall usage especially was really cool and unique, and how they were pairing it in mid, like you're saying, slicing up mid.
आपकी उम्र के हिसाब से ऐसा लगता है 4 अटैक सोफा लगाना पड़ा. Excuse me.
And having all those smokes can make it really easy for you to slice up the map. But on the other side, Team Liquid runs a lot of weird comps of their own, so I wouldn't be too shocked. And I mean, Nats on the Viper, I'm not sure if he'll be taken off too off guard by the Viper walls.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You have that like Viper mirror on a lot of maps too. So I think there's a lot of different ideas you can have around that. I think PRX are usually using more like aggressive Viper walls, where Nats is going to have walls that are like slicing up sites, like his Viper on Sunset. That
I love it, Bang Bang. I love it too many times today.
So that you can always just keep flooding in.
Yeah, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mel. Why didn't you believe in Team Liquid
GEELI
against
Have you changed your
bye.
mind? Then listen, I have changed my mind. Okay, listen, I'm from Americas, right? I'm gonna root for MIBR, but I will not make that mistake again. I will not doubt my GOAT again. He is here to play, and I mean, the way he reacted to the Viper lurks on Icebox, you can just tell like he has just so much experience, and it really shows on a stage like this.
The thing is, Nats coming in.
He had to use a 6-man roster for Masters.
Now players,
only team.
Right? Team Liquid using 6 players and flexing out both Penny and Serial within that match was really interesting.
It was indeed, and we also, you know, saw some
now that
different faces of them. Maybe they have more comms prepared because
PRX baby.
Some of the comms they brought out we could
PRX
not
baby, मैं मिला हूँ भाई सबसे हाथ
we're
मिलाया
gonna
भाई
beat this
मैंने.
horse to death, pun intended, because you know Liquid horse. But Nats is just so important. He to me is the savior of Liquid, EMEA, all of our hopes and dreams. But we did hear from his coach, however, about how he felt about the matchup against PRX. Take a listen to this. So, what do you think about the draw?
I mean, I'm super excited, honestly. No matter what, it's going to be a very, very fun game, to be honest. I mean, I love watching PRX, and I'm very excited to play against them.
Starting with the Phoenix, was that Penny's idea? Did he come to you with that, or was that you and Yao thinking he could do something like this?
Yeah, it was our idea, honestly. It was actually without even practicing with Penny. Like, when we were back in Berlin, we were still, like, cooking some comps that we could make it work with him.
Player को
And
coach
obviously,
किया
like,
after
I had
match
a big
check
talk with Penny,
करेंगे
and I said,
उसका
like, yeah, I'm
performance
comfortable.
till one
And we thought
player
it made
from
sense
each
there,
team.
and it worked. And playing against PRX as well is going to be like
नहीं,
super.
नहीं,
I mean, I think it's going to be weird against weird.
Yeah, it gets weirder. Like there's even more weird things. That's my favorite kind of game. What's the counter to W Gaming?
PRX हारेगा कद्दू मेरा. और अगर PRX हारा तो gamer R को head दे दूँगा.
I can't wait to see that.
थोड़ा आवाज पहले बंद कर दे.
Weird, WW Gaming, what else we got? But more importantly, as you guys know, Team Liquid are running a 6-man roster for the rest of this tournament. And for the opening map, it will be Serial playing instead of Penny. Mel, what does that kind of tell us perhaps about the map veto and also the comp they could be running?
Yeah, it could tell us so much about the comp and the map veto, right? Because we see Serial really thrive in that Cypher and that Senti role, and Penny on the other side.
लेकिन मस्त player है ना Serial और
So when
Penny.
Serial was playing
बढ़िया player
in
लगे
their
यार
series
मेरे को.
yesterday, it was on Sunset, right, where they're going to be playing the Double Smokes comp with Serial on Cypher. Penny, on the other hand, was... Oh, and of course, what I forgot to mention, this means Camo is on Duelist, right? Whereas when Penny comes in, that was over on Icebox, and he's playing into the Jet, of all things.
And
but
Camo on the Chamber.
That's what I wanted to say, right?
Toronto is equal to
that's where it
5
gets
cube by.
interesting, because Camo could have, you know,
Toronto
or something.
by.
Chamber is not the default agent on that map as a solo sentinel, but it sort of enabled Team Liquid to play a very like individuals focused style of game and give a lot of agency to Canvid.
And I think, I mean, I gotta highlight Penny,
इससे
right?
समझेगा, मैं आज तक घर के बाहर नहीं निकला है भाई।
He's out here and it's so
वहाँ का एयरपोर्ट का नाम कैसे पता रहेगा मेरे
He's
को?
been so successful and so good for Team Liquid in these moments. So I mean, I guess you can't really go wrong. You got Camo in the duels you win, you have Penny in the duels you win. It's looking good no matter where you go.
What I find interesting is because the roster lock comes before map vetoes come in, is we have a situation where, for example, Serial starting today, Icebox could get picked, and all of a sudden maybe we see a different comp actually be played by Team Liquid. They have to be flexible.
And I'll add another layer onto that is because of the draw and PRX's name was pulled out of the pool first, they are default the first seed in this matchup. There will be no coin flip. So it kind of plays into what you said about prep and map choices.
Right, so you could maybe make some decisions based on the opponent you're seeing on the other side. Both teams are going to have that whole night ready to prep and know what they want to favor in the map select.
I mean, it doesn't get more important than this match. The prep, the blood, sweat, and tears, it will come down to this between PRX and Team Liquid. We only have room for one of them at playoffs. So without further ado, let's send this back down to the stage and bring out PRX and Team Liquid.
Dhruv bhai, thank you for the 31 months of cast. Those membership, love you, meri jaan. Love it too, meri jaan, Dhruv bhai.
PRX versus Team Liquid.
This is it, the last ticket for
PRX se hari to baare ha.
two modes of transport to get there. Smooth sailing through Liquid or track by track on that PRX train. Which one are we taking?
I absolutely love it.
Forgot भेजे मैं पता नहीं. I think you have to write hi hello after the stream starts so that netboard को मालूम पड़े तो देख रहे
looks like we're starting things out on split.
Yeah, and for me, you're
saying
I thought it was too little too late, but it was more than enough. Nats coming in, I'm fully on board the ship for Nats and in that Team Liquid.
And we didn't get to see split yesterday. It was map 3.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मैंने मेरे स्कूल में जितने भी फ्रेंड्स हैं ना जिनका सरनेम था जुनजुन वाला, सारे अमीर पक्ष थे, सारे अमीर, सारे। तो मेरा माइक ऋषि भाई आपके मुंह पे जा रहा है, किधर है 10,000 के सुपर चैट और सर गिफ्टेड, किधर है ऋषि भाई? माइक टू यू।
How much can you really prep for either team? Anything can go either way. We're seeing Team Liquid change comps the night before matches. They're changing players the day before matches. Anything can happen. It's going to get like some street valorant.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, in previous matchups, we have seen these play on the newer patches in recent events, and we've seen double smokes coming in, basically mirror compositions, right? Double duelist, Yoru plus a raise. The only and a fade.
Binks by average sleep hours कितना है? Usually 4 to 5 hours है. On a lucky day it's 6 hours, but 6 घंटे से ज़्यादा मैं almost 6-7 महीने के ऊपर
because Astra, we're starting to see less and less of a pick rate. A lot of teams are leaning towards that Omen because you can get up on higher ground on the attack.
ये month का पैसा उड़ा दिया, अगले month आन दो 200 gifted.
With the paranoia, right? When you don't have a breach or anything, makes taking control quickly over ramps and be heaven a lot easier with the Astra. You're not going to be able to achieve that in the same way.
My eyes go towards this Viper from now.
मतलब basically बंदे ने सटल फ्लेक्स किया है कि ये हर महीना 40-50 हज़ार उड़ाता है करके। सटल फ्लेक्स किया है ये बंदे ने। Just saying.
2020 and he has still not been punished.
And also,
health खराब हो जाएगा, जब खराब होगा तब रेस्ट लेंगे यार उसमें
need to play Teo Breeze
hey kiddies,
like every single game. We are moving back into a style of Valorant that very much benefits Nats' playstyle and the way he likes to call.
The lack of the breach in Teo means you don't feel as much threat when you're on the attack. When you're trying to go up ramps or you're trying to walk out B main, you don't feel like you're gonna walk into a breach Teo trap. So definitely gonna open up more for Nats, and I can't say enough how much I'm going to be watching him in this
PRX
and
जीतेगा
look to
प्लीज
him to
प्लीज
really
यार
carry
भाई
the
मेरे को नहीं
Exactly.
देखने
And
का
in
यार
terms
प्लीज
of
यार
of styles, we
प्लीज
saw in our opener, you know, the heavy exec team in BLG fall.
क्या करे जेट
slower,
PRX को
detailed,
जिताने के लिए
macro-oriented style of Wolves. I think there's similarities here between the two teams.
PRX का एक काउंटर
Yeah,
ब्रीच
PRX not
जब
messing
तक
about
लिक्विड
insta
ब्रीच नहीं
locking
लेता आई
this. You
थिंक
know,
दे आर
the
गुड
Divide versus Nats head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting. And
ठीक
I
है
don't anticipate anything different from Liquid either from what we talked about.
बस
Yeah, Paper
ब्रीच
Rex
नहीं है बच
insta-locking
गया
all of their
बच
agents
गया
and Team Liquid, the final picks coming in here. I'm also
गया
anticipating the Viper lock from Nat, so nothing from beyond the norm here, but still I'm expecting some brawly action.
इधर
here from
पावर
both
ये
of these
टीम में
teams.
पावर
Yeah,
जितने होता है
no,
भाई
I did
कॉम्प
misspeak
यूज होता है
earlier. It had been Paper X that had been rocking the Omen Team Liquid on the Astra, so no surprises yet on that front.
No, indeed. And
भाई ये
for
मैप पे
Nats,
फॉर्सिकन क्या
when
एस्ट्रा
the
खेलता
side
था
goes to the
यार
defense, he's going to be mid. When it's on the attack, he's
Omen
going to
खेल
be in
रहा
their
है
spawn with an outlaw.
The very important thing on defense for both these teams, especially our Yoru players, get in front of the Viper utility. There's no Sentinel on either team. Shutting down
Track
lurks
by
comes
track.
not from playing the information game off your abilities. It comes from being a human drone on the Yoru, taking those forward lines and cutting away the ability to lurk into your sights.
And I can't express this enough, the importance of the operator in moments
100%.
like that. It
बंक्स
makes
भाई
duels
सेक्सी
that are
गेम है
more
बहुत बड़ा है ना वो
50-50
शायद
into
लेकिन
90-10% win rate duels. You want to be able to just shoot the Viper lurk or the Cypher lurk and just end it there.
Or you've heard from the
मुंह में
coaches and
लेके
the players and the
कुछ
fans
मत
from us.
बोलो
This
जीत
is going to
जाएंगे
get weird. So I'm bringing you two people to keep us
चैट
grounded.
कौन कौन चाहता है
Take
कि
it
मैं
away,
जेरी भाई को
Achilles
हाइड दूं
Nathan.
We are going to do our damnedest, but every time we thought we were going to get something weird, it wasn't that weird in the end. We've had some, unfortunately, pretty straightforward performances from a lot of the teams. This one we are hoping to get down and
कैसे
dirty
एल्विन को
into
फोन
the
लगाया था हाँ
mud,
ना
into the
मी मी
glue,
मी
and have some
W
truly
यार W यार चैट लव यू यार चैट
batshit entertainment, to be frank. There's no other way to put it out there. Sorry for your ears.
Oh no.
I'll eat the fine.
They're
It's all
bleeding.
good.
डॉलर नहीं आएंगे
Let's
जैसे
go
हम
ahead
दो
and
ही
get
देते हैं
ready to
भाई
get
पांच
into
भी
the
नहीं
action.
पे
Toronto, are
आज
you
भी तो
ready
पेट्रोल
to
आउरा
get our
रहता थोड़ा
last team into the playoffs?
Quick start here. Team Liquid looking to push the pace. They're already TP'd in. They're already blast packed in. And they have control of this site.
Yeah,
It's gonna have to be a full-on retake for Paper Rex.
Decent amount of spam damage has been taken. 3 players tagged up here on the side of Liquid.
PRX हारा तो मेंबरशिप लूंगा नहीं चाहिए मेंबरशिप PRX को
Trying to go for
जीतने
the
दो
retake on Paper Rex, but they're already losing out on 2 players. Divide will peel one back as Pico will be taken out of the fray here. Moving on to the corner though. It's going to be Divide having to do it all. If he can't get it done. 3 players surviving. Liquid find the opening pistol here on Split.
I think the pace catching Paper Rex a bit off guard there. And they just stacked up
इधर
all in
इधर
screens trying to
बच
make a
जाएंगे मेरे ख्याल
retake.
से
And that's
दूसरा आईडी
just
से लेना
a
है यार ऐसे थोड़ी होता है
A crossfire
वो आईडी है तेरे पास
for Team Liquid. They've got players on every angle.
ले ले भाई हिमांशु भाई मेंबरशिप लो काज दो क्या कर रहे
Just trying to figure out how they're going to make this retake go, how they're going to use their util. By the time they're getting to that stage, they're already getting cut down.
Let's go.
And that's a great start for Team Liquid, especially
Do you have any friend who's
against this
member?
Paper X
Yes.
team who
I used to have
has
college
done
friend.
really well in the past against some of the EMEA teams, especially the first time they face them. Oh, there it is.
Trying to get an orb. Trying to get a push out, but Team Liquid just absolutely cut them down the size. Nice little headshot here from Divide with that Sheriff. Stops it from being flawless, but exit out event is going to be watched. Spam starts coming through, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and look for a reroute. At the same time, Kiko wanting to go on the prowl, trying to find this elimination, which would put him just 1 charge away from having a showstopper.
Exactly.
He will find it too. Kiko off to the races. And if he can find an orb, it's going to be a showstopper as Liquid will be looking
Revenge
for
में
first
hashtag
bonus.
nuts got Himanshu bhai love you 7.79 लेकिन एक बार फॉर्सिकन बाय को उठने दो फिर देख
Team Liquid all
जिंगू और फॉर्सिकन का डेडली डो में कोई नहीं बच पाया आज
Crazy to think. But this is the first time that Nats has ever
भाई
played
गोट तो
Paper
है
Rex
भाई Nats
on a
गोट
stage.
तो है भाई
It's wild to think that, considering how
Goat
many
तो है।
internationals
Ah,
he
man,
and
shit.
Paper Rex have been at. And that was one of the big things on my mind coming into this. How are they going to handle that? You know, on both sides.
गिले में गिले जुड़े हो मिस्टर
Phenomenal IPL now.
सेलिएंट मेरी जान जोड़े love you very unique
Camo
name
is taking the fight, not ready for the second
Nice,
layer though.
Jingo.
Jing does manage
Padi,
to fight
made
back.
padi.
Kiko breaks things wide open, straight up into the A side as Patman falls. Jing gonna try to lurk around the back, but Nat's watching for this, waiting in anticipation and winning it out. Spectre be damned, he finds the kill.
Bring them down.
And that pretty much seals the deal on this bonus getting converted.
I would think this should be a save at this point.
Vector से मारा है
Taking him to
Nats
Vi.
Toxins going up.
Maybe going for some damage here.
Vector से मारा है
Kiko lingering within the smoke, the corner hold here from Serial. Comes up with the goods, and now it's just Devi. Will not be able to find a damn thing. Team Aces, Team Liquid, get themselves a 3-0 start here on Split.
It's a bit concerning. I think one of the things that I really liked about Team Liquid, especially
Coach
watching their match against MIBR yesterday, was the coordination that they have. You know, you heard Nats talking about it in one of the quick glimpses we got into their comms, where he said, you know, call it out. If they're left, we go left. If they're right, we go right. You know, whatever we're doing, let's make sure we do it as a team. And you're already seeing that tremendous coordination from Team Liquid here to start. And PRX is trying to spread the map a bit, go for some one-and-done plays, trying to use their natural talent to get some advantages,
इसी बात का बुरा नहीं लगेगा इसलिए कारण मैं मस्ती करता हूँ बाकी चैट में जो प्रश्न है कारण आया खास तौर पे फिर हाइड खा लूँगा कंटी होगा यार बेचारा फिर भी गाली पे उसको थैंक यू जेरी थैंक यू तो $5 में जान की टोटी
A PRX maneuver.
थोड़ा हो रहा बड़ा जेरी का $5
Peeking there from the box, just the classic in hand.
10 में क्या ही बढ़ेगा ना
Give up a bit of space.
wonder
Trying to escort the rest of the team forward as the flashes try to fly. Not getting the full blind, but the paranoia will certainly do the job. Slows up the approach here. The shots start connecting. 2 more kills gonna be found for the side of PRX, and Kiko down to 6 HP. But PRX now in a fantastic position to convert this.
Great adjustment from PRX, and a good kill, able to find that by Patman's way. Really opens things up. I mean, Kiko.
Enemy remaining.
Yep.
Strike them down. Restricted confirmed. PRX sparing themselves some
5
bushes
सेकंड
from the
में
previous
राउंड
3
खत्म
rounds.
बेबी दैट्स PRX
Yep. That's about right for PRX. Why save when you have
Hey,
100 credits
say-
and 0 credits between your 2 last players when you have rifles, when you can just go through and win thrifties like this? I mean, it's just the
blue
PRX
blind.
way. And you just have to ride the wave. That's hugely fine Serial first. Kiko just dead to right at that point with 6 HP. Able to take down the full health Kiko there very quickly.
Just awarded 3 more rounds of
अभी आ गया रे बाबा
something on the peak out in the main, gets rid of Nats, and
चलो चलो Nats को मार दिया 3-2 पट से
PRX players, it's going to feel like the rest of this round should be a bit more breezy.
Poison's off.
This is
इधर भी ऑफ उधर भी
you
ऑफ
need that operator to come alive.
So worldwide just shifting around.
या समथिंग मिड में भी जाके ऑफ मार
First 2 kills, Kiko will be able to
भाई
answer on
मस्त
back.
मारा बे किको ने उसके
Looking to
एंगल
make a
में
run
घुस
of
के
this, try to make
किको ने
it
सेक्सी मारा ब्रो
costly as possible. Slim up the bankroll here from
ये नहीं
PRX.
करना था बस अभी हो गया जिंक्स हैं
Where do they decide to go is the question. Operator's going to be sliding back in towards garage here.
भाई मस्त खेलते ना लेकिन दोनों टीम
Something on the angle. Ready to bring this one to a swift conclusion, and he shall. 3K. It's PRX their second round win.
Yeah, this is what you really need. The game plan for PRX.
Hey, something
in the
A पे
first
ऑफ कर
round
अरे नहीं
hasn't
B पे ऑफ कर
changed.
अरे
Now
वो
it's
A
just they're
गया रहेगा
converting
अभी
on
अरे
these
नहीं
opening
अभी भी
kills.
B
They're
पे
getting
ये
that
कमजोर
advantage.
रहेंगे वहाँ पे
Whether it be Patman, Sheriff, or here with something operator, that's really what they need to get going. Gotta find those man advantages on this defender's side. Don't let Liquid get into those post plants. They are going to likely shut you out, no matter how good your retakes are.
पैसों के लसूड़े लग गए ये राउंड जीता PRX नेक्स्ट राउंड इको है 4-3 होएगा फिर राउंड जीतेंगे 5-3 फिर वो लोग इको जाएंगे 6-3 for PRX baby.
It's not going to see too much. Wide open A site.
Spot on the one, maybe a glimpse there onto the Divide. He's going to try to push the pace here. Hit him on top of this Yoru, who takes him low, but cannot take him down. Camel surviving 33 HP, but Patman closely encroaching here. Nats around the corner. Dealt with there, Pat attack. They fall, the Nightfall's going to be committed. Kiko able to avoid that, so they might not be too certain, but there you go. That's all the confirmation you need. A gun barrel going to be spotted. Showstopper not able to find it. The defuse being held. Peeks out looking for a bit more. We'll just be met with death, and suddenly we are tied up 3-3.
इको करो
That's a
चलो
huge win for PRX.
चलो इको करो
Their
चलो
aggression here as Team Liquid is trying to get the spike planted is what wins them
मस्त
the
मारा
round.
कमों ने
Divide sacrificing himself for
Patman
the
भी
cause.
सेक्सी खेला
Then Patman and Forsaken finding
भाई
a nice
Patman भी
crossfire
बाप
angle.
खेल रहा है बे
Patman being right
प्रेशर
at
सोचो
Divide's
भाई
heels. Something there
PRX
to
में
speed
गया
up at the
प्रेशर
end.
सोचो
That's what they need. Disrupt Team Liquid on those
सेक्सी
timings.
खेल रहा है
And that's where you're going to start winning the round.
Plenty of cash now.
इधर देख के अल्ट मारा उधर जाता है ये कैसे
Invested here in mid.
ये कैसे चैट
Playing back around the corner. Obviously don't have to be concerned about a showstopper, and something peeks in. Cyril's holding the angle, but something finds the headshot.
को टैग नहीं करते तोड़ना पड़ता है ड्रोन
Shoulder of the Yoru clone, and he knew it the whole time, knew it the whole way. TP's going around him.
Spots it out, just trying to clear it. Not able to do so. Still potentially a vulnerability here, but it looks like Forsaken is going to sprint over to go ahead and deal with it.
भाई उसका टीपी तोड़ने दूसरा बंदा बुलाया उसने very realistic यार
Something holding the line at B.
very realistic
They can lean more towards A now, and they know
भाई इको ने ये लोग ने फोर्स किया था लग गए लोग के
split for Team Liquid on this attack to try to get it going.
We do have the pick now coming through. Patman going to be taken out, and with that elimination, they say, okay, just send it across. Do they back off of this now? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Still committing to this rotation towards the A site. As Jing going to get timing by Nats.
कोई नहीं जिंग भाई समझ सकते हैं
Now
सामने
into a
मैच
3v3.
कोई
Dimensional drift available for something.
आपकी गलती नहीं है your timing was good but
Forsaken filling the site. Gets that
Nats
full
था
blind
सामने
onto Kiko. Nats now
W
dealt with. And Patatek.
जिंग भाई की गलती नहीं
Nats just go for the save. The smoke dissipating time. Not going to be on his side. Gets the spot onto something. Forsaken will be there for the cleanup.
अभी को करना पड़ेगा इको 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 कर इको इको
Make sure that mid is unassailable. Forsaken finds a really big kill there from screens, and then repositions away from the paint shell.
जिंग के लिए बुरा लगा लेकिन
makes Kiko pay.
पक्का जिंग भाई ने बोला ये यहाँ पे आया कैसे it's normal for all teams
Ring out a time out from Team Liquid.
सब मिस कर दिया किधर
They want to try to
तुम्हें
figure
देखो
out
जो
what the
40
heck is
टेल
going
की
on.
स्पार्क
Because it looked great
PRX
to
को
start, and then all
क्वालिटी
of a
कर दो
sudden,
क्वालिटी नहीं रही
PRX
इसलिए
just
बोलता
got
हूँ
into
100
gear.
दो लेकिन बराबर कर क्वालिफाई होता है वो क्वालिफाई होता है 40 में ये सब बहुत गड़बड़े होती है 100 दो के बराबर ले और माइनस होता है वरना
Showstopper for Kiko about to be back online for his second and a half. Halfway to the dimensional drift, but the pit for Nats similarly right there.
Very strong team in this time.
That's going to be a little bit interesting because we've seen PRX be pretty aggressive towards the orbs early. So trying to get to one of those extra ults that can maybe be a round changer like Kiko's Showstopper, it's something you have to be talking about, I assume, in this timeout. And it's I think something that PRX is probably discussing as well. Maybe a little bit of some of their mid-rounding ideas, making sure that you've got your gun outs whenever there is a Viper smoke anywhere near you, because God only knows where Nats is going to be.
यार एक रिक्वेस्ट है PRX एक दो राउंड प्लीज थ्रो कर दो ना एलेक्स भाई को भी देखना प्लीज
The game plan once they started
जीतो
converting,
लेकिन थोड़ा थ्रो करके
Team Liquid seemingly going to line up here for a big hit through garage, and
my
PRX
honest request
has got quite a few players of their own to try to block this up. Sees at the ready.
तीन बंदे भाई ready.
Just waiting out the clone here. Trying to see if they get any more noise coming their way.
Omen के कांटेक्ट में कॉम्बो और उनके लग गए.
Big crash set, cleared, flash. It does go through, so he's going to be on the back there. A bit delayed from the nade. Let's get the spot out here onto Kiko. They want to try to flush him out. Jing does manage to spray down too. Weapon going to be upgraded. Showstopper online for Kiko. And suddenly this round, it might have just turned on its head. If he can isolate one, the Showstopper could all but guarantee the kill on the other.
Trying to figure out where that operator was. Was worried it might be up in B heaven. But he's actually going to dodge the players of PRX. Devi considering, do I go away? Try to split this 1-1. We just maintain this B hold.
अरे इसने B में ले लिया ना तो I think
he's going to have that ult online now, so have to try to play together. Obviously don't want to stack up on the approach, but Kiko will make the right decision by going for the full rotate.
It's time to go A, dude.
Real chance of converting this into a round victory.
Absolutely.
W.
That Showstopper.
30
seconds
left. You got to be so aware of. No TPs for something. Suppose it could use a dimensional drift here.
Has to get there the old-fashioned way. Dimensional drift might be a decent way to try to get the spot out and avoid at least one getting taken down to the Showstopper.
Trying to make noise, trying to bait out that Showstopper. With patience being shown.
Hasn't swapped weapons. Likely just have to rely on the sidearm here. Gets the spot out. Showstopper immediately going to be set. They can try to wait this out. Does buy a decent amount of time. As something out of the dimensional drift taken down. Kiko holding on the angle divide, needing to get the clear, and he cannot. It's a Red Bull clutch from Kiko. As Team Liquid tie us up.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how they can work around that angle that Kiko's holding. They just can't quite find the opportunity. Pulls the showstopper at a great time.
I'll take a quality check
coming out of the dimensional drift into an area where Kiko can get the rocket to land and fall right back to the safety of cover. And Divide left in that 1v1 where Kiko's holding the angle. And that is a nice round for Team Liquid.
Please, coach.
We are going to have a couple more alts as well. You're talking about that cycle. Now you've got a pit and a cosmic divide.
Take some aggressive space and trying to find a catch here on the Nats.
यहाँ पे सिर्फ नेट से करके पता चल गया उनको.
Just going to go ahead and scoop up that orb 2 charges away from a showstopper as something clears out the gate crash here at backside. Ultimate bait for now. Another one going to be sent though. Divide, perfect position to run the ball for Kiko again. Absolutely destructive.
2
quick kills. Something's position now known. Kiko gets the try across. Another 3K for him. Player advantage in the hands of Team Liquid. Spike forward, opposite side of the pillar. Forsaken just cycling these smokes as Jing gets himself up into heaven, catches a glimpse of one. Cannot find the kill, nor a lick of damage. On the repeat though, Serial taken down out of backside. Forsaken avoiding the haunt. Here's the tap, swings in on a perfect time.
baby!
Quickly playing off his fallen teammates. PRX reestablish lead.
This is beautiful coordination here between Forsaken
भाई
and
क्या
Jing.
सालसा करके मारा दोनों ने एक दूसरे का हेल्प लेके.
Forsaken doing a good job being elusive, TPing into a smoke, moving out of it as it's about to dissipate, dodging the haunt, throwing another smoke of his own, and they have no idea that he's going to be so close to stop that plant. Jing hits a real banger there onto Serial with the Phantom from
Binger mara
right
Binger.
for that crossfire, dropping down right as Forsaken wants to swing. Absolutely beautiful work between those two.
Deva Bayan, bye. Thank you for the 11 months.
Between these two squads.
There.
Very much a shared effort from the side of PRX, just one kill separating the top from the bottom. There's Kiko, got his carry pants on.
भाई क्या हो गया किको को भाई? क्यों भड़का हुआ है bro?
Angel try to open up a bit of space here in heaven. Forsaken on the reposition. It's in behind the box, avoids the haunt. But this is going to be Liquid just pumping the brakes and starting to explore opposite side of the map. Cutting across now through the sewer, and Batman on a walkabout.
Shit.
He will end up behind them, but does he get the read?
Oh,
not making any noise. If they had made any noise at all in sewers, he would have been very, very aware, but he is suspecting that they have gone to the other side of the map. Continues to lurk in that direction. Granted, he'll have that angle open. Now that Cosmic Divide is going to give away the script.
Onto the A side. Does allow him to sprint forward a little bit before he has to worry about making noise here. Seems Serial classic at hand. Going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try to get through.
अरे sound दे दिया Batman ने. बच गया.
There's the backstab coming through. Just disrespecting this is Forsaken pushes forward, but he thought that he finished the kill there. On to Camo. Doesn't it getting taken down, but something quickly trades it back.
चुपचाप tap करो. बाकी लोग support दो ऊपर.
Still going to be
चुपचाप.
a major concern here for the side of PRX. Push forward, Kiko shut down. It's just Nats now with a ghost. There's something up onto the Raptors. We'll be able to find him. Lead now stretched.
मेरे को हाइड देना अगर लक्ष्मी भाई काश तो उसले पता है तेरा दूसरा आइडिया. That's W businessman. That's a W businessman.
Now showing you that he can open it up on
पता है
different maps.
दूसरा आइडिया.
That creates that extra angle that they really, really needed.
ते मेरे पे गया बेजेरी.
Pulling out the gun. Got there just in time. Forsaken there.
Which PRX should I go for? Digital or disc? अगर तेरे को collection करना है और बच्चों के सामने flex करना है तो I think disc. लेकिन अगर तेरे को chilling करना है खुद के लिए खेलना है तो फिर I think digital. लेकिन disc में ना एक vibe है. मतलब when you will be 80-90 years old, जब ये वो सब games तेरे सामने ऐसा रहेगा ना, you'll be like, oh my god, the memory.
Attempted setup here. Trying to get the catch onto that lurking Viper.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift to start. Camo.
लिख के दे PRX बाहर है.
Forward, trying to get the scout out. Onto spot, onto something, tries to go for the exit, but he is just not out at all. Why they're in the hall, Jing He's out looking Nats. Windfall now, avoided by one.
चुपचाप सेव करो 7-5 कर सकते हो
The off investment, they might just look to save. Able to find one. Jing going to be taken down here in mid, but the rest of the team refills the space. The spike now stranded.
चुपचाप सेव करो चुपचाप.
Backing away now. Saying, okay, you guys can grab that spike. We've got numbers. Let's make sure we're playing for trades.
भाई 4 बंदे स्पॉन पे बैठेंगे क्या लेफ्ट राइट देख के?
They're just going to sit and spawn and look for that lurk. They're one player unaccounted for maybe in their minds as well. They feel like they got to make sure that they know where it's at. But as we can see, this may actually just be a save.
Save it.
Players worlds apart with just 18 seconds remaining. Just go ahead and hold on to this. I mean, you can take a look. The economy is in a very poor spot at the moment here for Team Liquid.
10 seconds left.
50 creds on camo. Need these carried over weapons to find some impact going into this next round. But with this win here, PRX guarantee themselves a lead at the half.
Yeah, you're going to have some pretty nice ults though.
जितने watching है उतने likes नहीं है. Hey chat यार, that's L move man. Like करो chat.
You're one away. So there's a good chance that Kiko's going to find it. Great read there by something.
Still had time on the ult as well. It's just
thought he was safe.
Yeah, just a misread.
Might have been something that PRX noticed in Avad. That's where he likes to get out of that dimensional drift. They were just ready for it.
Prediction, PRX fanboy. Yeah, prediction.
Looking to get aggro here in garage.
भाई Kiko लेकिन गलत खेल रहा है ना chat.
Indeed, by the way. Yep, smoke is going to be pushed through. He can hold the doors. Boombot does get the reveal here on Serial.
Now you should really put some pressure down on other parts of the map as PRX, but they're playing pretty passive on A and B side. They've completely ceded over mid-control. Devi's just going to play a little bit back towards stairs. Team Liquid, slow but sure, working their way forward. Nat's going to try to counter lurk, remembering what Patman did previously. But for now, PRX playing very patient. They want to get this judge going.
Shadows traveling.
50 seconds
here in mid. Peek towards the vents. Prowler not spotting anything there for Patman.
Control बहुत ज़्यादा है Liquid के पास.
Position where they can go for a quick pivot if they don't like what they're seeing on this B site.
भाई दवाई के पास अभी भी स्पीड पे डिले के लिए bro. 20 seconds.
Serial at the moment, his work absolutely
डाला
cut
ना
out for
स्पीड
him.
उसने डाला.
I think this Nightfall's gonna whiff.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna whiff.
Hit anybody.
That's gonna encourage them.
लेकिन उनको मालूम रहेगा कि बंदा बीमेन पे है.
The drop down, swing out from Jing.
क्या blind मारा?
Who still holds down garage.
Oh my god, shoot भाई बंदा for chicken भाई.
4 at the half.
By heaven, smoke
with one hell of a recovery.
Crazy to think that Team Liquid only got one round after winning the bonus. And PRX came storming back on their defender side.
Good position to be in here for PRX on their map pick, but it is a Liquid after all. We'll see how they fare as they swap over to the defending side. We come back after halftime.
Bro, है गोट है, खड़ा होने का जरूरत नहीं, गोट है. देखते हैं अर्शिल, देखते हैं अभी पता लगा नैट्स का असली गेम प्ले. यार सीन ये है कि PRX इतना फास्ट खेलता है ना, मेरे को नहीं लगता नैट्स को टाइमिंग ज्यादा मिलेगा लर्क.
But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise.
जेल्डा के बाद नहीं, मोस्टली मैं थोड़ा सा मैं कुछ दिन के लिए वो भाई एंडन पगलू ए मेरे मेंबर्स कोई खेलते हैं क्या चैट? चिल्ड्रन कोई मेंबर है जो मेरा फर्स्ट बॉस कंप्लीट नहीं कर पाया है? उनको मैं हेल्प कर सकता हूँ फर्स्ट बॉस मारने में. That's a W idea.
8-4 at the half with PRX in front. Recovering from that.
Am I visible? कोई दला mod hide दिया क्या? नहीं. क्या बोले मेरे mods को?
Something. What's going on?
Mods जरा जरी भाई को welcome करो.
What's up with that?
Operators are pricey.
Yeah, they are.
But he had like 11 kills.
मुझे हेल्प कर है अर्जुन भाई.
You're just that good.
Yeah, I guess so.
वेट नहीं निकाला तेरे को.
But for Ching and Keiko, they've kind of been to the big bright spots here for them, current kill leaders on their respective teams.
मेरा हो गया सब बॉस. That's the gamer right there.
So hot in some of these rounds. I mean, you can see there early on he dropped off just a bit and Jing just accelerated.
अरे बॉस मार दे ले एक हफ्ता लगा भाई. Crazy game है ना.
You know, isn't in the same area as the kill count as Kiko. He's 3 behind.
बस थोड़ा डिस्काउंट दो. मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड करना है.
बाकी
लोगों के बारे में सोच भाई. जो लोग मैं वही प्राइस पे लिया है. ऐसा मैं inequality कैसे कर सकता हूँ?
This PRX has some good discipline.
सब अपग्रेड करो. क्या फायदा पॉरिन मेरे ने का? काश दोस्त वाला मेंबरशिप नहीं ले पा रहे हो. जीते कि नहीं? नाम डुबा रहे हो हमारा.
Protection
I
here.
don't see the return.
Half armors on most of the players, aside from Divide. With the
पूरा minus कर
trying
रहा
to run them down. Gets the headshot with the paddock tag, but paddock tag answers back. Those headshot gets the cleanup.
कैसे headshot मारा भाई?
But keeps himself alive. So full pivot here from PRX, but Team Liquid kind of on top of this.
मैं खेलता हूँ game और PC दिला दो language.
Towards male.
Not a bad idea, but Patty Tech just outplays Jing there. PRX.
मिड में आवाज किया बस.
A little bit of a double take, but Team Liquid has rotated over. Might have a good opportunity. A weak Patty Tech here on B site. They can get through quick.
Why W calling by
PRX? Make it a 4v4.
Keep it quiet. Finds himself another headshot for Saken. Down to 20. Swing over the corner. Patty Tech. Here. This team will go 2-0 in pistols.
5 में से 7 बंदे लोग का हेडशॉट मारा. क्या हो गया भाई पार्टी भाई? ठंडा लो थोड़ा सा. हाँ?
Well, half armors didn't
ठंडा
make
लो
much
भाई.
difference there.
Definitely not.
That was just really clean shooting, especially Patty Tech. God, that's good. That's so hard to do, especially she gets a headshot on the way through, and they just get that crossfire from B Heaven. Start mowing players down, and yeah, that one's frustrating.
Unblinking there for Mind Freak, just staring in disbelief. Now Outlaw brought forward here, full investment from the side of Liquid, so any casualties will be costly.
Entertainment bolte.
That's once again with a Spectre. Looking here in the mid, gets the transfer. Something end for Forsaken both can take it down very swiftly.
ये नहीं कर सकते. ये clear cut नहीं कर सकते.
To the Hawk.
Nats के यहाँ पे walk in नहीं कर
Nats
सकते.
with a 3K, looking for 4.
Nats के यहाँ पे walk in नहीं कर सकते. बहुत गलत बात है.
Pulling off a Thrifty from here, looking at nigh impossible. That being said, Batman does continue to make this worse and worse overall for Liquid.
Shot
will
be.
find the final 2 shots, so a couple weapons going to be lost here.
Mood में be.
Still going to be Team Liquid closing out the anti-eco.
Yeah, Nats there. So stalwart.
बस एक ऑफिस का बॉस बचा है. बंद से हेल्प करेगा. Excuse me, language.
Trying to make something happen.
Enemy remaining.
भाई Kiko भाई mood में भाई आज.
And an Outlaw cleans it up, and maybe Alex wanted more players to push Nats. I think that was maybe the plan there, is to just run him down and see what happens. Neither here nor there, as we now have all rifles for the side of PRX, and not too bad still. I mean, that Outlaw not going to find any value, as there is everybody with, well,
And he
could find
was
value,
playing better than
everybody's got
Cyril.
full armors on the side of PRX.
Sahil भाई. कौन से लैंग्वेज में गाली सुनोगे? दोनों का रोल्स अलग है.
They're starting to line up for this hit, but
और वो लोग पर्टिकुलर मैप्स खेल रहे हैं अलग-अलग रोल्स में. कैसा कंपेयर कर सकते हैं? ये अच्छा है, वो अच्छा है.
In position as the clone eats the damage. Patatek taken down to 46 behind it, but Jing once again a casualty. Some counter spray from Forsaken will be able to flush the enemy fade out of the smoke.
वैसे ये पार्टी. Love you
Liquid
यार.
now needing to rotate the full forces across.
HP कम हुआ लेकिन भाई का aura कम नहीं हुआ. Spam मार रहे हैं.
Soon find out that everyone from PRX Situated over towards the side itself. Patman with a nice headshot, able to find Camo. That's going to be cleaned up. There's 2 players remaining here. Spot onto Kiko comes through. Patman finds himself another.
Shout out diya hai.
Able to pull one back. Little bit of damage going to be found, but PRX this time are able to deny the bonus conversion.
I got a bit concerned
W,
there
baby!
with PRX trying to force their way up into A heaven. And that clone body blocks perfectly for Patty Tech, but Forsaken able to track him down, and then Forsaken sees that there's 2 players here at the top of ramp, calls immediately for reinforcements to swing over to help him out. Patman, Johnny on the spot in this round.
Ando.
That's going to give PRX a 3-round lead. Team Liquid though can't quite
भाई
buy
तुम
up
जी
full.
दिखने रही बहुत दिनों से
And a
नहीं
stinger there.
बॉयफ्रेंड ढूंढ रही
Couple
थी
of
कोई
their
मिला
players.
नहीं लगता उसको
PRX gonna have the advantage in firepower. They're taking their time, trying to see what kind of response
वो
they
भी
get.
बुड्ढी हो रही है ना
Get the haunt, even get a prowler out from Team Liquid. So that's not too bad in terms of utility that gets thrown their way.
कल सुबह स्ट्रीम वैलो मोबाइल
Cut
हैं
noise. Think about this B
कौन
hit.
बोला भाई
Blaster
कल वैलो
stars here,
मोबाइल आने
right at
वाला
the
है
front. You've got 2 players.
भाई
2 players up in B heaven. Got to make sure that's somehow accounted for.
Sees Nade going out. Paranoia not getting the connection there. The grab well. Away here from Serials. Patman it's the Nightfall online with that orb take. Seems like PRX maybe a pump fake out, but at the very least, not going to go barreling into this B site quite just yet.
They're going to try to create a bit of a crunch here. Maybe. No,
Nice.
they're going to back off. They don't like it. They're going to try what they did on that pistol round again. Got to wait for
भाई
Forsaken
अपना
smokes
नहीं
to
आ रहा है
cycle in.
भाई
They just do.
अपना बीटा एक्सेस नहीं आ रहा
Ball
है
towards heaven. They're going to connect 1-to-1. Haunt. Get away. Kiko's position here. As Jin goes barreling forwards, able to find the headshot. Something covering fire. Cleaning up 2. Camo arriving, peeking. Finds the kill. Patman now.
irritating है
Up to
भाई
his own devices. Spots out the enemy Yoru. Trying to flush him out, the Prowler.
एक हेवन एक
Firming
सिटी
presence from the other player. Tries to fake the plant.
एंटी
But he's just completely, utterly surrounded. Team Liquid.
तो क्या विपिन डाल के
9
खेलेगा
double digits here for PRX.
Yeah, I think for PRX here, getting a little too thoughtful, to be honest. They probably
जब भी अपने
just
इधर
could have
आएगा
gone for
तब
this hit
बीटा बीटा सब कर
a little
लेगा
bit sooner, or I liked the original idea that I saw them trying to go for, where they were going to try to push B heaven.
नहीं
That
नहीं
angle is really giving them problems here on this defender side. The Team Liquid players have been really good at getting those crossfires to go, and really good
I'm
at
not gonna
shutting
risk
the
it
PRX executes down on that side of the map. And now you're going to be down onto a weaker buy for PRX. He's going to outlaw for something. Divide does have enough for a Phantom. Shotgun for Jing.
That outlaw can find some value. Serial does have half armor. As the Bucky, it's going to be a colossal whip. Doesn't manage to find Nats at all.
मिस विस नहीं करता है क्या नैट्स
Dodges every little pellet there.
कभी-कभी कर लेना चाहिए ना
And it's just a firing squad for Nats and Patty.
कभी-कभी ऐसा शॉट्स मिस कर लेना चाहिए इट्स वेरी गुड
Out here in the center.
भाई परफॉर्मेंस देख रहे हो लेकिन नैट्स के आने के बाद
Full armor. As this is a heavy staff. Does get the hit on the Patty Tech to take him low, but Nats on the creep forward.
वॉक
catches the
नहीं
fight
कर
off guard.
सकते
Liquid
नैट्स
within
के यहाँ
touching
पे
distance,
दवाई
just
भाई
right around
वॉक
from
नहीं
tying
कर
things up.
सकते
Curious to see if this is where we get a timeout from PRX.
As is 1 month for tears memory love you वेंकट भाई love you 2 साल में एक अपग्रेड बनता है
Not sure of themselves here on this attacker side.
Which is uncharacteristic.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Hey,
I think
yo,
maybe this is one of
चाय
those
भूल
ones
गया
that
मैं
we need to just say, hey, we need to go at him.
दूसरा कप
We
भी
need to come
बनाना
out with
पड़ेगा
some
2 बार
confidence.
रीच नहीं कर सकते
You know, we've got the dimensional drift, so we can go for a big set
मिस
play
तो वो
off the
करते
rip.
थे
Try to really just knock Team Liquid out of the round before it even really starts. That's the PRX.
दूसरा टाइम आउट है ना ये
But, you know, they're trying to work the map. You got to respect it. They're trying to find their moments, but against this Nats-led Team Liquid, they're reading it every step of the way. They're not finding value.
अपग्रेड रन फॉर दिस है मैं डन सीन में इधर ही चूं
It's a pivotal moment here for PRX as they call their first time out. Not able to close out this round. Economy is going to be in the dumps once again. And Liquid is really about to hit their stride with the ult economy. 1 away from a showstopper, the Nightfall, the Cosmic Divide, 3 from that dimensional drift, and Nats already has the pit ready to go.
हे डियर लोले एल्डन कंप्लीट करने का प्लान है
This is where PRX need to try to keep the team separate, give themselves that buffer zone.
नॉर्मल कर रहा म्यूजिकल पर मैं नॉर्मल नहीं कर सकता मतलब
This one right here, PRX can get
बहुत
it to
बड़ी
go.
क्या चीज़ ऑलरेडी
It's going to give them a little bit of a
4-5 घंटे का
buffer.
स्ट्रीम
Some of
तो हो ही
those ult
जाता
cycles,
मिनिमम
they can maybe find some trades, get into an ult cycle of their
उसके
own.
बाद रात को 2 बजे और
Too far
नॉर्मल
away from
करेगा
a
तो
showstopper themselves.
Might have some fighting here around B though. Look at this stack.
क्या हाल है लव यू शिखर भाई
I think we saw after the last time out, both teams want to try to
दुकान
fight over
आइलैंड
this
दोनों
crowd
अच्छे
control.
यार और क्यों एंड करो दोनों अच्छे
Prowler cleared, something about the spot out. Just about everyone knows, doesn't push in. Showstopper attempt to send it there. Just get gunned down, Camo with 2. Something still
दो
creeping
मारे
forward.
कमों ने
He's trying to
डब्ल्यू
get
बेबी
guard. That's the start of the rotation. He is nearby.
भाई कमों ने 2 मारे लेकिन
Here's the spike getting planted. Can he do the most nats?
अभी राउंड चालू हुआ था देख रहे हो ना चैट
1v3.
अभी राउंड चालू हो गया अचानक से समथिंग साइट में घुस गया पता नहीं
Peek
कैसे
around. Glimpse onto one as Snakebite goes bounding forward, but something can just ride the rope out to safety. Jing on the right side does have the kill. PRX, the timeout works a treat. Once again, shove back Team Liquid.
Yeah, but I love this from PRX. They get a little bit of contact. They're able to sneak Forsaken around to another
भाई
position.
क्रेजी मारा बे कमों ने
Team Liquid isn't
क्रेजी
ready
मारा
for him,
भाई
even though Camo able to find a couple big kills. In the meantime, something uses his ult to take control.
भाई
He finds
समथिंग
out
और
there's
जिंग
nobody
तो
up
ऑन
there.
फायर है
Able to
आज
set up an extra angle for PRX. So just a little bit of a pause into an acceleration, and now you've got almost every ult possible for Team Liquid other
भाई
than the
कीको के
showstopper
लिए
that
बुरा
was
लगा
just used.
ऑन
Showstopper for Jing as well.
पॉइंट खेला है भाई कीको ऑन
But a lot to consider for PRX in this round.
ऑन पॉइंट
Prowler
खेला
sees nothing. Flash forward into the gate crash. Had a tech headshot through the box. Taken down so very low. And there's a barrel stop onto Camo with the rocket. Finds the kill. Nat's going to be spotted. Jing not going to go for the chase. Go trying to push forward, but Nats, in all of the chaos, does manage to swing in from behind. Finds that pick.
बूमबोट डाल देता हूं
Gone.
नीचे
Forsaken ADS'd in.
What an angle.
Cleans up the Viper.
ना मान रहा पोर्से का ना मान रहा
Clear advantage now to the side of PRX.
कैसे करेंगे रीटेक अबे सिटी में एक बार वाइपर स्मोक आ जाता था
Kill on a
बहुत
Forsaken.
बिग
Had Nats not gotten taken down.
अप डाउन करते रहते हैं उसके ऊपर ओमेन स्मोक भी डालते हैं भाई
try to turn the tides
बीटी
of this. But
सेव कर रहे
instead it's going to have to be
राउंड्स
the call
नहीं
to
चैट
save. 'Cause the
11-8
economy is
हेवी
just not
लीड
in a
पे
fantastic
अपन
position. Team Liquid have to
एक
just
सैड
sit back
पार्ट
and
है कि
watch
उनके
as
पास बहुत अल्ट
PRX
है
get up to 11.
Yeah,
That
this
is the
is a
sad part.
tremendous entry here by Jing with his showstopper. Finds
हीरो
huge
खेलने का
value.
कभी सोचा कैसे गेम से
Taking
खेलो
Camo
मैं
out of
पता
the
नहीं
round.
मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा
That's that dimensional drift for the retake gone. That's a bunch of flashes, another util gone. And then Jing, even though he dies for the cause, he buys enough time for the rest of his team to get onto the A site, get that plant down. And what a cheeky angle that Forsaken takes there. Get that kill onto Nats. He's
चार
been
मतलब 2
really
राउंड
creative
पक्का
with his positioning here on Omen on this map.
मत
He
बोले
has
ऐसा
profited. And just nothing you can do there. Hey, Nats gets his one, but
Honestly, Jing did Camo a bit of a favor by taking him out so quickly. You can see that dimensional drift was about to come through.
बेचारा जिंग यही बोल
Was
रहा
an
है ये बंदा आया
opportunity, was
कैसे और
an
क्यों आया
ultimate reality where
जिंग ने
they
उसको
not
देखा
ends up
वो रोप
getting
में
burned. And I
रीपोजिशन
don't have
करना
that
चाहिए ना
fool
नैट्स को
anymore.
ऐसा खेल देगा वैल्यू
For that, but
बताओ
final timeout call now
जब
for
एक बंदे
Team
ने
Liquid.
देखा कि ये बंदा रोप्स में नीचे गया है
Still 4
और ऊपर
ultimates.
कितने बंदे तुम लोग को
Banks
पता
here
नहीं
at the
कौन
moment
तुमको
still
देख रहा है
able
वहां से
to get the
कौन
rest of the
जाते
players
वापस
bought
ऊपर
It's going to be half armors.
That's the right answer.
Damn near everyone.
well, now I'm just loving what I'm seeing.
पिन
from
कमेंट तो
PRX,
हटा
just
दो
turning
भाई
up
तू
the
पहला
tempo
बंदा
here
जिसने
in
याद
these last
दिलाया
couple of rounds since their timeout. Just playing to their strengths. That's what they need.
चैट
to
स्ट्रीम
do.
को
You
लाइक
know,
कर
they
दो
tried
7 के
going
लाइक्स
back
कर दो
to some
जल्दी
of
से
these,
स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो
more meta
7 के लाइक्स कर दो
comps, right?
जल्दी लाइक दबा दो सारे के सारे
They tried to
इस
play
बार बोलते
Valorant as everybody else thinks it's supposed to be played. Didn't work. Guess what?
फुल
Right
गेम
back
है
to
सिकरो
WP
लोगों ने
gaming.
छोड़
That's
दिया
a
है
speed.
गेम मिड में है
And they
जी
have been just so explosive since. Yes, they were the third place seed out of Pacific, but they have just gotten better and better and better through stage 1. And they are trying to take Team Liquid's map pick away from them. 2 rounds away from doing so.
क्या लैंग्वेज है चैट
Team Liquid needs to get that comeback started.
6 क्या हो
They
गया
still
भाई
have
7
all
के
of
भी
those
हो
ults that
सकते हैं
they had in the
चैट
previous
एक
round.
साथ दबाओ लाइक
See how they try to utilize
नॉट
it.
गonna lie you don't have
Be a
skills
send
for
off for
Sekiro
Riffles. Hear a bit of noise here in mid.
ये जो तो रेज बेट कर रहे हैं ना
Early information for them,
गुड
but
रेज बेट लेकिन मेंबरशिप लेके करो फ्री में नहीं
it's not
फंसता
going
हूं
to be the
मैं
case. Couple Guardian
और है
shots
तेरे
thrown
भाई का
through. Nats gets a
नॉट
tag.
गonna lie
Yeah, you're real wary of traps here. Saw this a little bit from Team Liquid against MIBR.
चलो बी में देख के गलती क्या है चैट रेडी है एग्जीक्यूट के लिए
Rekka team's day. And we've already seen
5 सेकंड रुकना स्मोक आ रहा है
some of these crossfires here.
स्मोक का क्या है रेडी हो 3 2 1 go
Flash out as that does end up dropping. Something stunned up here for the moment, but no one in position to try to find the punish there. Dimensional drift in play, but teammates falling down around him. Camo having to backpedal himself out to alley safely this time around as the Nightfall's going to go across. Some decay damage found. Camo re-entering, swings in, instantaneously finds a headshot. As Forsaken gets put on the floor, we enter into a 3v3. Looks for a little bit more. The wide swing from something. Now does it. Gets the job done once again. Back off here from Patatek. Nats approaching from heaven. Patatek able to find. Whoa! Challenges in for the fight. Instantly finds the kill. And PRX shrug off the timeout. Get themselves the map point.
And the economy's still going to be a little bit funky. Going to be one Guardian having to be bought here for Team Liquid.
चैट हम लोग क्वालीफाई होने वाले चैट प्लेऑफ के लिए
in that round, and Patman couldn't convert on the pull off of the spike plant previously. This time he's good for it, and that's got Divide fired up.
ये है पैसिफिक बेबी कितना भी पैसिफिक वर्सेस पैसिफिक करो फिर भी सारे टीम्स प्लेऑफ में
Trying to limit PRX's options, but
सारे टीम्स प्लेऑफ में चैट #123 balls in chat goal थे
Fall not going to spot anything. All players playing up in towards heaven, as well as the vents. Wide open here for the taking.
आपका पिकएम्स कॉपी क्या लेकिन यार टीएच ने हक दिया मेरा पिकएम
Just gonna take it down.
बाकी सारे टीम्स द्वारा बढ़ता टीएच पता नहीं कैसे हक दिया था
Finding the reveal. Clear on the blast pack, spam through. Camo taken so very low. Just 1 HP remaining on him, but he's still managing to find 2 kills. Heaven and Forsaken both going to be taken down. That all falls to Jing. Turns back in, finds the first. Another paint shell going to be built up, but he's looking for another weapon perhaps to use either way. Swings the corner to his demise. Things get chaotic. Team Liquid.
But that's the end of the ult well for Team Liquid. They had to use everything to get this to go, and they do. And Camo absolutely.
How did you start supporting PRX because of their W stats?
And just swings out with
there was no other team who plays like PRX.
7 HP overall, decay to 1. Unbelievable. It looks like Jing still a smile on his face. Comfortable, but you have to suspect that Alex is not feeling the same way backstage.
He gambled a bit. Paid the price.
One end right there and then, but
मेल
3 more
स्मोक
chances
चैट
here.
ये स्टार्ट किधर दिख रहा है तुम लोग को इसके स्ट्रीम पे तुम लोगों ने देखा है ये स्टार्ट चैट मेल स्मोक करके वेंट लो
see if they can put these shotguns to good use.
पहले वेंट लो फिर चलो बी मेन
Oh, gotta be careful there.
Yeah, judged at that range, not gonna do a whole lot of anything. Backs away, just
चलो
paint
चलो
shell
बी
out.
स्प्लिट
So for his boldness, Jing does
किसके
get
स्ट्रीम पे
rewarded
देखा
a
है
bit.
चैट
Gets the boombot and the paint shells out of that, so it's a lot of impact util on a retake.
स्ट्रीम्स के टेंस के स्ट्रीम
That's
में
on a
देखा
timing, suspecting that maybe PRX has taken control
चलो
of
बी
Male.
स्प्लिट इजी विन
He's
फॉर
correct.
PRX बेबी मेरा
Buy some
स्टार्ट है
time.
Backs away from
चलो डब्ल्यू दबा रुकता नहीं जीत गए
with one. Serial back sight, finding himself 2 kills. Makes it a 2v2, but now there's going to be a pit in play. Spike picked up Forsaken. Takes over, gets the plant, has the ult as well to go on a scouting mission. It's Camo immediately dropping down. He's trying to fake it. He's just sprinted into backside, and they have absolutely no idea. The recreep forward, Divide's been outdone. Patty fight Forsaken, and my God! Team Liquid are making a go of this.
Unbelievable! The fake clone works the tree. The confidence to do that in that moment. Unbelievable.
It's such a gamble, because if it's anybody else other than the Viper, they likely try to clear it. But Divide doesn't want to give the position away. They don't want to shoot at it. And he actually managed to pull it off on an international stage.
Nice! He fight clone!
That is so damn smart.
Now you've got PRX on an eco. One away from a dimensional drift, couple away from a showstopper. The ult cycle looking decent for both teams, actually.
Ganks and Paranoia already committed, and Panitek holding down ramps. Camo ready to pinch in from behind, goes for the strike. Divide can provide another at the same time. As the dust will settle, Patman alone.
Patman हो जाए, Patman बता दे Patman किस चीज का बना हुआ है, बता दे Patman. क्लच कर दे कुछ crazy सा कुछ क्लच करते. Good part clutch कर दे please.
One prowler, one haunt.
टीम में देखा we split you language.
Toxins going up.
Batman, तू है मेरा Batman.
Double push forward out of the elbow. Swings in, is good for one. Cannot get the other. Serial survives, as does Liquid. We're now one round away from taking this into OT.
Press क्यों देता ये
This is going to be a wild final round of regulation on this map. There are going to be a bunch of ults in play. Panitek again, able to hold the line on the defensive side. Divide gets two. Camo striking, being a difference maker on that Yoru once again. Nice! They've got a real chance, and I think, yeah, absolutely, you would want a timeout here as PRX. You still had one more. Talk about this round. If you've got a set play, if you've got a set strategy that you know is money, now's the time to cash in.
From the shadows.
भाई योरू अल्ट है.
As well as the dimensional drift online, the showstopper and nightfall combo.
मेरे को कुछ करना पड़ेगा. देखो योरू अल्ट है. समथिंग भाई सारा इन्फो लेने वाले, लेकिन सामने लिक्विड है. और जिस हिसाब से नैट्स और कमो इतना फॉर्म में है ना कीको के साथ, मेरे हिसाब से क्लियर कट ओटी जाने वाला है. क्लियर कट ओटी, स्ट्रेट अप ये मैप ओटी जाने वाला है. आज कोच कैप क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे?
For themselves, you can get Kiko into that showstopper.
Clear cut OT.
That's going to be really scary for PRX. Obviously, they want to do the same.
Nice stream sniper, Liquid. 5 bande A pe the.
They're stacking up. Maybe thinking about some kind of A exec. This is going to be the strong side, it looks like, for Team Liquid. Obviously, the TP there for Camo.
Chalo,
Get out of dodge if necessary. Something going to try to create a little bit of an info gathering mission here for himself.
Spotted anything there. Nats able to back away fast enough. Running out of time, but the A site open, so won't get punished. But also doesn't spot out anyone at all, including Kiko. Showstopper now invested. The Jinx flying at him, and he's dead. As it explodes erupts beneath his feet. Kiko looking for the ace, and he has it. What a round! An ace from the Rays of Team Liquid takes us into overtime.
Unreal stuff from Kiko. He is masterful in the moment. Team Liquid, 4 rounds in a row to send it to overtime. And it comes off of an ace. The dimensional drift doesn't see a thing. All of Team Liquid is hidden in their positions, and it isn't read quickly enough by PRX to do anything about it. Jing tries to blast pack ahead of the showstopper, couldn't get high enough. The ups weren't there. An unbelievable scenes here in Toronto.
And he effectively does it all by himself. That is going to have PRX reeling, because they don't have time to try to recover fully. As Panitek swings in, takes down something as he forced up for the operator. Jing now gone. Both duelists dead. Here on the defense.
कैसे हार रहे हैं लोग?
Very quick OT. Double push down in towards mid. Forsaken and Device shoulder to shoulder. They're trying to clear this out, but yeah, they're just hugging back. Waiting for it.
Well, wait.
Stack high low.
Just felt like Nats has a read there.
Download complete.
PRX wanted to get too aggressive. You know, they were trying to fly high in some of those rounds. And off the rip here, with so many players in mid trying to create pressure,
कैसे चैट
he just got the vibes.
12 8
He was
by
ready to rock and roll. 2 players for Paper X left to try to do something about this. 5-man stack that Team Liquid is going to bring to bear.
30 seconds left.
Right on the timing. Big crash forward. Divide.
Player standing.
Trying to rush forward, catch them off guard, but there's just too many players on the opposite side. They haven't lost anyone.
हो जाए ace
Hadman now would need to ace clutch. Can only take the first step. Team Liquid. 5 rounds consecutively get themselves the lead. Map point now theirs, 1 away from stealing Paper X's map pick.
Kill right there from Patty Tech. That Prowler may be enough to kind of something guessing. Yeah, there's 3 players there. Forsaken. Not going to go well. Camo really coming alive here in some of these rounds towards this 5.
बस बहुत आइजल कर लिया नट भाई मालूम है तुम दो तो बस
Kiko as well, of course, still absolutely going crazy.
More off force, but it's something dead again. This time Jing is able to answer back. A kill, finds a second.
Jing.
Play advantage here for Paper X.
कौन है सामने? Jing.
To extend this OT, Divide tagged up. Now Kiko's position going to be confirmed. Paint shells will find a bit of additional damage there onto the enemy
यही करना था ना वो round.
Spike now planted. Paper X, 4v3 to try to hold this, but Kiko covering fire, finds Divide. Jing is still able to clean up one. Showstopper going to be lobbed in towards heaven, and Jing now on guardians of his own.
Play!
In around the corner.
बता Kiko कौन है तू?
Utilize the smoke here.
इसलिए Jing इसलिए
Swings in, looks for it, denied. Serial now with an opportunity to try to bring this to its end, but Forsaken says no. 13 to 13. But this OT will continue.
Switching sides.
Unbelievable. Jing's turn to step up to the plate and potentially change the destiny of this map.
आपके टीम प्लेऑफ में कुछ बोला था शायद विपुल भाई देखो तो फाइनल एंट्री और करो जिंग मैंने नहीं जिंग किया विपुल भाई
Showstopper
नहीं किया मैंने
on
जिंग
point. And a sigh of relief there for Forsaken.
Tricky angle to try to get value out of that one. Manages to weave it through.
Cameraman na
more. Chance for Paper X to try to retake the lead. Liquid wanting to stop that from happening. Orb does get taken. Forsaken. He pings it out.
Just knows.
He reads it precisely, but doesn't try to go for
overtime
real spam damage there with that judge. Wants to stay planted in position here and catch them off guard later. In the meantime, though, Liquid. Quick investigation. 3 players rotating in. Quite drop down to the vent.
A lot of this is off that early Omen smoke that was deep outside of garage. I feel like this might be the weak side. They read it correctly.
Something potentially at risk here. That's a great crash that would take him out to safety. If anybody just peeked out from heaven, he'd be dead to rights. Because at the moment, he does not have the read on this, but now certainly does. The util starts to fly. But here comes the approach in from main, and Team Liquid are just playing around, playing these angles so beautifully. Hatman gone, just Divide, Forsaken, and Jing.
Then,
3 OGs to try.
Look who's lurking.
Close this out, but yeah, and they have to know.
That's why जीत गए तुम लोग round clear करके दूसरा मैच जा रहे हो क्या?
And there's the timing. That's striking when you least expect. Divide, last one standing. Bit of damage.
नहीं कर सकता.
So wait out the vulnerable. A 1v2.
Full भी है 2 बंदे भी है.
Isolate.
Impossible.
Break through this opening corner here, but he's not even reading it. Patatek will take him down. Spam the ground. Liquid once again in control.
Where are you? Switching sides.
Just those early kills again for Liquid.
And
it's something here left on an island. Just not aware of the negative space that had been given up. Not aware that they'd gotten through mid so quickly until the util was already there. He never got contact over at long A either.
Wearing my clothes.
So he was just left there with his pants down. And then the rest of Paper X trying to fight through,
cannot wear your clothes, but
Nax's
you can wear
lurk
my
once
clothes.
again.
What is this?
Just ruins any real hope of that 3v5 coming through.
ये चीज सिर्फ मैं बोल सकता पता है हेलिफ नहीं बोल
Liquid timeout here.
And wanting to get a good, solid game plan together. One more round on this defending side. Try to bring this map to a conclusion. Does obviously open up for PRX. Get involved, to have a conversation, to have a game plan, a read of their own. See what ends up coming to fruition here. Is Kiko about to drop 30 with one more kill.
This could be a real boon here going into the second map for Team Liquid. This is PRX's map pick.
Like करो chat, like करो, like करो, like करो, like करो, like करो.
Looking like it was
दीदी ने रोटी क्यों लगाई है मुंह पे?
0-1. Instead,
गाली
got a
भी
real
नहीं
chance
दे
to
best
close
बात
it
है.
out in this round.
Skin care का सबसे best
Go into
part.
your map pick with an
क्योंकि वो
advantage.
skin वैसी
PRX
रहना
would
चाहिए ना, you have to
absolutely
be
be kicking
stiff.
themselves.
तो ज़्यादा ऐसा movement ऐसा नहीं कर
Can't get
सकते.
through here. Another chance.
समझ रहे हो?
Another A strike, seemingly on the cards.
मत कर भाई, मैं हाथ जोड़ रहा हूँ, दिल कमजोर है, मेरा भी दिल कमजोर है भाई.
Little bit of noise made there.
12 8 6 13 14.
No noise, no contact from that ramp heaven side, so it does save it. Haunt over the top, cleared out. The rest of the team moving up towards the ramp. Prowler gives it away.
दो ही बंदे
A
हैं.
little bit more noise in Panic Tech.
अभी भी दो ही
Something
बंदे
once
हैं.
more.
खुश जाओ.
Just not been given any opportunity to really
अभी
find
दो ही
impact
बंदे हैं.
these OT rounds.
खुश जाओ.
Consistently dying right off the top.
It's the one player who's played against PRX before.
बात सुनो.
Jing bounding forward, Nats. Waiting here, striking, swings in towards Heaven. Hatman faces back, does manage to find that kill, but now it's a 2v3. Must win for PRX and Forsaken. Evens up the odds. Plans to now come through. Camo.
Here.
Forsaken ends up getting tucked back through.
One flash left. Gotta make it a good one.
It's the only bit of util. Aside from Forsaken with 2 teleports. Liquid trying to see if PRX get impatient here. Lobbin on that flash. Not able to find anything. The smoke not dissipating. Forsaken fighting one, but cannot get the other. 15 to 13 as the defuse comes in. Team Liquid fight back and steal away split.
What a comeback here for Team Liquid. It took 4 rounds in a row to send it to OT, and they get it done in the second go in the overtime rounds. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable scenes and performances here from Team Liquid. PRX could be kicking themselves a bit. Sunset gonna be coming up next, and it's a must win. As Team Liquid looks to send them home.
Okay, what they do right now, and that's where we're messing up, boys. We are not taking responsibility. They poking something into gamble somewhere. They full gambling right now defense. They leaving one side open, they gamble other side. We need to take responsibility, and that's what we were good at yesterday, boys, and we're not doing that right now. Canvid, you saw now a lot of people. Where is your tip? You can just fall back. And also on the fights, we need to say what we want to fight. Fight left, fight right. Everyone need to step up on that, okay? Everyone.
My W reader by W leader by W leader. भाई कीको क्या बना है बे कीको? क्या मारा ना कीको ने आज? इतना दिन बंदे ने ऐसा परफॉर्म नहीं किया. आज ही के दिन उसको करना था. आज ही के दिन. बट नसीब अच्छा है कि ये PRX का मैप नहीं था. अब PRX का मैप. मेरा दाढ़ी चुभ नहीं रहेगा तेरे को, इसलिए दाढ़ी बड़ा किया मैंने. ज्यादा पिंकी हेट फैलाते हैं डायरेक्ट दाढ़ी से कर. डबल प्लान. स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो. पंको मैं आज 2 बार बोला, पता है चाय पीने को. मेरा दूसरा कप ही नहीं पिया मैं अभी तक. मेरा चाय वेस्ट जा रहा है, दिमाग भी वेस्ट जा रहा है, चाय भी वेस्ट जा रहा है. कैसे चलेगा?
right, Toronto. Do we have a game or do we have a game in our hands? I'm sure Tarek's chat's saying that right now. We're joined here by Izzy and by Jackie. We have a Team Liquid fan and a PRX fan. And it's, of course, time to lock in. I mean, we've seen already Kiko lock in before for the first ace of this tournament. This is going to be crazy, Izzy.
I'm super excited.
Yeah. I mean, what did you think about the first map so far?
Oh, that was amazing. They had a real comeback. I was super happy.
Jackie, on the other end, though, this is going to be sad.
Yeah. There's 2 more rounds to go.
There's 2 more rounds, 2 more maps, so we'll see what happens. So hopefully you're going to be able to lock in and win for PRX. So let's get ready and start the showdown for the staring contest. Are we both ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And this time I'm going to take a step back. I learned from my mistake, too, from last time that every time I looked towards this side, somebody was looking here and vice versa. But now I want to make sure I need my panoramic view. I'm going to take even a further step back. And this is serious so far. Do we have a Bleak? A very far back? Oh. Is it getting dry? Are the eyes getting dry? Are your eyes getting drier? Crowd, can we actually support here? Our competitors, Izzy and Jackie, come on! Oh! We have a PRX winner from Jackie, congratulations here. And that's PRX winning the series, right? But if not, we actually still have some prizes. We have signed autographs from Team Liquid and from PRX. Thank you so much for participating. Right fist bump. Right fist bump. And we'll continue the series here. I'm going to back up some more.
PRX 1, TL 0. Fans come on. Yeah. W. She blinked, bro. She blinked first. No? ये देखो पिंकी दी. अरे. Facts.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Lohan. Now Lohan, when it comes to facing PRX, people say you got a WW Gaming to beat WW Gaming, right? So was that the approach here today? And do you feel like you guys were able to match up their aggression?
Yeah, our approach revolved around not just playing our game, playing a bit more aggressive than the usual. Pull up things like fake Euro clone. It worked as well. I was quite happy about that one.
इसके glasses yellow क्यों है?
Yeah, I'm quite happy. I could just play our game.
Blue light cancel
press W as well. It was a really exciting game, to be honest.
Okay, thank you for your insights.
It's always great to see Coach Lohan smile. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm bringing you guys a treat. Joining Ender and I for this post-map is a very special guest. You've seen him here in Americas. You've seen him here over in EMEA, but it's actually a Toronto loco koala noob. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, you played against Team Liquid just a couple times. I don't want to revisit any trauma, but on Split in particular, did you expect this comeback from them? How did they win this map?
Yeah, I mean, I saw how PRX were playing. Team Liquid played a very default style type of game. You kind of want to shake things up against a team like that with a double duelist. And PRX unfortunately weren't doing that, and it was just a clean comeback, and I kind of expected Team Liquid to come back here.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Team Liquid kind of get to steal away this map both because of fake Euro clones and stuff, but also they're winning both pistol rounds, even though their attack half initially was dreadful. Apart from the anti-bonus that they won, they only won a single other rifle round, but got so many of those rounds strung back to back to back at the very end of regulation.
Yeah, I mean, look at the scoreboard right here. Keiko, this guy absolutely popped off 29 and 19, 300 ACS, like played out of his mind, and he was a big factor in why Liquid came back here.
Yeah, we talk about Cats a lot, and this is the one half of Cats, right? Kiko here, a bit of a diff when it comes to the duelist side, but certainly for PRX, they let us slip, right? It was 12-8, 12-9 at one point.
Yeah, PRX didn't seem to be able to find like the right answers when it came to their own attacking side, even though I felt like they were able to get a ton of space on the map pretty consistently. They weren't running into a lot of like forward lines being held by Camo or anything like this, but just got themselves in awkward positions, right?
Yeah, I mean, like PRX, they on their T side, it was just like I felt like communication was lacking. There were a lot of rounds where they were able to get some space or lose space or even fake space, and they didn't even call it. Like there was one round where he fade-eyed A, fake TP'd, and all of a sudden they're going to hit B when there's 4 players on Liquid Swords B. They just know it's a fake, and I feel like it's not getting calm.
Yeah, it becomes an even bigger issue when Kiko starts heating up towards the end of the game, right? Gets the ace in that round, consistently a problem for the team. PRX kept going for these like floor hits on the A site, not finding themselves able to like get control over A heaven. And like that came down to the fact, I think like Jing a few times died like entering up into heaven, and they kind of gave up on that area of the map. And even when they were splitting in, they were still having timings where Team Liquid were taking it through a smoke, shooting them in the back. It felt like they were always getting picked off and not even looking at members of TL.
And it's time for an EMEA special, a fake Yoru clone from Camo here in the Verizon high-speed moment. Koala, this brings us back, right? Durka pulled it off in EMEA, and Camo's doing this on a
thank for the membership.
They just are not scared to do this. This is insane respect to Camo. This is something I always wanted to do in on Navi. Unfortunately, I haven't. But like the fact that he's able to do this and pull this off on the international stage and actually pull Liquid into this comeback is just something super special, and they'll always remember this.
The worst part is he doesn't even have clone in the inventory. He'd already used it in the round, and they didn't realize it.
Dark inspiration for Camo?
It just slips away, and that was the start of the snowball. Because after that comes the Kiko ace. It comes round after round. It comes OT. Well, all of a sudden, Team Liquid solved their attack woes.
That's gotta shake you, right, a little bit. That's when you're 12-9 up and you lose the whole map because of that one play Koala noob. Very difficult to regain your composure.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that the IGL has to actually just rally the troops back up. Like, guys, it happens. Like,
but what if you don't have an IGL?
I don't have an answer. I've never experienced
then it's harder to rally the troops.
I feel like their mental must have been just destroyed from something like that. And then when they got to overtime, it's just like, oh god, like everything's just spiraling in their head. It's like, what do we do?
What are we going to do on Sunset, Ender?
Well, that's the question. I hope PRX were studying what they saw just yesterday from Team Liquid running their composition. I think one of the things that was working so well for TL was how Nats was using his Viper walls on the defensive side. It seems like their opposition was never able to get full control over the B site because of the way it divvied up the site.
I'd love to hear what Coach Alex has to say ahead of Sunset. So take a look at this.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Alex. Alex, we were very excited to see the clash of styles. Of course, Team Liquid bringing in extra aggression to face you guys. So what were some things that you emphasized coming into today's series against Team Liquid, and what do you think you need to fix heading into Sunset?
Yeah, I think they've been playing Split for a while, so we kind of knew how they're going to play. We wanted to attack the B, and also I think they had a really good game plan going. They wanted to make sure that we were... They tried to stop our random aggression, so I think it was a nice clash of ideas. What was the other part of the question?
What do you think you need to fix?
Yeah, we need to play our game. I think we tried to reinvent the wheel a bit too much. Normally we'll be a little bit more free, and I'm hoping that this Sunset game will be a lot better.
Thank you, and good luck.
If we read into what PaperX ran, in some tournaments as of late, when it comes to the Sunset, would you like to see them bring the Sage, Koala?
I think it's something that'll shake Liquid up a little bit. I don't think they've probably faced Sage really at all on that map, and it's they've had pretty decent results with it in the past. I think it definitely can make it a 1-1 and go to Lotus, which I think PaperX might actually win if they get there.
I mean, I think a lot of people are going to look at the Clash of Titans hone wale. Clash of Titans. To be honestly, and I actually like the Sage as a stylistic matchup to how TL play, especially like on the attacking side of things. Because usually, again, like I was talking about earlier, TL plays a really heavy premium on always maintaining back site control on B with their Viper setup.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आज कम्मो और काइको लॉक्ड इन है?
Because they just put down walls, they give them the free plant, so they can play in that box front side, play back towards main. So they're not even going to worry about it.
We get it. Yeah, what do Liquid have to look out for now? We know the Sage is in play.
I mean, A control is going to be probably a very important thing on PaperX's CT side, but they're on attack. I think it's like Ender said.
Sage meta Sunset.
Nats is going to have to maybe change up how he plays.
Prime PRX
they don't really like to fight backside. They like to plant the bomb, play post plant. So maybe shaking it up, maybe fighting B main a little bit more in the early game. Neon, you can really win that control with this type of comp. Making sure you always have that A line. Coming back in with a comp like this is something that's going to be very taxing if they want to refight A. So that's going to be very important for PaperX to make sure that they don't fall into that trap, and Liquid have to really pay attention to the way that they want to play with the Sage.
Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. Let's send this back to Achilles and Paperthin for map 2.
Alrighty, do or die time here for PaperX.
दोपहर को खेल सकते हो दोपहर को तो मैं किया भी है कितना बार मैं
Team Liquid's map pick of Sunset if they want to extend this all the way to Lotus. Historically, Dusk was talking about it, they have been good at this map, but this is a very different look, and something on Sova, while he has played it, is not something that we see.
Membership link them out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think back to when they used to play this map last year, it was him on the Gecko, typically. So we're going to need to see him innovate, find some success.
कल afternoon हो
getting into those ops, who knows?
देखते कल तबियत ठीक होता है क्या?
Why am I even saying that? They're probably going to do it, but it's going to be pretty precarious here on this attacker's side. If that Sova utility isn't really impactful, I can see Team Liquid. Look at this toxic screen out through B main. Maybe get aggressive. Kiko off the rip, a headshot on
भाई क्या हो गया भाई किसको
भाई?
क्या हो गया भाई किको को भाई?
Immediately finding that kill.
और सेकंड भाई का बदला ले.
Be looking to try to shut him down, but Kiko has other ideas. It's another
तू
headshot.
मत बोल, नाम मत बोल.
Pick up another death. There's Paper X.
Gun here. Oi.
Just slowly marching toward their tournament exit. Barring a turn on the round, still do have these sheriffs in hand. They have their work cut out from Tripwire to go ahead and intercept. Camo in position over at Alley.
किसका?
Neon का.
Neon तो भाग के जा सकता दो ट्रिप पे.
With Serial. The reposition clears the
मारेगा ही बे बोल के मारेगा ही इतना सपोर्ट है भाई Neon को.
Quickly.
दो ट्रिप सब कुछ है भाई.
Bobbing on the shotgun, forces him forward. Limit will be the start. He does manage to find his rise. As that'll be the cleanup coming through. Serial striking, just the one casualty found. Team Liquid 3 for 3 in pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this is devastating. We've seen this a lot here in Toronto. The teams just can't win pistols and can't win maps because of it. Paper X has been struggling in that department since their very first match. Everybody struggled against Gen G, sure. Here against Team Liquid, you're getting shut out in the pistol round department. These are some of the most important rounds you have in Valorant.
I told you.
And you know they just tried to challenge Kiko again, and he's just too hot right now.
round में stress ले रहा है Elix भाई.
You know, the confidence still there for Paper X, but the mechanics on the side of Team Liquid currently, the momentum on the side of Team Liquid currently.
गलत है शायद नहीं.
Only a sheriff bought up by Patman.
Prince भाई thank you for the 179 मेरी जान की रोटी. iPhone है
They're going to try to work the way around the map, try to find
iPhone में screen है शायद. Browser से लेने का try करो. Browser से.
They can towards A. Look who it is.
Safari से try करो.
मोबाइल में ब्राउजर कर लो full in browser desktop वाला ब्राउजर और फिर ट्राई करो लिंक
और फिर join करो.
फिर ज्वाइन करो. पास दोस्त वाला ले.
Glimpse found, but either way, Jing does get whittled away at down to 52.
चलो plant खुल
They'd
जाएगा.
really like to get through and get this plant going. Heal is there from Devi. Smoke is down. He's going to blast pack through.
What on the top? And yeah, Batman. Huge shot to be found, but no, just barreling forward into Patty Tech's open arms.
किधर जाते रहते रे? किधर जाते रहते?
Gets the cleanup. 2 kills found, minor damage dealt. Team Liquid start things off 2-0.
Yeah, they're just playing bend but don't break there on this hold. There's a little bit extra space.
Wow.
That smoke's blooming. Able to find one, but they come barreling through. Trying to see if they can overwhelm that angle. But man, oh man, Patty Tech has been really firm in some of those holds. He has shut down early parts of the round for Paper X sometimes just on his own angles that he's taking. Finding tons of value.
Guns ही नहीं है.
Nats is even going to scoop up an Odin here?
Bonus है ना nobody.
Oh my god.
Hefty investment in the bonus. One that
दो
can certainly
trips
pay
भाई
off.
Neon को कितना lovely support.
The blue ball, the ball.
Real way of trying to play off that tripwire. In fact, the counter spam in anticipation of the peak does manage to find Serial down to 45. Batman on this lurk.
Batman.
Able to find the timing here if he cuts in towards tiles.
Batman.
आगे बोल रहा.
Now dropping, but it's going to be Patty who actually turns around, finds him with the bulldog, upgrades to the vandal.
तो मर ही जाएगा ना वो.
मैं Patrick बोल रहा था वो गलती से Batman निकला.
Pushing forward, Paranoia going to be sent, but cleaned up as they work their way.
Hey, Jing बोलते चिड़ी
Kiko trying to see if he can make this a bit more costly, but he cannot. Paper X not allowing for a bonus conversion off the rip like we saw on Split. Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, you can see so much of Paper X's game plan here is to try to punish these A
Double
players.
Banks, love you.
And they do a great job on the opener. Finding Camo out in the open.
पब्लिक स्ट्रीम पे कभी गेम प्ले भी करना है या सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी होगा? अब 5 डेज हो गए नो सिंगल गेम प्ले स्टोरी लाइन भाई। एक साल में मैं 500 स्ट्रीम्स करता हूँ। कितना? 500। ठीक है, अगर आपको गेम प्ले देखने हैं पीछे का कोई भी जाके स्ट्रीम देख लो, लाइव चैट ऑन करके, ऐसा लगेगा आप लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहे। जस्ट सेइंग।
I think that's wise. You got to know there's some kind of layers behind that defensive setup. Right outside of A main. And you're starting to take a little bit of space in the mid, claim a little bit of map control for yourselves. Here. As they think about going over towards B. Looking for the crosses, seeing if anybody changes sides of the map. They're going to use a smoke there in mid. Aditech has to go and check, see what's going on.
वो लोग उधर जा रहे हैं ना, वापस उसका ही नाम ले।
Come on, man.
Something sat here. If you're looking to try to sell a bit of a fake, the rest of the team to try to strike off of.
Something best shock dart से trip तोड़ना रहता है.
Sends the drone. At the moment,
trip
Team Liquid not really biting on this bait. Another peek back in towards mid. Shock darts going to be committed. Clears out the tripwire. Camo going to be holding close at the ready.
Come on, man.
Camo cannot sprint fast.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Kiko's still going to be
यहाँ पे कौन है?
up here over towards Ali.
Kiko भाई.
Yes, Binks.
Immediately spray in towards back sight.
Map 3 बोलते. Yeah.
Exit.
Boost up over the top. A PRX classic. Something about Sage with this team.
10th floor पे बैठा है 4 सेकंड बाद 10th floor
पे going for a save. PRX flawless fashion will tie us up at 2-2.
Yeah, it's really important for PRX to get a good start here on this attacker's side. Going to be very key to their mental stability and to the nature of the map itself.
I said flawless fashion.
Oh, hold on.
They are going on the hunt. They're coming out on top. Lose a player, but take everything out of the hands of Team Liquid.
guns गिरा दिए. Good.
Much better way to go 2-2.
Absolutely worth. Levi is going to have a res as well.
2-0 तो सारे PRX fan
great paranoia.
पकड़ के धोएंगे God speed भाई. Possible ही नहीं है. मेरा prediction on point रहता है. On point.
PRX Classico. We're going to find these
बोलूं मैं split 3 कौन जीतेगा? With your permission.
Someone up there TPing on top of it. Jing Blast packing up with it. A lot of different
फिर से 50 गिफ्ट देना पड़ेगा. बोलूं मैं?
Guardian for Paditech, Sheriffs otherwise. It's now a mid push out here behind this toxic screen.
4 players working their way across the tiles. Spot anything, so should get a read.
Hey, 4 जन नाट्स बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
Opportunity to punish Patman, who is alone on this side of the map, slowly creeping forward. Or maybe he'll be able to find a backstab here. It's all going to come down to these timings.
Hey, flank को flank कर रहा है.
Turned around, faced in towards B main. Noise not yet being made. Reads this position being given. Patman looking like he's not going to be able to find.
भाई उनको नहीं मालूम. अभी मालूम है. Batman is pulling nuts.
Smoke going to be cycled in. They're actually going to backpedal a little bit. Now starting to register that there might be a player behind. Weapon drawn out. Serial hits the headshot. Vandal can be recovered. Saved. Recon just ping out into one. Forsaken. He swung into a triple face last map. Doesn't want to do it again. This time is able to go ahead and back away. Vandal potentially here for the catches. Jing gonna go sprinting forward. Doesn't clear the corner though. They will retain their weapons.
Forsaken's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me again, well, then it's definitely my fault, but he avoids disaster there.
Huh?
It's PRX, 3 in a row.
mood में और Nats by
Finding some
नहीं चल
momentum,
रहे.
finding their groove. Patitech does have a hunter's
That's
fury.
a W
Still sitting on
sauce for
Devi's
victory.
resurrection if
W
necessary.
sauce.
Let's see what they want to do off the start. It's been a lot of early A congestion.
Huh?
That's where
Chef's
Team Liquid is
kiss.
going to be lining up the bulk of their forces. Meanwhile, PRX going to leave something on his own over there. Has to get out.
Clear the dart. Little backpedal the rest of the team.
W. सीधा घुस जा जिंग.
Swiftly themselves in onto
जिंग
this
सीधा
site.
घुस जा.
Very narrow angle to try to play off
W
of Serial.
W
Immediately
साइड
having
मिल
a
गया
back pedal.
रीटेक कर रहे वो लोग
Moya goes his way, tucks back in towards Bo, but
Nice.
joining in alongside Nats.
बाइक की दे देता उसको
But now, sight is opened up here for the taking. Spike coming through.
This is the pit.
They get the wall set up, yeah, here on market. And Patman, like
कहाँ
you
पे
said, is
डालेगा?
going to be invested immediately. Trying to make this nigh impossible for Team Liquid.
ये इतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है मेरे को
Camera frantically just sending out a dart, hoping to find a hit, but comes up shy. Fury now committed to try to flush him out. Patman, he's the first one to fall. Camo's able to find that kill. Attack on him, Forsaken forces him back, and he cannot hold his ground.
वर्ल्ड अच्छा नहीं लगा यार मेरे
That
को
finds that. Jing looking for a little bit more, but they're all falling to the wayside as something's the last one standing. There's the blind, there's the shot. And Team Liquid retake into the pit and somehow only lose one player.
This is brutal for Paper Rex and a great retake for Team Liquid. Love the
सिटी
Hunter's
वाला अल्ट
Fury
मारना था यार
into that pit. We've got some really good ideas of where
ये
they're
यहाँ
going
पे
to be
ऑलरेडी
tucked in.
वॉल था देयर इज नो
They're
वे
able
वो
to
लोग वॉल तोड़
punish
के
them
वाइपर
so
अल्ट में
quickly,
रिटेक करेंगे
right? Using that Hunter's Fury as an entry tool.
लोग को पता था कि वहाँ पे वॉल है सारे लोग सिटी से वो कर
Flush
दिए
them into the encroaching Team Liquid members. Beautifully set up, beautifully thought out. Now Paper Rex gonna have to rethink things a bit. Do have the
ज़्यादा
overdrive for
स्पेस
Camo.
दिया रिटेक करने के लिए
TP forward into the smoke there at mid. Forsaken. About to be backstabbed here. Nats, he reads it so perfectly.
भाई क्या बंदा
Heard
है
the
बे
maneuver.
यार
Just
Serial
managed to
by?
find that kill. Turn over the top there at market. Tiny little gap to
भाई
try to peek
gap
through.
है
We'll be able to slide forward onto the site. Cam still not going to be cleared. Patman on this linger here at mid. Seeing if he can intercept anybody. Kiko starting to strafe maybe into position here where the punish can be found, but it's going to be the lead-in from Camo, escorting him forward. Keeping his teammate clear on the angle. Something now having to hold down market.
शॉट
It's a
बे
time
समथिंग
shot. Go ahead and take out one, but falling to the wayside at the same time.
दवाई रेस्ट कर दे
Finds
उसको
something
मार
to
के
fight to hold this back. Paranoia crashes across, finding the
enemy
sage.
remaining.
Serial swings around. Comes up with that kill and defuse, being held, and something with some swing will be punished. Team Liquid reestablish the lead by 1.
It's getting a little scary for Paper Rex. Starting to fall a little, trying to get a little too tricky, to be honest. You know, with this teleport from Forsaken, you're not fooling Nats. You're not fooling him. He is one of the smartest players on the planet.
One enemy remaining.
Game sense is incredible, and they still haven't found an opportunity to use the res on some of these holds. They're really just kind of trying to take fights, trying to be proactive on some of these defenses, and Patman is getting just destroyed on these lurks. So all of
नेसेसरी
this is
टाइम आउट
really
नेसेसरी टाइम आउट के बाद अपन
making
एक
it difficult
राउंड
for
नहीं
Paper
हारते
Rex. It is why the bricks are crumbling, why the tracks not getting laid.
डब्ल्यू टाइम
anymore.
आउट है ये डब्ल्यू टाइम आउट
Still have an economy. They're trying to put together a buy, but we'll see what the call ends up being here for Paper Rex. Hunter's Fury and the aforementioned res is still available for them. So it might just be slow
व्हाट
play.
आफ्टर वॉच पार्टी आई थिंक
Exact in,
मेंबर्स
trying
ऑन द
to get
सेम
these
कल की
orbs
तरह
handed
करेंगे
over the
एल्डन
Jing,
प्लस
who's 2 charges away from having a showstopper
और
online.
वो नया गेम में डाउनलोड करके रखता हूँ
Yeah, it's so
कल
much
ना
that
वो
Team
डूने
Liquid
वाला
does
जो
well.
गेम है
You know, they
वो
stack
डाउनलोड
up,
करके
they're
रखता हूँ
constantly playing for trades. That makes it so difficult for
वो
Paper
गेम
Rex,
अगर
especially
खेल
with
के
the
पसंद आए
mechanics
तो
as
खेलेंगे
sharp as they
सिर्फ
are right now for Team Liquid. And you're not winning your 1v1s either. Out in the open, everything is starting to go Team Liquid's way. Paper X had some good ideas to start. You know, and you can see that Team Liquid is sensing off that timeout that you know, what was working early on for Paper X was A hits.
जिंग बाय मोड
Let's
में भाई
really overstack that angle. See if we can catch him a bit off guard, but it's actually a mid push here.
जिंग एक डबल सैचल इनटू फैंटम डबल हेडशॉट बता दे
Sliding through with Paper X was looking for a little bit of a trap at top mid
जिंग
of their
बता
own.
दे बुक में मार दे गोली
Nothing doing.
They tucked there into the smoke, see if they can find anything with the drone.
डोन इज बैड मेरे को खेल के तो
Recall
देखने दो
on the tripwire. Very nicely done here from
सब
Serial.
लोग खेल रहे हैं
Keeping
श्राउड
that
भी खेल
util
रहे हैं
protected. Paint Shell's going to make it a little bit more difficult as they do get cleared out. He's still going to be here at backside though. put up some damage. But getting ping revealed to Hunter's Fury, he's just completely contained into the corner, and Jing is able to collect. They look for a little bit more. The wall going to be raised here in their faces. Camo tries to break down one of the segments, and that forces Forsaken to not be able to push forward. Rocket just trying to kill, gets a good amount of damage, but Haditech still alive, still able to find some impact here.
W plant है ये plant सबसे best लगता है मेरे को.
Spike gets planted. PRX should be favored in this position. Team Liquid are going to look try to reroute that script, but Camo and Nat swiftly are going to be dealt with here. The smokes. Not able to find one.
Player standing.
Looking for a little bit more here. Be able to make it still a bit costly as two players die. PRX, the back of the timeout, tie things up 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this to me just looks like they're shoring up these post plants, making sure the crossfires are good, making sure everyone knows what their job is here. Nice Hunter's Fury to set up Jing. Showstopper, okay, doesn't get the kill, but you know they're there. You know you backed them off. That's giving you the ability to be ready.
चलो थोड़ा ज्ञान चोदते. I understand, but ये तो नहीं ना कि 10 hours members only और 4 hours normal कर. और रही बात स्टेबल इनकम की, तो more than 80% members gifted है, which will never counted as stable unless they buy. पहली बात, क्या आपको हाथी पसंद है? पहला क्वेश्चन स्टोरी लाइन. दूसरी बात, एल्डन के वजह से लॉन्ग मेंबर्स ऑन दी स्ट्रीम हुई है. उसके पहले 2-2 घंटा मेंबर्स करता था. दूसरी बात. तीसरी बात, मेरे कितने मेंबर्स है तेरे को आइडिया है? जो तेरा 80% गिफ्टेड है, तेरे को आइडिया है दोस्त कितना है? मेरी खुद की गांड फटी जब मैंने देखा इतने सारे मेंबर्स है. समझ रहे हो? कभी बुक्स में आपको मिले 80% जो मेरा मेंबर्स 80% गिफ्टेड है बोल रहे हो? हाँ, मिले? काय को अगर स्ट्रीम देखना पसंद है देख, वैलो देखना पसंद है 100 स्ट्रीम पीछे की है, वो जाके देख भाई. 4 घंटा करूं मैं, 5 घंटा करूं मैं, 10 घंटा मेंबर्स ओनली करूं. जो मेरा नॉर्मल पब्लिक स्ट्रीम का टाइम है 9:30 से 1:30, 12:30, 2:30, वो तो मैं कर रहा हूँ ना. वो मैंने सेक्रीफाइस किया है कभी कि नहीं आज मैं 10 मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम करूंगा, मैं आज नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा? ऐसा कभी हुआ है? काहे ज्ञान चोदते हो भाई? काहे बीटी देते हो बताओ? देखते दो ना मैच, अच्छा खासा मैच चल रहा है, ज्ञान फैल रहे हो. ए मोड्स हाइड दो रे इसको यार. देखो दो.
Double face forward, right, nearly connecting and getting transferred there, but Vi manages to close it out, keep things very tight knit, 5-5.
Yeah, this time
PRX
disrespects this A-hold. They're using that toxic screen. They get ahead of the relay bolt. I think.
Sorry, झाड़ू मारना भूल गए. किटो साइड आओ.
Coming their way. They were just on point as well with the shooting. Just bullying their way forward. That's classic PRX style. Patty Tech back into another Hunter's Fury though. Device still no real opportunity to use the rest.
Excuse me.
Because he's been so scrappy.
घुस गया भाई. W सचल. ये सचल सीखने का ये नहीं होता.
Spotted, cleared. Hunter's Fury gonna be opened up.
भाई ये सीखेंगे यार सचल.
Gets the punish though. It's right here on top of him. The late lurk. He's off dividends and he manages to tuck away into the corner, keeps himself alive. Jing at the same time off screen gonna be taken down as Nats finds that kill.
Love you yaar.
Hit available now for the Viper. It's Forsaken. Just the second spare. Goes for the TP, but it gets canceled, and he's immediately right back into his demise. The wheels coming off a bit here, it would seem.
Viper के पास ही मार देता TP.
Timing has the heal available. Would love to get that. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally does go through.
Go for VCT. June 16 promotion कर दो बंद में. Axis zone by love you यार.
20 HP pops the overdrive.
Binks is god of god.
Straight to the skull. Suddenly into a 3v3 we go.
चड्डी को लो नहीं.
Plan to come in. Something finding the flank. Is he going to be ready for the second layer? Don't have to worry about it. Serial is going to be the one.
इसका राउंड हो सकता है मेरे हिसाब से पतमन का हो सकता है.
Pulls back though. He's worried about a deep wraparound through the back side of the A site.
They don't know where Patman went.
Batman का राउंड हो सकता है.
Sat here, playing in front of the toxic screen. It will fall.
Shot दवाई.
It's
मार दे
perfectly
Batman.
poised. Serial clipped there in the skull.
दवाई का राउंड था.
cleans up the rest of the round. 6-5, PRX in the lead for the moment.
दवाई का round था मैं बोला था भाई बोला था कि नहीं
This could absolutely end up being a 6-6 half.
और मेरे को किसी स्ट्रीमर का मेंबरशिप लेना हो तेरे होगा लव यू मेरी जान करटे
TP play from Forsaken doesn't fool him.
ग्राइंड बहुत ज्यादा है हाँ क्या मेरे को देखने का एक बार खेल के देखूंगा ना गेम अगर अच्छा लगा तो खेलेंगे और नहीं अच्छा लगा तो नहीं खेलेंगे एक बार खेल के तो देखूंगा
Would be fantastic and Camo a little bit frustrated there. He doesn't have
कि
that
और कोई
overdrive. Does he go
ग्राइंड
out?
वाला गेम है नहीं जो
Bucky, though.
कोई भी ऐसे टूल प्लेयर खेल रहा
And on a Neon, you already say, okay, probably favor you there. Into a pit.
ये अटैकिंग मैप है
I like those odds.
ये
some work
60-40% मतलब इतना भी ज्यादा अटैकिंग मैप नहीं है
It's the shock darts. Just shy of being able to find that kill. The push forward fight does end up getting him, and Jinx is going to be taken down as they get the ping reveal. Wall committed. Trying to go ahead and get the res through. Devi on the counter spam. Finds Paddock Tech as Camo gets the spot out on the one. The Bucky here. In their faces, but Devi is doing God's work right now for the
love
team.
you यार दवाई love you यार
Up a third. It's just Kiko and Serial now. Arriving.
प्रेस भी क्या तीन बंदे लोग को मारा भी भाई हील भी क्या और क्या चाहिए
Stop PRX from halving the lead at the half. Devi works lower and lower down to 25. It's back around and Serial will be noted.
भाई ये राउंड दवाई के नाम
Kiko with everything to do. 3 players around the corner. All of them very low, but the wide swing.
4K
offset. Devi gets a 4K. PRX gets 7 at
4K
the half.
baby by 7-5 is good for PRX
Huge here for PRX on the first half of Sunset. 11 kills in total. What an impressive round from the Sage.
यार लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम अगर लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम नहीं कि कल पंकु को मार जाना दोपहर को मेरे को सुबह उठना पड़ेगा अमन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे
Liquid certainly are not out of this yet. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it
इधर है भाई
all started
सुपर
in
करने
dingy
वाले आलो
basements
$2
and
billion
cramped living rooms.
From how the pros
Oh, बाहर
train to
निकलो
how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes
अंकल
packed
नहीं
with
है वो
insight and
यार
lessons for anyone
है वो
looking to
अंक
understand the world of
यंग
competitive gaming.
वाले को
Ready
अंक
to learn the
कहते हैं
game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
भाई लेकिन एक बात मानना पड़ेगा भाई बाहर का एकेडमी टीम्स भी बहुत क्रेजी प्लेयर ढूंढते हैं हाँ चैट एकदम क्रेजी प्लेयर हर साल ये लोग लेके आते हैं
Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gun it. Super swiper all night is the fight, is the funk, 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 funk.
La. इसका नेक्स्ट मैच कभी है 15-20 दिन एक्सपीडिशन में ट्राई करो न्यू गेम है मस्त है एकदम हाँ क्या रुक जाओ देखता हूँ ना अभी कभी
Seven and 5, PRX here in the lead for the moment. Team Liquid going to be looking to turn that around. First, we'll go ahead and take a look at the coin.
Yeah, story mode.
Yeah, really interesting to see that Camo actually just a bit ahead of Paddy Tech, but I wanted to take a look at Paddy Tech, some of the impact that he was having with that Hunter Sphere. You could see some of those slight bumps there. From maybe the ult,
game to bahar hi dikh raha hai bhai.
But also holding the line really nicely early on in that half. Finding those big impact kills. Those first bloods, really, really powerful, really potent for Team Liquid to kind of shut the PRX train down and to keep the coal from being put into the furnace. But PRX, if they're ever going to win a pistol, now would be the time. They need it desperately, especially coming into the defender side of Sunset.
Certainly do. Team Liquid able to do the lion's share of their damage. 7-5 on their attack last time they played this
Try
map.
कर सब character change करके खेलना है जी
See how they fare. Full kit here
फिर
for
अच्छा
Divide.
नहीं है सब कैरेक्टर खेलने वाला गेम
It's
अच्छा
going to be
नहीं
the
लगता
classic in hand.
देखते हो
Most
लेकिन
otherwise. Forsaken is half armor. Serial under pressure.
Really aggressive paranoia going to be sent out. Doesn't connect onto the Cypher, but
भाई
space taken here
कितना
for Paper
स्पेस
Rex.
भाई लिक्विड के पास
Team Liquid's going to take space right back.
Yeah, already Camo arriving here at Boba, misses the timing, though they get the spot out, and as he tries to just send out the relay bolt, Forsaken at range with the classic. Manages to find the kill. Something pretty much back, Jing finding
तुम
Kiko.
स्पेस लो हम राउंड लेंगे बेबी
Just has one more player. Trying to make a go of this now by himself. Divide will swoop in from the side. Paper Rex will find their first pistol win here of the series.
भगवान
By 3 rounds.
Well, we wanted to see it get a bit weird, and this round certainly did. Forsaken there, catching Camo, trying to go for the relay bolt in the air.
Yes man, thank you for the membership मेरी जान
Fadeaway there. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And they needed that, and that's got them on their feet.
Jing on his feet, not something that we see very often.
Please जीत जा please
Minor prayer there from Alex as well. Sheriff in hand for Kiko.
भाई माइंड फ्रिक भाई को ज्यादा मजा आ रहा है मेरे हिसाब से एलेक्स भाई के बाजू में जितना मैं देखा मेरे हिसाब से माइंड फ्रिक भाई को ज्यादा मजा आ रहा है दो भाई दोनों तबाही हाँ मान रहा भाई समथिंग भाई मेरी तो गांड पड़ते नहीं उनके सामने हाँ
One casualty. Paper Rex overall get themselves a very clean anti-eco.
That's huge. For Paper X's momentum, for their confidence. That's 5 in a row now. Going back to the other half. It's that crossfire. It's going to be tricky for both teams to deal with it. Liquid does have the addition of the relay bolt to try to clear these angles. But, you know, both of them are going to have to find their timings, be really sharp on those entry shots. Team Liquid.
Why there is 2 and 3 teams from Jana not one? One is already there in playoff.
Just get this orb here for
Open
Jing.
करो क्या है ये
One away from a showstopper now.
And he's got a phantom. He's one of the ones with a rifle. Certainly
Yeah, ऐसा
doable.
open कर दो
Through mid. They're taking a look. And Team Liquid trying to obscure their numbers.
Shots flying through here, but just heavy presence in mid. Numbers advantage ends up winning out. Jing dead. Weapon under recovered from
दो मार दिए गोटिस ने
towards Tiles. Tucks into the corner.
ओ भाई भाई क्या प्ले
No idea what hit him.
अमन मैं बचपन में करते थे
Can barely even exit B main. Paper Rex coming alive as they convert the bonus.
क्या ये बंदे कर सकते हैं
He lurks and they're just not ready for it. They have no idea. And then he TPs into the corner after getting stunned by the relay bolt. Camo, no clue until it's too late.
बनाया बड़ा मजा आया उल्लू बनाया बड़ा मजा आया
Come
on man बोलो उससे come on man हाँ कमो को मार के come on man
And that is going to bring out an immediate timeout from Team Liquid after they lose the bonus on their attacker
अब
side.
क्या फायदा टाइमआउट के लिए नेक्स्ट मैच चलो नींद आ रही है 2 दिन से सोए नहीं खत्म करो जल्दी अभी तो एक मारते हैं यार 100 लाइक्स रिमेनिंग फॉर सन के लाइक जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है लाइक कर दो
You get the opposite. You get the master class, the gorgeous read.
Bing, there are many internal problems going in my family. I'm 22 and I had no idea how to help or deal with this, but my parents in trouble. Please guide me. Dhruv bhai, मेरी बात सुनो. आपका पेरेंट्स का एज है ना आपसे डबल है. उनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है. कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम होएगा ना फैमिली का पेरेंट्स का कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम है वो लोग इतने क्या बोलते उतने है कि वो लोग डील कर सकते हो प्रॉब्लम्स के साथ और रिलेटिव्स का हेल्प ले सकते हैं और सबका हेल्प ले सकते हैं अगर आप वो चीज़ में घुसोगे ना मतलब इट्स वेरी काइंड दैट यू वांट टू हेल्प देम लेकिन हो सकते हो बैकफायर भी करे मेरे पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है ठीक है तो मॉरली उनका साथ दो लेकिन दे कैन हेल्प देमसेल्फ वो लोग कर लेंगे वो लोग केपेबल है वो तो ठीक है ज़्यादा टेंशन मत लो आप टेंशन लोगे वो लोग का एक और प्रॉब्लम बनेगा कि भाई इतने प्रॉब्लम्स के बीच में मेरा बेटा स्ट्रेस ले रहा है तो एक और स्ट्रेस लेवल समझ रहे हो वैसा वाला
Spam through and there's not much resistance that's going to be put up at the front of B.
आप मस्त पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करो,
Patman's there, but
टैक्सी जॉब वॉब करो,
a lot
उनका
he can
नाम
do
वाम
here.
ऊंचा
Ball
करो,
goes
बाकी
down,
वो
but
लोग
yeah,
देख
paranoia
लेंगे.
going to be sent. Just has to play back. Stingers on the opposite side.
Spike planted.
Will prove deadly at this range. TP forward. He go not getting the read. And Patman, he can't see him. It doesn't even matter. His mind's eye opens. He massacres them here, denying any opportunity for the half buy to find purchase.
हाँ?
I was like, man, this might be a little
Batman
tricky for
W
Paper
है
Rex. You know, they
भाई.
got stingers,
Thank
they're
you,
getting into
Nate
the
Days. Love you,
post
मेरी
plant.
जान करोटे.
Forget it.
Spike planted.
The Batman makes his presence known. Just insane stuff. Incredible. And just TPs right into it, trying to catch him a bit off guard.
Esports World Cup क्या है?
Maybe opening
सबसे
it,
बड़ा
falling a little further back.
टूर्नामेंट वर्ल्ड का जो साल में एक बार होता है. अभी भी चालू है, एक साल हुआ है उसको.
Train might have been derailed with
अभी
Slee's
दूसरा
grand
साल है.
betrayal in this series, but there's plenty of room in the Patmobile.
That's right.
Flynn. Make it look like a clown car.
That's right. That thing usually holds two.
Sakin pushing
भाई
forward
क्या
into the smoke
बंदा है
once
बे
again. It goes
फोर्सिकन.
on red.
भाई क्या बंदा है भाई. क्या किया फोर्सिकन में, तुम लोग को आइडिया है? वॉल के आगे टीपी किया, स्मोक डाला हुआ है, आगे वाला स्मोक, वन वे वाला नहीं, आगे वाला स्मोक, वॉल के आगे टीपी किया हुआ है.
Oh, okay, Nats.
नियॉन आगे घुसा है, पूरी टीम को ब्लाइंड करके रोका है भाई, और स्मोक के अंदर बैठ गया. तो नियॉन को कोई सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकता अभी.
Sleeping giant for too long. Something does put him back to bed.
Crazy bro, crazy,
Paper
crazy,
X
crazy, crazy bro.
storming their way to map point as they look to take this the distance over to Lotus.
One enemy remains.
Classic Paper X. Just go for
इसलिए
the
ब्लाइंड में
scraps, go for
चुपचाप
the
घुस
plays,
जाने
go
का.
for the confidence.
लेकिन आई थिंक नेड भी आ गया था इसलिए शायद.
Another option that
I
they
think
will
Jingu
run
का नेड भी आ
sometimes
गया
when something is on the initiators. Jing having another stellar map.
अभी
Divide.
मेरे इसके लास्ट में
Impact
जिंक्स
found
कर दो
so many
प्लीज.
different ways. Now let's see if we can
ये
get it
लोग
done with
में
Yop.
जिंक्स काम नहीं आते.
Yep, he can.
And he can. Looks for the readjust. Downward flick not going to come
उसने
through.
किसको तो
Showstopper.
मारा.
Jing will get sniped out of the sky by Kiko.
गोली
but
ऐसे लगी जमीन
was
पे
able to
लगी
find a
लेकिन.
kill. 3v3 now.
और फिर वो मरा.
लेकिन ऐसा देखा कि गोली जमीन पे लगी है.
Drawn from something. Check into mid. Gets a spot on the serial, but doesn't see anyone else.
कैसे?
Lurk here from Kiko. Be able to find some value is Forsaken. Slowly drifting back. Kiko looking to push forward, take some space.
Oh my god.
Paper X isn't really reading this. They weren't aware that there were two
ये सब
players
nats क्यों बन रहे हैं भाई?
behind that wall, so this is going to open up the map for Team
ना
Liquid.
तो लग मेरे जैसे तीन बंदे रहेंगे तो अपन गेम जीते.
He was so good last time.
Cutting their way in.
दूसरी गोली जमीन पे
the
लगी.
B site.
अच्छा, दूसरा गोली.
They haven't seen him. They have to suspect that he's going to be the one playing on this side of the map, trying to play around that Viper wall. Serial about to make first contact.
Oh, W.
He gets dropped. Spike now on the floor. Quick TP over into B main. Patman's still going to get flushed out though. Spike has to be scooped up. Hit comes through. That's still needing to recover this, and there's only 20 seconds remaining.
भाई ये अल्ट के वजह से ज्यादा जगह है नहीं प्लांट करने के लिए. 15 सेकेंड प्लांट में बस रिकॉन शॉट डाउन और वो सब करना है. अयो अल्ट लेफ्ट राइट हो गया.
Something comes in off the flank. 13 to 5. This series
नहीं यार
is not
ऐसा
done
नहीं
yet.
देखने का था मेरे को. 13-5
Will not go quietly into
लोग जाके जीतेगा तो औरा होता है.
We get a map 3. We get Lotus.
प्लीज जीत जा PRX मेरी जान के रोटे प्लीज. और सेकंड गोड W.
Unbelievable recovery after a devastating OT loss on split. They're back.
भाई 2-0 होना था ना ये गेम.
Lotus still needs to be
टेक्निकली
played.
देखा जाए
This
except
is not
2-0.
over yet.
Technically
One of
देखा
these
जाए.
teams is sticking around. The other's going home. We're going to find out which one it is when we come back from the break.
टेक्निकली अपने नजर में it's 2-0 चैट. अभी बोल रहा हूँ. अपने नजर में. मैं ट्वीट में सैड फेस कर दिया. अभी क्या हैप्पी फेस ट्वीट करूँ मैं?
अब कौन ट्वीट करता है भाई?
भाई ये वो वाला गाना है जो बाद में होता है. हाँ क्या? Surely someone would know how much HP the table has lost in
minus 40 HP. जी ना मान रही.
W by W. यही है पहला ट्वीट पहुंचा अभी टीम पहुंचेगा. लेट्स गो बेबी. इतने रात को ट्वीट करके बैठे जी. लव यू यार. मैं भी ऐसे फास्ट इंग्लिश बोलता था. I don't wanna know, no. I don't wanna know, no. I don't wanna know, no. Washroom जाके आने पानी पी के. Probably my hand is also hurting now, Pangu. ऐसा करके. पूरा डब्बा खा लिया तूने? काहे?
हेल्दी है.
डिनर तो किया था लेकिन तूने?
8 बजे खाई थी.
मेरा डिनर कब था? फैन कौन ऑफ करेगा बाहर?
One corner, #1 corner, top fan.
What a response from PRX. We will be going to a map 3 after that performance.
Get
on Sunset.
close.
I'm your host, Lisa, and I'm back here once
So
again.
pretty.
And joined by Koala
Timber.
and Ender. That was a crazy comeback after what happened on map 1. You gotta give it to PRX to keep their composure.
Yeah, it seemed very clear that they made business in this game. Map 1, it felt like it got stolen away from them, losing pistols, losing to a Euroclone at the end. But in this map, strong first half and lights out second.
Yeah, I mean, this could have literally just been a 2-0 for PRX. Like, they're playing insane right now. I mean, like, everybody's hitting shots. Like, they're not scared to fight into Liquid.
And you were very excited about the stage. Was the usage of the stage what you expected?
Actually, no. I thought the stage was going to be a lot more leaning towards A, trying to like stop the Neon because Neons love to like take A space. But it actually was just like bunkering into the B site, and PRX just doing what they do best. They're just fighting, getting in your face. They're not scared to make these like crazy plays against you.
Yeah, we did go back to beta a little bit, or the first time PRX ran this comp, drawing the heart up there. But yeah, playing some of those fun boost angles, you can see the rotates coming in, the players from mid on the defensive side with the operator in his hands. I think overall, he just played a phenomenal game, even outside of the stage stuff, just gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, he was just hitting shots, like the walls were just so annoying, like, it just... It's a character that's just not really taken into account on a map like this, and I feel like Liquid really felt that this game.
And this round especially, it's the end of the first half, it's what gives them the advantage. Even though they'd lost a player early, he's there for the res, and then just fearlessly taking and winning every single fight.
And you can see maybe a degree, Koala, of uncomfortability from Liquid, right? They couldn't find an answer to this.
Yeah, I think Liquid were approaching it really wrong. Like, they noticed that they were fighting A every round, but like, you gotta take some mid control. You have to like make the rotates happen because they start top mid, PRX very heavy, and then they just rotate and refight you. And when you're fighting into them right away, which is exactly what they want, like it's just gonna be worse for you. So try to like make them over rotate, try to make them like tax like a lot of util out. Like it just wasn't happening, and they just really lost, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we also ended up seeing PRX once they moved on to defense, just winning out the important rounds. I'm thinking round 15, which is their bonus. They were in an aggro piece. They went into that fight. Then round 17 as well. It's the first time it's rifle v rifle, and it goes the other way. This is round 15, and it's PRX getting a huge walk up outside of A while their mid players were distracting with the early fight. And
like we miss our audience
beautifully. It looks like Camo didn't even know where he was.
Yeah, I mean, mean,
तीन हो
this was
जाता है,
beautiful by Forsaken. Like,
तीन थोड़ा break करते
didn't he
हैं,
walk
तो
through the
भी
one
ऐसा
way as well? Like,
office
the
का
full
भी ऐसा
confidence. Like,
mismatch होगी ना।
it's just
मतलब
this stuff you
office
can't take into
colleagues
account when you're
में
facing a team like this. And if you
हम लोग भी
don't, like,
chat में
this is
कभी-कभी
exactly what
miss कर
happens. They're just gonna punish you, and it just continued to happen. And it was beautiful by them.
I think we also saw
अब
the other
कितना
day when
मैच है?
Team Liquid were playing this map, they got a lot of free ace space because Nats is throwing down that
लेकिन
Viper
एक
orb
लड़की
that
पसंद है,
breaks
बात
the
करने का
typical
confidence
one-way there.
मैं
We're able
आ
to get
रहा।
these consistent walk-ups, but
नहीं
look
आ
at was
रहा।
the duo hold sort of holding that 180, blocking down Team Liquid players, or
Daily members
refighting
only
like we
करते
just
तो
saw there at the
इसलिए
end
आई
of the
थी
clip.
मैं।
PRX had a very clear game plan at countering out what Nats was trying to do.
But it's the game plan that everybody
अच्छा, हाँ,
is
तूने बोला
familiar with, right? They don't respect you. They're going to play like they don't respect you. And Koala, maybe we're going to talk about it in a second, but moving on to another map, the third one, they got to learn from that. They got to understand to not play into Paper X's game.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus is up next. It's a map that we maybe don't know what Liquid's gonna even pull out because they used to run Teho's nerf. It can be a completely different comp, but Paper X, I feel like they always just stick to their style and it just works for them. So I'm just really wondering, like, what's Liquid gonna do to approach this? Because it just didn't work.
Yeah, and I would love to, at some point, see a Waylay. We haven't seen a Waylay in this tournament yet. If it's
I don't want to see the Waylay still. I'm not a believer
Why are you
at
such
all.
a hater?
Because there's other agents that just do Waylay things better.
You don't believe in the Wayslay, you know? We Wayslaying on the global stage?
I believe in winning, and Waylay is not doing that for you right now.
Well, if it's somebody that can help Team Liquid turn things around as we go to map 3, it's gonna be Nat. So let's hear from him about his Masters experience so far in this Omen player moment.
Hello, my name is Ayaz Nat. I'm at IGL for Team Liquid. I'm feeling good. Jet lag is a bit taking over. I'm already wanna go to sleep a bit. But I mean, honestly, it's good. I came to airport, straight to hotel, spoke, went to sleep, practice day, went to sleep, instantly match against.
Has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's ice cold. He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Vernon with time to fight. Vernon was 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for.
I'm happy to be on the stage. I'm happy to perform with the team. And I mean, that's amazing feelings. It was awkward and weird to watch them from the distance.
Thank you for the
But at the same time, it was good to see what's the issues and gaps we have in the team. And what do we need to work on, because watching from the different perspective is always good. I was a bit stressed when they were playing, especially the rounds that were not secured from time to time. But it was different feelings from being on the stage and watching.
Team Liquid, they are running a 6-man
Thank
roster.
you for the thank you for the 5 pounds of the euros.
Is coming in.
You
know Penny, right? You played against him in the past.
Thank you for the 1 man. Thank you for the 5 euros. Very Jan.
He is a very aggressive, a very good, confident player. And this makes me wonder, they're going to Lotus, they ran the Deadlock Cypher Waylay with Teho. I'm wondering if he's going to go on the duelist and maybe
अगर ये मैप जो भी हारा वो घर पे जा रहा है, जो जीता वो प्लेऑफ जा रहा है, जहाँ पे सारे #1 टीम्स हैं.
The other world we could live in is a double duelist look. You know, I mean, we've seen like teams like T1 playing the ISO and things like that, but it kind of seems to me like the last comp TL was playing on this map was off the wall and strange, and we could maybe just see it flip the complete other direction in terms of aggro.
And is that the best use of Penny? You think you have to just stick him on a duelist in this sort of scenario?
I mean, he's had a little bit of off rolls on other teams like G2. He was flex.
But
to be honest, like, he's a very good duelist. He's one of the better duelists that I remember facing in challengers back then. I think he's gonna get a lot of impact with it. And if they go this double duelist route, Paper X, they like to play the double duelist also. So this is going to be a very, very interesting, very high like pace, high aggressiveness like matchup, and it's going to be awesome to watch.
It's also just such a wild world we're living in right now, where Team Liquid played all of Stage 1 with their 5-player roster, right? Coming to Masters, Penny is in the team as a 6-man, playing for Nats initially, then swapping around Serial. But we are now in a do-or-die situation. Lose this, you're out of the tournament. Win it, and you're moving on out of Swiss towards playoffs. And it's coming down to the new guy for this team to step in at this critical moment.
And how big of a risk is that?
No idea,
like you said, they have Serial. They played with Serial on Lotus too. They've never played with Penny on Lotus, and we even heard from them from interviews with Lohan even saying they didn't even scrim.
That's it.
Nats and Penny have scrimmed together once. One time.
Yeah, and was it a Lotus map? I don't think so. There's a very real world where this is
Bhai,
one of the
abhi
first times
wo aa
these
rahega,
5 players
Penny?
are ever playing this map at all, let alone on stage.
What would you do if you were Penny? You know, how would you be feeling in that scenario?
To be honest, like all he needs to do is not let the pressure
Nah,
get to
we
him.
both
I think
did.
everybody that has watched him knows he's an incredible player, and the biggest enemy is himself. If he can
Mera
push through this conflict, like this
favorite
pressure, and just realize, okay,
और
like they
Tanari,
wanted me here, like they
total
want me to play for this
favorite.
third map, do or die. Like they really have
Ekdam
this
hi
trust in me,
favorite,
and like that
ekdam
should
hi.
be like a very good like confidence boost for him to just really
Thank you
like
for
take
the
over the
one
game,
more
and, like, this could be a very
6.9
close series.
Bye.
And he's been on the master stage before, right? The pressure, I don't think, is going to get to this guy way back in the day with version 1, but now for everything for his new team to try and advance.
Yeah, and of course, if you're Serial, you're it's a helpless moment now. You know, you've done what you can do on map 1-2. He's going to have to watch the rest behind the scenes. And
That's
for
right.
Nats too, we've spoken of him so highly. And after that performance on Sunset, you're familiar with the Nats speeches. We need a Nats speech more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, Nats, like, he had a very slow start. To be honest, I don't think it was fully his fault. Like, Liquid were kind of playing into the Paper X
Not
way.
spam names,
he didn't really
bhai.
get, like, the lurks going that he's known for, like, these hyper aggro, like, timings. Like, he really needs to do this in this Lotus for Liquid to be, like, the team that everybody kind of knows them as, because that's really, like, what Nats is known for.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on him individually to find those lurks, as you're saying. Also to call the map, also to bring in a player that's been sitting out the last 2 maps. That's the other thing. Penny hasn't been with he's been with the team between games, but hasn't been with them on stage. He also hasn't been, you know, actually playing, so he's got to stay
play the
warm.
Waylay, but it's a double
Yeah.
duelist with it.
Wow.
Yeah. Do we like it? How do we
Yeah.
It's really interesting. It's not the like worst thing in the world just because of the Paper X comp. It's kind of like almost a mirror matchup, but it's just like what's their plan with this? Like I feel like does the Waylay, does the Rays work well together? Like are they just gonna do like heavy executes? Like I'm very curious to see how they play around this, especially since they're starting attack.
I think versus
So,
the Buys in
may
particular,
God
you have
bless
3
you and
different
be
agents
most
that can jump
honorable
past the
people
wall,
like
jump
IDC.
past the
Always
thorns,
feel
right,
like
and
this.
overwhelm
Sorry,
the side,
can't be able to
especially
chill
Seaside,
hai.
I feel like is going to be
But
the area
what
they're
about
going to try
dance
to
since I'm
exploit.
thank you
With
for the one
teleports,
man.
with Penny and Camo jumping up and over the
God
wall.
bless
You
you
can even
too,
have a guy
love
like
you.
Patty like bait out the wall, get
Take it,
through
this
it,
was my
and then have
peak,
3 other guys jump over it.
Yeah, I
First
think that's
Waylay,
the
I
big
think
thing
it's
with
the
this
first
comp, right?
Waylay
Like I
totally.
think what you want to do is kind of like bait all this Vice util and try to like limit your util as little as possible. Like if you get into a post plan and you can save a lot of this
Yeah,
util,
Nats का
like, it's
Viper
gonna do
दिखना, लेकिन
wonders
Cypher
against
भी
the
अच्छा है,
Paper X
लेकिन
comp.
Viper
And for
में वो
Paper X,
crazy
they
खेलता है
lost
ना.
map 1 narrowly. Map 2, they managed to bring it back. Surely this is theirs to
भाई
lose now.
सात
They've
rap
got to
खेला
win
है
this first
PRX ने
Waylay
ये.
of the tournament as well in a do or die match, too. It's going to be nuts.
And there's only 2 people that are going to be more excited than us, of course. One last time today, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you, Yinsu. Here we go. A Waylay at long last seen here at Masters Toronto.
या
The
फिर
first time,
win है या
maybe
तो
even the last.
लड़ने
But
वाला
Team
सीन
Liquid
है.
calling Penny back into the roster, back onto the stage, trusting in this player, trusting in his previous experiences on a Masters stage to be able to close out this series versus Paper X.
Another interesting thing for Team Liquid here is the tremendous
Map
amount of
किसका choice
mobility
है?
they're going to have. Are they going to
बोल
be able to
सकते हैं
have that
PRX में बोल
coordinated
सकते
well
हैं
enough?
ऐसा कि पहला मैं
With
PRX
bringing
में
Penny
लिया था.
back in, the desk was talking
तो
about
लास्ट
how little
मैप पे ना
practice
2
they've
ऑप्शन
been
रहता है
able
और
to put
PRX
together
डिसाइड
with
करता है
him
कि
and
कौन सा
Nats
खेलने का और कौन
in
सा
the
बैन
same
करना
lineup.
और
They
साइड
have
लिक्विड लेता
so much ability to maneuver on this map with the Waylay, with the Rays, with the Omen. Some really good options, but going up against a team that thrives in chaos in Paper X would clear the cam
बस
there.
बस सेक्सी म्यूजिक है समझ गया.
Get into the map. Push out here for Paper X.
Just gonna overwhelm Nats.
वो लोग को पता था अकेले.
Strafing through.
ये क्या लाइन
Damage
दिखा रहा
there
है?
by something. Still able to find the opening kill.
वेले का अल्ट वाला लाइन क्यों दिखा रहा है वो?
Available here for the taking.
Huh?
Prowler try to check forward. Camo does get spotted by it.
क्या लाइन
Presence
है
still
बे
going to be
वो?
known. Tap on the door does force Paper X back in towards the B site. Warning pings down. Bit of a fake there on the TP. Let's get the thorns to pop.
Got one of them. Still another to go. Paper X was ready for that C hit.
स्मोक नहीं है घुसेंगे वो लोग
Instead,
open करके.
it's a change in direction through the door. Towards
Oh
B.
shit.
Forsaken doing a little jiggling.
Oh shit.
Try to clear him out, but there's the
Why,
couple
क्या blind
Paranoid
मारा?
gets sent.
क्या
Penny
blind
gets
मारा?
to
Go
back away,
down.
lobs in the paint shells. Spike gets tapped, but something swoops around from upper, finds one. Attack fighting back for a little bit. They are just running them down though.
Blue
Paper X.
Beijing.
They get themselves a second pistol win. They take the opening round on Lotus.
Felt a little disjointed here from Team Liquid, and Paper Rex seemingly had a good read that somebody was going to be alone in the pillars area outside of B. And they just overwhelmed Nats. No hope for him there. Great paranoia from Forsaken, playing that angle so well. Something with the perfect timing. The haunt reveal onto Patty Tech. The chase down by Forsaken. And the outdoor Kiko by Jing. Paper Rex finds another crucial pistol round win. All classics here for Team Liquid. No buy-up to speak of at all. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. And already a kill for Patman. Looking for more. He's got 2.
Yeah, entry coming through. Camo does manage to get on top of Patman to find that elimination, but it has just been a firing squad. Up here from Paper Rex. In the corner here is Nats. Just make it a little bit more costly. 3 players surviving. Paper X close out the anti-eco and move up 2-0.
That's a-okay though for Paper Rex. You're able to keep over the 3 big guns that you'd really like to. Guardians and the Bulldog. Outside of that, let's see what they want to buy up into. Patman holding the line nicely. Something swinging through the door. Like the proactivity here from the Yoru. He's already found a couple opportunistic blanks in the pistol and the follow-up for his team. And now they're just here at A. It's the whole Paper X squad.
And it's a hell of a read. One player set up here as, yep, Refract is going to have to be used immediately. Quick exit, trying to utilize Pen there on the Guardian, but damage not really going to be found. This Forsaken is going to go ahead and slot in right here in front of the door, Judge in hand.
That opens up the map here for Paper X to try to cut off
some
of these other attack vectors. Something going to be trying to hold the line at C.
Point coming in is going to be heard as the wraparound comes through there from Patman, but something in the headshot. Pico taken down. Nats trying to fight, but cannot get it done. Judge is going to be left on the floor. Camo able to find that kill, but eats an immense amount of damage. That was going to be routed through Tree.
Blind dodge करने के लिए
The wall is set up. It's popped. Quick little blast pack forward. Get this plant down ASAP. Lion's share of the work is going to have to be on the shoulders of Penny. You would suspect, given the Camo does just have 17 health remaining. Patman making some noise. Rushing forward, back, turn, the swing, divide. Able to find one, now it's just Camo. Completely revealed out. And as he swings back in, Divide picks up where he left off.
Come on!
A 3K form, Forsaken on his feet. Bonus converted.
This is just such a great read off the rip. Paper Rex completely stacking up A to make sure that Rebel control can't be taken so they can set up for this Judge. Even though it doesn't get a kill, a little bit jumpy there by Forsaken. That's okay, that's the info, that's damage done. And that opens up the rest of the map for them to play good defense, hold the line with those Guardians, find those kills, find those trades. And then they're able to make those rotations through and open up the flank angle for Patman.
Last time कब देखा था PRX को इतना happy?
Really hot start for Paper Rex. Going back to the previous map, they haven't dropped a round in a while. And an early timeout has to be called by Team Liquid to figure this out and figure it out now.
कभी पहले Esports खेलने का विचार किया मैं खेला है बहुत
One account from the previous map, it has been 12 rounds consecutively.
You cannot play Esports
early
without
timeout call. Needed here for Team Liquid.
Or salary or good.
Bounce back in. Is it going to be the full save? Is it going to be a half buy? A couple players have a bit of money to work with, so likely to see some Stingers and Sheriffs.
Language are the by language.
To swing that together. And you never know with those Stingers. You just have those hot rounds. You can get those egos to go your way.
फिर भी जीत रहे Steve भाई फिर भी जीत रहे हैं
rifle buy this time.
हाँ?
Have a little bit of economy behind it.
पानी डालो
Super close to
में पानी डालो जल रही है आपकी
Patman 2 away from theirs, 2 away from Camo's convergent path. So a few things to consider maybe in the alt department for this round. Just depends if we get there or not. Paper X again.
They
were play
for a rubble, but
old days were bad.
Like more of a B-sided hit where the vice wall is.
Rubble control firmly going to be the hands of Paper Rex. Tap of the door.
Cameraman कहाँ से भी camera निकालता है
as all of Team Liquid
हाथों के बीच में
pushed up ready to try to just rush forward into the site. Saturation not going to hit. Goes up and over the top. Patman, however, finds the punish before the refract can come through. Penny on the entry. Does get on top of Jing. Utilizes the stinger. Second. Finds the enemy raise. Fully blinded up and paranoid. Swiftly dispatches him.
बैटमैन का कोई हाथ चेक कर सकता है
Liquid
ठीक है
now
कि नहीं
scrambling a bit.
भाई मेरा माउस नहीं
Figure out
हिलता
where
है
they can pivot to.
They're trying to open up the
मेरा
map,
माउस तो ऐसा नहीं
create a
हिलता
little
है
bit of
भाई
confusion. Paper X was matching their every step. Now something going to slide over towards stairs. He's going to be the first point of contact here against this Team Liquid A push, but the spike's still all the way over at Mound, so this just maybe trying to pull players of Paper X away to open up the C side there for Patty Tech.
दो बंदे दो टैप
Sees the cam go off. Swings to the opposite side just in case a pixel would be out of place.
30 seconds left.
The silent swing forward here. Noise made. Clears the trip. The reface from Nats. Dealt with. Pico now pinned in. Flushed out.
है something है something
Three players
है
surviving.
something
Paper
है
Rex. 4-0 to start.
This is a rejuvenated Paper Rex after that win on Sunset. I can see the comms. You can see the
Well,
way they're
not bad, I
maneuvering on
guess.
the map.
Well
It
is
is
good,
so
लेकिन
much cleaner, so much crisper
बहुत
than
गलत
what we
लेवल
saw
का
on
practice है यार
Split. Good reaction
और
here by Pat
प्रॉब्लम
Tech.
क्या है मालूम है
Not
क्योंकि
letting the
वाइस
melee
जैसे
dash
एजेंट
pull
है
him
ना
too much.
अगर
And then they have that
हम
vice
लोग ने
wall
बॉल का
completely
इन्फो ले
stall
लिया और
out
तुम
the
लोग घुस
attack.
गए वेले बाहर आ जाएगा
Set for taking
लेकिन
up for a
दूसरे
good
ड्यूटी
kill,
से
gets
अंदर
away
अटक
from the
जाएगा
nightfall. Something there.
समझ रहे
Being
हो
aggressive into that smoke. Sensing
और बहुत
they
बार
weren't gonna make
होता है
that A hit. He found his
See the
timing to
bombs
clear the
out.
trip and go for the kill on the Nats.
Back into the buy, and it looks like Paper Rex are going to look to up the pace. The paranoia going across the haunt reveal. The spray coming through, and Jing eventually is able to find it.
क्या था ये
3 assists.
ये
Locked in.
क्या प्ले था चैट
Penny on the floor. No showstopper to be seen here in this round.
सेक्सी रिवील सेक्सी ब्लाइंड
Staying stacked in position.
कोई भी
Shell
दिखा
still
अल्ट
available.
भी है
As the C's going to be locked in. Patman finds a headshot, and Jing finds 2. Nothing more to be done than to die.
Ando
Continue on their merry way.
These are incredible reads that we're seeing from Paper Rex.
Bro,
They are
भाई
just one
Pacific
step
on
ahead of
top
Team Liquid
chat
at
1
every
2
twist
3
and turn
तीनों
right
टीम
now. Beautiful,
Playoff
beautiful
में
utility from Patman.
तीनों
And
team
Haunt is
chat.
Great. The C's follow up to set up the showstopper. Perfect. Perfect. Hard to draw it up any better than that. And that's got Alex pumping his fist. That's exactly what he wants.
Critical ultimates about the cycle in here for Team Liquid,
read
though,
the
are
call.
still going to be on a bit of a half investment. Quick little exit.
Man,
Saturate will connect.
slow.
We're being grabbed here by Patman. It's a quick peek and camo. Dead
ये
on
फ्री
the
फायर बेस्ट
floor.
लगता है ये मैं भी करता हूँ बेस्ट फ्री फायर है बे बेस्ट
That's like spamming. Fish
बेस्ट
back
काउंटर एक
anything
एक
that he
ही
can possibly
तू
get.
प्रीफर करेगा
Find some advantage. The Paper X.
ना ना रोनी से
Every
नीचे
read
ना
and Jing backs away.
ना
A rare sight indeed.
I am a hardcore PRX fanboy
Up on top of the tree, finds one. Penny will be able to trade it out. 4v2. Just a Guardian and a Singer, and all that the Boombot confirms is yes, they are still on the other side of this smoke. The pinch getting ready to come through from behind. They try to get an angle. Nats cleans up too. Sends that neural theft. Devi immediately going to be backing away.
हैवी इन्फो लेकिन एचपी नहीं है
48 HP.
Well, it is Nats. He has already shown us a couple highlight reel clips for clutches.
Flash, something slows down the approach, waiting for Devi to get a little bit closer. As Nats swings around over towards drop, checks in on that side. Nothing going to be spotted. Has the cam, but doesn't want to set it up and reveal his position. One of the greats to ever make it onto an international stage, looking to try to get this clutch to keep his team in this series, in this map. Swings in. It's something. It's just a little bit faster. Nats cannot work his magic. Paper Rex have the counter curse, and they have a 6-0 lead.
ये डिसाइडर है हाँ
It's just the Paper X way there. Just fight, fight, fight for control of the front of A main. This opener from Patman is a belter. Jing keeps pressing. uses that smoke to his advantage. And he's very close to another showstopper. Forsaken there. Okay, they get outdone by Nats. Something crisp at the end, and Liquid already into their second timeout here. 6 rounds in.
Cut करना ये बात. Cut करना ये बात. Please.
Players on their feet. And as you said, the timeout call. Desperate measures here for Team Liquid. Losing
on tops
in this one-sided of a fashion.
Get the
Starting
fuck
on
out
their
of the
attack
server,
with double
Bulabe.
duelist.
Certainly not something
We're going to see coming.
No, for sure. And the hard part about this coming into this series, when I saw this map draft, was I was like, these are almost Paper X's 3 best maps, Pearl excluded.
Travis भाई काहे गाली खाने वाले काम करते हो? 6-man रोस्टर रहता है, 5+1 सब. तुम लोग 6 जन के साथ प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हो या 5 जन के साथ प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हो. जो रजिस्टर्ड प्लेयर है वो एक मैप के बाद तुम लोग चेंज कर सकते हो कोई भी कॉम्बिनेशन में. मिड मैप चेंज नहीं होता. जैसे 6-4 टाइम आउट, अभी दूसरा प्लेयर नहीं आ सकता. सेंस कैसे खेलेगा सेन के साथ? है क्या वो रजिस्टर्ड अभी सेन के साथ? काहे गाली खाने वाले काम कर रहे हो?
One penetrates it back. We go way late for Raze.
सर मजाक कर रहा था.
Tag on to Divine.
टेक्निकली तूने लॉल लिखा था.
He gets the spot. Finishes off the enemy Raze. Kiko able to go ahead and push forward, taking down Forsaken at the door.
Batman. It's time to shine, babes.
Trying to play it slow, play it close.
1,
Finds
2.
the first. Nearly has him line up.
Very close.
Something now.
Very close था.
Has arrived. Cage blocks. Finds the first. Makes it damn close.
Close.
But Team Liquid will at long last persevere. They get themselves on the board.
But you're kind of okay with that as Paper Rex. You do a ton of damage still. A bunch of ults had to be used. Everything but the convergent paths and Kiko's ult. And you still
ऐसा लगा सब दो मार सकते थे ना.
If Forsaken could win that battle against Kiko, probably goes the other way. But now,
हाँ? 6-1
you're
है
going to
भैया
be
जी.
facing a similar situation here as Team
Back
Liquid
into the game.
with a ton of ults.
Forsaken मार देना नहीं, वो एंगल इतना इजी नहीं मार देगा दरवाजा खोल के.
Could just be that first step.
मार पैटमैन सकता था. Line of fire वाला shot.
Camo at the ready, going to be sending out the convergent paths.
Thorns activated, baby.
Pushing forward into the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted. How long does he want to stick around?
He's got his ult. Oh
Outer
no!
spray finds the headshot. Something taken down. Nightfall now invested from Patman, crashes across, connecting on to multiple players.
Oh boy!
Go ahead and equalize the player count, but Kiko trades it back into the favor.
Oh boy!
However, another showstopper built up.
Oh boy!
With 2 once more. As Paddington cannot get the clutch started. Paper Rex not looking to give any breathing room here to Team Liquid. They establish a lead at the half at the very least. It's now just a question of how big it is.
And I want you to look at the scoreboard here if you get a chance, folks at home. Jing
क्या
gets on top
shot
with the
मारा
rifle.
ना बे
Look at
जिंग
Patman.
ने.
He nails a beautiful nightfall here. He has 11 assists on this map.
हैं जिंग भी खड़ा हो गया.
His
जिंग भी खड़ा हो गया भाई.
is fueling Paper Rex.
हेलो?
The dimensional drift still online.
जिंग भी खड़ा हो गया भाई.
Forsaken had revealed the Odin in the previous round. Looking to be as big
थोड़ा
a
ऊपर,
pain
थोड़ा
in the
ऊपर,
neck
थोड़ा
as he
ऊपर.
possibly can be. He has already helped to tear them asunder. Something, however, going to be taken down. Camo winning the duel at range with the Sheriff. Still snappy with the shots here.
Do have the tripwire to account for this lurk. A pause. Forsaken still gets a kill.
Just spammed out. Jing blast packs over the top of it. Seems like it was heard. There's not much that they can do. They're trying to dissuade it. Patman is also there. The cleanup comes in. The pain continues. 8-1.
Camera ticker.
It's every round on their feet for Paper Rex. There's nothing but confidence right now. They are just so dialed in, making the right decisions at the right time. Forsaken doing a great job here. Jing pressing the advantage. Just when Team Liquid thinks they're safe, Patman strikes from behind.
W baby W.
You want to brawl? You want to run double duelist against PRX? They're down.
Well, Jing clearly not getting the memo on that entry from Camo. Forsaken does manage to find a bit of revenge. TP into the back here from Kiko.
हाँ भाई पूरी टीम साफ baby.
Forsaken is just already massacred the
कैसे
entire rest
पता
of
नहीं
his
मजा
team.
आया लेकिन
Spikes down.
कैसे नहीं पता लेकिन मजा आया.
Pick up the Odin. Try
हाँ?
to counter spam out. But they're more
मजा
than
आया
ready for
कैसे
that.
तो हुआ मजा आया भाई.
As Liquid can just not catch a break.
Hashtag 1 2 3 in playoff baby. Hey, Pacific on top baby. Hey. चलो चटको EMEA. चलो चटको EMEA.
He will get taken down. Makes a solid go of it to be able to find the second elimination, but it is far
भाई
from
Nats
around
भाई
the win.
बुरा लग रहा है आपके लिए लेकिन PRX की जीतने की खुशी और पावर कर रही है. I would like to apologize.
Forsaken with his Odin. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh my word. Oh, Nats just walks into it.
Odin goes brrrr moment. अरे कितना बार उठेगा रिप्ले कर रहे हैं ये लोग कैमरामैन लोग. मेरे सब तो एक ही बार उठाया लेकिन प्रोडक्शन दिखा रहा है कि वो बार-बार उठा है. समझ रहे हो? ये हो सकता है.
10 seconds.
Unless he's there for the initial contact.
Yeah.
Hasn't got much to do.
ये क्या बासुंडी
Over the top,
रिवील
no
है
spot
भाई.
out there. Refract used from Camo.
Checking to see if Patman was waiting around the corner there. They're actually stacking behind the wall.
Blind is dead.
Top of the door, Penny out into the open. Divide able to collect. Two players trying to stay tucked into this cyber cage, but it's not going to last very long. Flash out off the clone Divide with another 3K. Camo, the only one left alive, and he cannot nail the targets. 4 for Divide, 10 for PRX. Looking unbelievably dominant.
ये लोग का
as we
ओवर
go
को
into the last
भारी
round of
पड़ा
this
था.
half.
वेलियर पेनी वाला को भारी पड़ा था.
Just a massacre. They are swarming. Anytime they make
भाई ये
contact with Team
PRX का
Liquid, they are
होम
taking the
मैप है
fight.
भाई. 7 बार खेला है.
From a bunch of different angles.
7 बार खेला है
They are
भाई.
swarming Team Liquid whenever they have the opportunity. They're trying to get in their heads, trying to let them know. Team Liquid.
यार बुरा लग रहा है भाई. फॉर्सेशन बेट बाइक को बेट के खेलने का मौका ही नहीं मिल रहा.
Long since.
बार-बार खड़े होने पड़
in
रहे
their
हैं.
heads here.
बार-बार.
Couple ultimates dangerously close to being online here for Team Liquid.
I have the spike.
थोड़ा ओवरकुक
Trying
हो
to
गया
get themselves
चैट.
at least a 10
I
and
think
2.
Liquid थोड़ा ओवरकुक हो गया.
Spot out. Forsaken backpedaling. Tries to cycle another smoke. It's a tiny little gap left in this one. Clear out. Push forward. Camo able to find the headshot. Eats a decent amount of damage, but still comes away with the kill.
Damage.
Convergent paths at the ready.
Damage है.
I'll handle this.
Thinks better of it. Waits for a little bit longer now. Sends it out. Jing going to be taken down. Dimensional drip. Scouting them forward. It's going to bounce up from Penny. As Divide hits the transfer. Steel guarded. Now going to be invested. The Nightfall's out. Nats is able to find one, but something cleans it up. 2v2 without their weapons. As something hits the south swing. As Patty takes position is known. Full HP. Looking for the headshots. Spots out Divide. The flash flying. And once again, something.
Yeah!
Forward. 11-1 at the PRX. On the cusp of playoffs.
The
train has not left the station
yet, folks.
भाई इतना क्रूशल किल्स मार के अल्ट आ रहे हैं वो लोग प्रिपेयर्ड भी नहीं है. ऐसा भी नहीं उसके बाद अल्ट पहले से था. जैसे मारा अल्ट है अल्ट पीक दिया. जिंग जैसे मारा अल्ट है अल्ट पीक दिया भाई.
Chill. Come to me.
बड़े क्यूट हो आप. लव यू यार अमित भाई. जीत गए भाई. यहाँ से अगर PRX हारा ना, यहाँ से अगर PRX हारा ना, सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, नहीं हार सकता है. क्या हारा तो भोसड़ी वालों, नहीं हार सकता. जीत गया बेबी यार बुरा लग रहा है नैट्स भाई के लिए यार भाई लेकिन ग्रेटेस्ट लीडर है यार नैट्स भाई मजाक से
utter dominance on display.
one of the smartest player and greatest leader
On to this Lotus 11-1 the score line as we go back in. Some smiles here still from the Team Liquid camp. As we'll go ahead and take a zoom in on the Coinbase Econ report, and unsurprisingly, PaperX numbers are quite high.
Technically अगर पहला मैप थ्रो नहीं होता technically it's a clean 3-0 technically
he has just been so good. Once we got past split, he got fired up.
भाई आज जिंग भाई भी खड़े हो गए भाई
and he got disrupted.
सब देख लिया जिंग भाई एक और इकॉन रेटिंग बढ़ा दो प्लीज
just coasting through that high rating.
आज जिंग भाई भी खड़े हो गए भाई आज
all the
तक
time,
मैंने
other
नहीं
than
देखा
that one round after the second timeout that Team Liquid took. They have no more. It has to be just those players on stage, just Nats, who's been a tremendous leader this year. And you can hear it in his voice.
अभी तो 20 मिनट पहले मैच चालू हो गया 11-1 स्कोर है बेबी
This is a team that
मेरा पिकएम 75% है मेरा PRX
all the momentum behind
PRX सेन और जेंजी आगे चल गया
TH
था मेरा तेरा लिक्विड था क्या मेरा TH
They are just 2 away.
TH तो एक्चुअली क्वालीफाई कर सकती थी यार थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया एक्चुअल में चौथा टीम क्वालीफाई करने वाला TH
That is a head scratcher.
TH था
The fact that could be true.
But nevertheless,
well, it's a 5-man push. It's a weird cheeky
China region ने दिखा दिया कि वो है भाई.
Trip right at the front door. Orb grabbed. PaperX just barreling in.
Tripwire.
W net, W blind.
Kiko finding a nice headshot. Is able to take down Patman. Needs a bit of damage, but that's going to be felt. Kiko still breathing, still staying alive. Jing able to find two.
कैसे चार
have to go their separate ways. Turns back. Finds the hit onto Divide to get the 4K. And Patatek comes to the rescue.
बंदे के मुंह पे ब्लाइंड आया, नेड आया, 5 बंदे आए और 4 इसमें जिंदा है वो.
They find their second round win.
God, that was nasty. Just gets a little bit of help from some friends too along the way.
Okay.
That one is
just off of audio.
That is crazy. 4 HP here. You know, the PaperX players are busy trying to clear out the encroaching players, and they never deal with them. Yeah, that's.
फोर्स करो ना भाई क्या इको कर रहा है यार इको कर रहा है यार मुंबई सर्वर में फोर्स करने का स्टिंगर
So for PaperX,
certainly a chance to do some damage. Forward tap on the door, trying to see if they get any response here. Cam situated up but above from Nats.
checking for some of that Cypher util. Just trying to clear out whatever they can, but Camera's going to be in a position where you're going to need a deeper smoke from PaperX if you can figure out it's there to clear it safely. 2-2-1.
Excuse me.
PaperX thinking about B. There's that trip. Jing could get over it, but he's got a Sheriff in hand. Oh, he doesn't have any blast packs. Never mind.
W
from Penny. Rewarded with a kill. The peak from Patatek, absolutely monstrous.
मैं कौन सी साइड में था?
Divide able to find
sad
one.
Sad round. Sorry, sad round.
The full deep bounce that they were looking for to finish the job, but Penny's Guardian will certainly suffice. 3K form to try to catch up towards that showstopper. Team Liquid cleanly close out the anti-eco.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's a start for Liquid.
अब मेरे हिसाब से ये राउंड PRX हारने वाली है and it's gonna be 11-4, 11-5, 11-5, then 11-6, 11-7, and
one round at a time. Absolutely, has to be the mindset. I think PaperX is just gonna send it into B here.
शॉटगन ले लिया पहले बाय राउंड में जिंगू ने.
Tripwire cleared. Player going to be noted there, and upper Patatek going to be forced away. Jing sitting over towards door. Boombot does get some damage, but how are you meant to push into this?
Enemy remaining.
They all fall to the wayside as a bonus conversion. Looks like it is not on the cards.
बेचारा नाट्स यार.
Team Liquid are tied to the train track, and there is no masked hero on horseback coming to save them. Patman will rotate around.
Chara Nats,
Put Nats down.
yaar.
Match point locked in for PRX.
I mean, they just had a plan. It's just clear the trip and then let Jing do his thing. They love these judges.
One enemy
They
remaining.
put him to such
Bhai,
good use.
sexy reaction tha Batman ka.
Caught sleeping outside of that door. They're just not quite ready for Jing to be there. It's one of those things about PRX. They're
Nats ke
so
liye
fast.
sexy
And now
yaar,
Jing is a
बेचारा
showstopper already.
पूरा इवेंट बंदे ने आज
They
से
are
खेला था रे पूरा इवेंट
Looking to line up over towards C apparently.
है तृप्ति मिला कि नहीं बॉयफ्रेंड अभी तक
Marshall in half armor here for Patty Tech. Shots are gonna have to be insane, but instantly the push at C is swept aside. Camo able to find one, a backstab getting ready to come through over here at B main. Penny getting the read, turns, finds it, clears it out. Showstopper value not going to be found. As the plant comes in, Jing down to 36 health. Forsaken catching a glimpse. Able to see Patty there as the shots go whizzing past.
Where are you?
Paranoia expended. Jing wrapping around the back,
Bhai,
looking to
tu
try to get
last
this
karta
kill.
maar
Has
raha Jing.
cleared him. Notes him
One
now.
enemy remaining.
Finds a shot, another paint shell going to be built up. The Prowler doesn't note him somehow. This might lead Patty to think that he reroute, but no, the Jiggle Peak does spot him out. He will find the headshot
अरे नेट वेट
to
बूमर
keep
सब
Team
था यार
Liquid in this
थोड़ा
game.
उन लोग को मालूम भी नहीं पड़ता था कि यहाँ से आ रहा है जिंग
This one,
रोलर मिस कर दिया था
at some
यार
point for Team Liquid.
चलेगा चलेगा बहुत बहुत
Hard to say with
बहुत
how fast
बहुत
those
lead
kills
है
come
बहुत
through.
lead है
Yeah, off the rip there.
भाई
Still able to
लड़ते
fight
रहते रे ये
back.
लोग
Goodness, something. What a flick. Or Forsaken, excuse me. Unbelievable. And it looked like maybe, but
Penny का भी
that
read
angle by
sexy था।
Camo not dealt with fast enough. Penny there. Just Forsaken trying to get away from Patty Tech. Now you're onto a bit of a weaker buy for PRX. 4 rifles, a
भाई
sheriff.
PRX का
And a
लोएस्ट
showstopper
स्किल
now
लिक्विड
for
का
Penny.
हाई स्किल्स है
And one away from a convergence
That
patch
shows
and a
domination
nightfall
right there
on the side of Team Liquid.
और सेकंड क्या मारा देखो
Retake duels.
सीलोंग वाला शॉट बोल रहे हो ना
So just a little bit of a util dump. Jing dead. Camo, he's swung all the way out, and he's absolutely massacred them.
Attacker spawn.
Back in the flash. He's gonna go dashing forward. He wants this ace. Divide to try to deny it away. We'll be able to do so, but my goodness, Camo. What a round to so quickly shut things down and keep PRX still
ready.
away from the playoffs.
Enemy
Just
remaining.
anticipating the rotate there from PRX, and they are not ready for it at all. And by the time they
एलेक्स
are,
भाई आराम से
he's
भाई
already
अपन
scoped
बहुत
in.
लीड पे एलेक्स भाई
He's got
लेट
the
देम
heads
एंजॉय
on
प्लीज
lock.
प्लीज एलेक्स भाई
Rip 'em
प्लीज
off.
लेट देम एंजॉय बहुत ज्यादा लीड बहुत ज्यादा
Hard to
लीड
get
है
it going. Still hanging on to a couple of those
जब
ults.
तक
Still one away
12
from a
11 नहीं होता
nightfall.
तब तक मत बढ़
PRX getting close to a nightfall and a steel garden of their own.
A rare double bucky round here for
मेरे से
PRX.
फ्लेक्स करो क्या अपग्रेड करो
Brothers in arms here, it would seem. Jing bouncing forward, dealt with immediately as the headshot comes in. Penny not wanting to take any chances. Sends it with a showstopper. Maybe able to find a kill off the back of that one. Something, a nice sheriff shot. Finds a tiny bit of value. Widely, Team Liquid just go ahead and overwhelm, conquer these players. As Nats will eventually be able to find the target. Patman taking down some decent damage down. PRX still not getting the victory. 6 more chances. Team Liquid are building momentum, and Alex has had enough. The timeout's going to be called.
Yep.
अच्छा
This
fight
is
किया
absolutely the right call here by
इससे
Alex.
ज्यादा और क्या अपग्रेड करो
PRX was happy to
जीपे
just
करो
try to take
मैडम
this game into
मेंबरशिप
their own
गिफ्टेड
hands.
करो मैडम
The reveal right as Jing
फॉरेन
bounced
में
in.
गए हुए हो
Timing.
कौन करेगा गिफ्टेड विफ्टेड कौन करेगा वहां से 100
That's here.
गिफ्टेड करो ये सब करो अपग्रेड में
What can I say?
तब भी लड़का मिलेगा भाई तुमको बताना पड़ेगा हाउ सक्सेसफुल यू आर इन लाइफ मैडम बोल रहा हूँ
All right. Well, let's see if he's gonna be able to
आईएएस
get him to
मेंबरशिप
cut it out.
फ्लेक्स करके जा रही है
It's gonna be another buy coming through here for
17
PRX,
months.
but Canvid's still not in the best positions.
आई थिंक तेरा और पुन्नू का सेम है
4 of the players.
इफ
One
आई
of
एम
them
नॉट
being
रॉन्ग
regen.
या फिर तेरा ज्यादा है शायद
They do have a steel garden as well as a nightfall of their own to try to utilize and bring this to an end, but definitely have to start getting concerned about this run back for Team Liquid.
70 months बोल दे chat that's a W chat
Now you got
That's a W.
Now you gotta
मेरा और बंदे का almost same है.
Stop the waterfall here.
My OG supporter.
And they have an opportunity. They've got the ults. Just gotta find the right game plan.
This goes here.
Maybe another B hit.
That goes
That
there.
was the one round that went for them
Tail
so
gonna,
far on this
not
attacker's
gonna
side.
tail can pull.
Maybe just spread the map a little bit. I wouldn't mind see them playing a little bit of ISO at
अबे
the start.
ulti से आ गया फिर GG पे next
they've
जिम
been
का
hot
ulti
with
में
the
GG हो
rifles.
सकता है.
There
Something
is
के
an
ulti में
option
GG हो सकता है.
for
Ulti
panic
बहुत
attack. So
बहुत advantage
something
देता है
considered
ये
here.
game
He's
में.
going to be holding that stairs angle. Doesn't convert.
Here's it immediately though as he takes a shot over at
अभी
something.
something और लेगा ना
Now they know
पूरा
that it's in
info लेगा.
play.
वो लोग को फिर retake खेलना पड़ेगा जो कि 50-50% chance होता है retake में.
Batman just poking and prodding, trying to see
Right
if he can
time
find
पे
anything.
right crossfire रख दिया तो लग गए. समझ रहे हो?
Smoke out, trying to force Patek off the angle. Will be able to do so. He's going to reroute. Spike, however, starting to be brought forward in towards B.
Yeah, they're trying to sell a fake at A, and it's seemingly working. Team Liquid has bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Still going to be nearby enough that they can quickly try to get on top of this one, but Ching just goes flying into upper, finds the kill. Convergent paths now about to be set. Forsaken. Teleporting his way out to safety. Arrives now back over at Rubble. But something's got
Bro,
caught up.
Forsaken is him,
Gives a player
bro.
advantage now to the side of Team Liquid.
The fucking awareness, bro. Forsaken is him, bro.
Not out of this yet. Forsaken just going to re-wrap through the baby door. Cut noise. Try to instill some doubt here.
अभी ये भी round ये लोग जीत सकते हैं, पता है क्यों?
Smoke cycled on
Vice
the upper
cult
once
के वजह से.
again. Basically tell the story. Spike gets planted. Team Liquid sending 3. Down towards Forsaken here. He's going to be caught in transit. And he cannot escape. Camo with another massive
भी
multi-kill
निकल
round.
सकते हैं.
3 at the moment.
अगर बैटमैन ने पहला किल मारा
For the ace. Flash out Divide. Only going to be good for 1. It's another 4K. Camo gets the ace. And Team Liquid
क्या हो गया Camo भाई?
continue to run this back. The timeout not resulting in the conclusion of this series.
That Waylay ult so impactful in this round. It forced PRX off this comfortable plant.
उधर पर को जिंक्स करके जीजी करवा दिया लगता है एडशिल्ड में लैंग्वेज.
He's electric. He's deleting him. He is having one heck of a map here now. They have got to find a way to stop this momentum that Team Liquid is building. They've got 3 stingers, a sheriff, and a rifle for PRX. You've got a nightfall. You've got a neural theft.
There's 3
deal with.
ultimates still available for Liquid.
Yep. We got 2 here for PRX.
Forsaken making some noise. Plays off the back of that Prowler and does put Penny down to 12 HP, but Camo unscouted. Going to look to try to swing out, but won't be able to get the catch this time. Unless they get rerouted out of A, but they're not encountering any pressure here.
I'm not going to be ready for how fast he's lurking.
Let's continue to push forward, but yeah, no tripwires obviously with his setup here as Devi about to be knives out, dead to rights. Camo finds the kill. Everybody from Liquid now getting clustered up, ready to potentially go for a flood. Retake his Jing's head, gonna be spotted. TP up and over the top, a slide down. Jing does find 1, but Penny with that paint shell, able to go ahead and trade it out.
इससे हमारा Forsaken
One,
में
Nats trading it back. Patman flushed out of drop. The spike still not planted now. Dead at drop.
इससे मारते हैं लोग ऐसे भी.
The round win is not there. There's nothing fake about this. Team Liquid, they are continuing.
मेरी बात
5 rounds consecutively.
मेरी बात
And
सुनो
Alex
मेरी बात सुनो
has to be wondering when.
मेरी बात सुनो लोड़े लग गए अपने शायद, लेकिन समथिंग अब अल्ट करेगा और रेज अल्ट भी है, समझ रहे हो? समथिंग अल्ट है, रेज अल्ट है और पोस्ट पॉइंट दवाई अल्ट है. It's gonna be W fucking round right here.
If they can
right
suss this
here.
out.
चलो.
Five men
है. चलो. Impossible है उनको retake करने के लिए. Impossible. बता दे साइड खाली है सबके.
Early paranoia going to be sent there from Kiko.
एक ऊपर है, बस साइड खाली है.
Dissuade too
आ जाओ
much.
सारे.
Zoro is able to clear things for them. Heading up over the top, Patek on the jiggle peek, the spray, not quite connecting. Showstopper, getting 7, Jing immediately shut down, Penny on top of the box! Fights both Forsaken and Jing! Wheels continuing to come off here, as Patman is only able to find 1 before getting taken down. It's all on Devi. Too many targets. All lined up, all pushing forward, looking to try to hunt him down. Finds the first. Can they allow him to divide and conquer? The defuse is being held, and Kiko's got the kill. Team Liquid.
Bro, what the fuck?
3 rounds away from taking this into another overtime.
This is madness. Team Liquid is full steam ahead right now. They're on a train of their own. And the destination, they want it to be playoffs. Just crazy stuff from them. They shut down the ult. They're just not ready for the player to be blast packed up on top of the box.
Nice, Eric. Yo, I don't know how you did that.
Yeah, you got to take another time out here as PRX. Got to figure this out.
Oh my
something's
God,
dimensional
bro.
drift there. Doesn't really see much. He just guesses that they're going to be at the top of A, and they're just not ready for Penny to be there. So just need to find that momentum, find that energy.
11-1 था chat, 11-1. 11 fucking 1.
Just
attacking
frying,
map.
Just frying. And it's been a lot of camo on that waylay. Starting to really find the value there. He's going to be one away from another ult.
मेरे years of experience के वजह से technically मुझे लग रहा है ओटी जाने वाला है ये 3 अल्ट के साथ नहीं जीत पाया अभी उनका अल्ट का रोटेशन आने वाला है इट्स अ क्लियर कट सिचुएशन ऑफ ओटी पे ओटी लग गई हमारी गोटी समझ रहे हो क्लियर कट ये मैप ओटी जाने वाला है चैट क्लियर फकिंग कट याद रखना
Have the strats from the timeout call be implemented into the next round, but that doesn't work. You're looking at Team Liquid 1 away from an OT. Right now, the tenacity that's being put on display by this EMEA squad is absolutely astounding to behold. The peek out, the kill found. Hatman dead off the rip. We're being watched. Tap with the spike, repivot into the B side, but players very much nearby. Jing trying to close the gap. Paranoia, however, is a little bit too late. Ends up getting taken down. Penny here around the corner, spots him, and something's just dead. He's just standing there, offering himself up, and Penny says, yes, thank you very much. Divide once again to try to see if he can get it done. Finds the one, but nothing more. Team Liquid, here at 10.
Is the unthinkable going to happen? 2 more rounds for Team Liquid, and it's going to be OT.
It's only in the bonus for PRX in this second half. Something trying to go for the setup, but somehow
यार
lost the
वो
sauce,
उल्लू
not
बना के
realizing
टीपी जा रहा था
just
यार
how close Penny was going to be.
He should have heard the blast pack. Not sure what was going on. Maybe too much comms, maybe too much chatter.
Virgin Path's at the ready here. Just going to be clear on the tripwire for now.
भाई ए पूरा खाली है भाई ये वो
Flash out, nothing spotted.
भाई ये गया भी ओटी बहनचोद लौड़े लग गए नेक्स्ट राउंड पैसे भी नहीं है इतना
With this fully rotated close, and Camo just inching wider and wider on the peak. Finds the kill. This Boombot getting some value. Reposition from Forsaken. TP's out the opposite side as the conversion paths does get invested. Swings in, finds one, tries to get the lineup there on the Penny, but cannot make it happen. He stays alive, maintains the player advantage for Team Liquid. Go reposition. Clear on the haunt from Nats. Disguises this. And ultimately, it seems like PRX are going to be pushing into the site. This Prowler is not going to check the angle. As something he's looking up, he's looking for the camera! Hatman tucked in behind the box.
30 seconds left.
PRX. I think they have to just call to save these 2 weapons. There's not much more to be done, but Penny wants to take it out of their hands.
They're aware this time of that negative space they've given up. They're going to hold the line right outside of C. Penny,
10
though,
seconds
on
left.
the hunt. Absolutely should be.
8 rounds in a row, 10 in the half. Team Liquid are one round away from doing the unthinkable. One more to take this into overtime.
I mean, this is just stunning. And think about the comps that these two teams are running. They're both running double duelists, and neither of them can play an attack side. Absolutely insane.
We've lost the match. We've lost the match.
It's not over yet, but Alex is frustrated. You have a Nightfall to work with. It's gonna need Patman to
ये
come
तो
up
वही
here for
हालत
that
हो गया कि
util
बेंचो
again.
जीतने के बाद पार्टी भी नहीं कर सकते वाला हालत.
Just can't believe
Huh?
how this has gotten away from them. Nightfall across, able to find two. TP into the corner here from Forsaken. Does manage to complete the ultimate safely. Follows the trail, looks for Nats, is able to flush him out.
ये रे गोटिश.
Feels like the first advantage that PRX has been able to find for themselves.
क्या उनके पास
quite
कुछ
some
अल्ट
time.
है?
Sees
Bomb
Nate combo
combo हो
gonna be
गया.
sent. Prevents the plant from coming through. They still have not got
बाहर
this
आ
fight
रहे
down
वो
to
लोग
something.
लड़ रहे वो लोग लड़ रहे वो लोग लड़ रहे.
Came out good for the kill. The haunt cleared out as Forsaken turns. He gets distracted and picked apart. Some shots in, a tag out. Camo still alive, still standing, still fighting.
Oh
Team Liquid have completed the run back.
Switching sides.
12 to
Oh
12.
my god.
You've never seen anything like it.
Oh my fucking god.
The comeback, the unthinkable happened. And Team Liquid has found another life, has found another chance. And PRX has thrown away what seemed like an unlosable match. It seemed like it was their game to take.
And they are immediately going into this overtime with a timeout call. Before we see any play, it's a timeout call to try
मेरी
to
कैसे
get this
गलती
round
है?
on the attack.
Bro, what the fuck,
Yeah,
bro?
coaching staff going to be feeling if we can get this one done,
Hi,
right, the
Binks, all good with
14-12
said Sid
is very
bhai.
possible.
सिड भाई मेरे को एक बात बोलो. सारा पैसा गांड में डाल दो क्या? काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लो ना. लुकिंग सैड. अपने भाई लोग ही अपने को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे. बाकी लोग से क्या एक्सपेक्ट करूंगा? काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लो. 11-1 से कमबैक कैसे कर सकते हैं रे बाबा? 11-1 से कमबैक कैसे कर सकते हैं? हाँ?
Right you are. Let's get this started.
ब्रो जीजी में
Team
लग गए
Liquid.
रे PRX के.
Want to pull off the biggest heist that we have ever seen.
The fuck?
On the defender side of Lotus, both of these teams were doing all the damage. It's just mind-bending.
40 रुपए में मत बोला.
way that this all played out.
जितने 40
And a
रुपए में
chance
हेट
here to
तेरा.
do the unthinkable. Can they get it done?
2000 रेट फिक्स
They
करो.
ran it back
8
so
का
far.
मेरे गोट को देने को.
Odin playing here for
फॉरवर्ड
Forsaken.
करना पड़ता है मेरे को वो
Liquid
पैसे.
looking very well aware of this and now having their suspicions confirmed as Prowler's is going to be exchanged
ट्रॉलर भी
here
नहीं
outside
टूट
of
रहा है.
B.
बंदे ही क्या
Sees
टूटे
Nate
हैं.
Admiral ready. One goes
सीजन
before the other,
कॉम्बो भी
however.
टाइमिंग
Catch
गलत है. पहली
not to
नेट
come
का आवाज
through.
है भाई. लग गए भाई.
Catman
भाई हैवी
the
लग
corner.
गए ब्रो.
clears this out, but now he's very much stuck in
This is
position.
like an unbelievable kind of a comeback, man.
Team Liquid being very cautious.
That's inching forward and immediately finding the headshot. Saturation not going to connect there on the Jing as he's able to trade one back. Camo going to be dead. Nance does get taken to 35. Thorns immediately popped. The wall still here on the C site. A double entry across this one, and Patty Tech wins the duel against Devi. Blind out something. Managing to find two quick kills as Penny and Kika both going to be taken down. Forsaken arriving with the Yodin. Going to be playing all alone. Nightfall at the ready. As he will have his suspicions confirmed. Forsaken has repositioned. But to where?
It's a guessing game. He's just rapping all the way through. He knows he can come back and play this angle.
भी नहीं है.
No smoke for 15 seconds, but safe defuse spot. Here for Forsaken. Drifts out, shot, flying. How to take down the 10. Goes for the fight, and Forsaken will bail them out. He's on his feet before he even gets the defuse out. PRX, once again, with match point in their control.
Love you,
oh, man, something was struggling.
Shout out to मेरी जान के टोटे.
PRX, but he comes up with 2.
Love you, यार.
Catches Kiko trying to ride the wall.
ज़्यादा reflex हो गया.
And he makes him have a bit of a fall. Man, patty tack.
बड़ा बूम को क्या हो गया?
Frustration being shown, slamming the desk. Had an opportunity.
Can't fault him for it at all.
No.
To get this close and then have PRX take the opening round after you've committed your timeout. It's brutal, but if it's anything like we got on
Liquid का defense बहुत strong था. Defense में 11 round निकाला है Liquid ने. ना 11 round.
Trying to see if he can catch him with a spam.
11 round निकाला है defense में. मजाक नहीं है bro. मजाक नहीं है.
Bothered too much there.
OT में एक round तो निकाल ही सकता है.
Just an orb grab here for PRX. Looking to see if they can maybe get Jing a couple kills and get him a showstopper to lock this series out.
Ammo tucked in.
वो उसको आवाज आ रहा है कि एक बंदा से जंप कर रहा है करके.
Penny not scouted. Do get the clear on the tripwire. A reroute here from Patman to join in with the rest of the team who are committing into the A site.
Full retake वाला scene है.
Demo backing away. Thorn set up at the base of the stairs.
Flank भी नहीं है. Oh, what the
PRX.
लेकिन कर लेंगे Liquid.
Does it all end here?
सब लोग normal retake कर रहे हैं.
Take us the distance and then some.
वो लोग अटक गए tree में chat.
Everyone in position, drop down into the site.
वो लोग अटक गए.
Spam across, takes them low.
एक ही बंदा blind हुआ blind से. Nats का position on top है.
The paint shells buy some time. The push is coming in. Forsaken collecting 2. Divide finding another. Nats has fallen, and it's all on Kiko's shoulders. The 1v3 not to be found.
Easiest game of our life, baby. Easy fucking game.
Nearly drowned in the Pacific Tides, but they keep their heads above the water.
Easy, bhai.
And Liquid cannot stay afloat.
Shoot.
PRX are going to playoffs.
In one of the most unbelievable matches you will ever see in Valorant. PRX has sent another Pacific team to the playoffs. PRX, engines full of steam.
भाई Alex भाई party नहीं कर सकते भाई. Alex भाई का हो गया. Alex भाई बाहर भी नहीं आ रहे. बोला हो गया तुम लोग जाओ party करने. मैं सोने जा रहा हूँ.
But the ultimate commiserations to Team Liquid.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है Liquid जीता और PRX आ रहा है भाई.
To wait for Nats to have him fly over after getting his visa to make it this far.
Power the thank you for $2. My God for the second thank you the 40 minutes लगे पड़े
that we would have ever seen in VCT history.
क्या हो गया भाई? पूरे energy के गांड मार दी भाई.
What a step in he was for this event.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
PRX can breathe a sigh of relief for a brief moment, but for now, we're going to get ready to send it down. The Jen will be standing by with the Verizon post-match interview. We'll go ahead and hear what they have to say after this crazy
Smile में दर्द देखो भाई. Alex भाई के smile में दर्द देखो.
Because the train ain't stopping now, Jing. I'm gonna need you for the interview. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, let's talk about how stressful
What a
that game
match,
was, especially
bhai.
on the Lotus. I mean, Jason literally almost passed out.
I mean, it was like 11-1, so we kind of wanted to make it close, so the fans here have like a good show, so yeah.
I mean, even Split slipped through your fingers. And even on Lotus, things started getting tough, right? You know, it's just amazing how you guys are able to pick things up and course correct, especially in that OT as well. So what allowed you guys to do that? You know, was it the experience? Was it the talk?
तूने बोला था
was
interesting match
it the
बनेगा भाई.
hunger
गांड
to
पड़
be
गई
number
थी
one?
भाई.
I think it's like a little bit of everything, but I mean, we're all really experienced, so I think we know how to reset properly. So yeah, I think that was the
11-1
main thing
से
that helped
really
us.
experienced.
Speaking of
Jing bhai,
experience. I mean,
thoda hesitate
Team
karo,
Liquid
please.
doubling down on aggression
11-1.
with Raze and Waylay. I
Experience
mean,
ko-
you guys have tried Waylay back in
Isko
Pacific.
dekho.
Would you say that experience kind of helped you guys out today?
Sorry,
लड़का लोग तुमको second chance मिल रहा है
Waylay,
photo
what
लेने.
was your
Just saying,
reaction?
हाँ.
And do you think your experience of running the Waylay
बस
back in
तुमने
Pacific for a
13-5
little
में
bit
aura
helped
नहीं
you
है.
guys?
लो
I
अब
think
aura.
not really because there was really long go, so we kind of like forgot how to play with Waylay. But yeah, I mean we just adapted and yeah. That's
Adapted?
Right. 11-1
झूठ बोलो.
in the first half.
बार
Somehow
बार
OT.
झूठ बोलो.
What was going on in the comms?
I mean we told each other like it's not over yet. Just focus. But then I think we were just having too much fun, so we went into OT.
Too much? आपके कोच ने
Right,
give up कर
lastly
दिया था.
now, we're about
Screen
to
देखना
draw for the
वापस जाके
playoffs.
जिंग भाई.
We have coaches from the
कोच
first
ने
three
डायरेक्ट
teams
गिव
up
अप कर
on
दिया
the
था.
stage.
बोल दिया था
Is
कि
there
मैं लिक्विड का
anything
कोच
you would
बनूंगा.
like to say to any of them? You know, please pick us or please don't pick us.
एलेक्स भाई को हर
I
साइन में
think
ना
it doesn't
11-1
matter
लिखना
who
चाहिए
picks
पता
us. We're just going to
Aura
focus on our
sign
game
होएगा.
and just improve from here. So
सीधा 11-1 लिखना चाहिए
I
सीधा.
think anyone that picks us, we are gonna win them.
Oh, okay, you're gonna beat them. All right, thank you very much, Jing. Congratulations once again.
कोई खुश नहीं है. कोई खुश नहीं है विन से.
All right. That was Jing with PRX in the playoffs. It's
कोई
time to
खुश
throw
नहीं
it
है भाई.
over to the stage where Vansili is on standby.
Thank you so much, Jen. Toronto,
क्या
one more time.
मैच
Give it
था
up for
ब्रो.
PRX and Team Liquid. What a game!
माँ भाई क्या मैच था.
And after 4 days of group stages, it's time to
The
kick up the
fuck,
competition a
man.
notch. We do have the first seed of each region now having a chance to pick their opponent for their first opening matches of the playoffs between Sentinels,
Oh, ये लोग
GG,
pick करेंगे.
Wolves, and now PRX. So going through from my left to the right, we do have our #1 seed representative from EMEA. It is Fanatics Milan. And for Americas, we have Josh RT
जिट
from
बोलते.
G2. On my right, we have XLG. Huya.
Yo भाई, happy
Representing
belated,
China.
happy
And
birthday.
last but not least, for Pacific, we have Coach Ewok representing RRQ. And also we're joined by our lovely Victoria that's going to give us the lowdown of the draw show.
कौन
In
पहले
case you
pick
forgot
करेगा?
how it works.
Yeah, we did the same thing in Masters Shanghai last year. This is a fun one. So I'm going to pick the order of the teams in which they're going to go, and they're literally going to pick their opponents off of this. So the fate is quite literally in your hands. We're
ब्रो
going to start
पहला
clean. I'm
मौका
going to go
इवॉक
with
को
this
मिल
top
जाता
match.
कि एक और
Second team drawn
पैसिफिक
goes
वर्सेस
here.
पीवी
Third, we're
पैसिफिक ना देखना
alternating.
मिले.
All right.
दो पैसिफिक टीम है
It's
इधर.
super simple, but again,
दो.
it's all up to you guys.
So free for all, just to make sure.
पता लगा
regional
सबने
matches
टीम
are
से लेके
good.
इवॉक भाई को दो
There's no Ryan
पैसिफिक
script.
बचा है.
Now it's in the hands of the coaches. So without further ado, let's go ahead and pick up the
Damn,
first seed
checker.
and the first team they'll get to choose.
इवॉक आजा प्लीज.
We have
XLG.
XLG.
एक्सेल
All
जी
right, Leon,
एक
who do we
एक
have
पैसिफिक
here?
उठा ले. एक पैसिफिक उठा ले.
Who
कम
are
ऑन.
we gonna go for?
पैसिफिक उठा ले.
Do we want Sentinels?
One of the boss.
Okay, why Sentinels? You want the clout?
I think that's for the audience, definitely. I want everyone to see the XLG playing Sentinels. I think that's going to be banger.
I'm sure the Chinese fans and also the North American fans will be looking forward to that. Please, Victoria, let's go ahead and pick our second team.
भाई चाइना रीजन सबके गांडीच मार रहे भाई.
RRQ.
Yes.
RRQ, Coach
Yes.
Ewok. By the way,
80 टीम बचा है.
it is also Ewok's birthday, so let's wish
W
him
happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Ewok.
पैसिफिक मत चूज कर. पैसिफिक मत
Really
चूज
big thing is you
कर.
get to choose your team. You weren't going to go for people X.
पैसिफिक मत चूज कर.
So who did you pick? Who did you pick? I didn't even look.
W. W Iwok. W.
Are you confident about that one?
W.
Remember, there's a lot of fans here that play. Remember in Bangkok when we actually played a team like T1 at the last seed?
अब जिसको
they
जो
ended up
लेना है
winning the
लो.
whole thing?
जो लेना है लो. तीनों पैसिफिक आगे जाएगा. First, second, third. Masters में Pacific.
Respect. So it's a teamwork right now for Pacific. Victoria, please, let's go on with now our last two. But before we do that, I'll
जो
invite
उठाना
Coach
उठा
Ewok
भाई.
to stand
जो
in front
उठाना
of this
उठा.
one and Coach Josh RT. So we can do a showdown.
Yeah, you can stare into each other's eyes. All right, so third.
You guys have mics. You can banter
भाई
at each other.
G2 versus PRX होएगा. मजा आएगा chat.
G2.
G2.
G2 versus
Wait.
G2 versus
Wait.
Genji मजा आएगा कि
Is this
PRX?
gonna repeat
G2
again?
versus
Josh RT. Who are we going for here?
नहीं G2 versus PRX
I
मजा आएगा.
remember a conversation with Jonah P. He said that if we wanted to make this fun, it'll have to be PRX. I don't want to sway it. PRX.
Just for safety.
Toronto. Do we want the G2 versus PRX? And Coach Milan. History repeats itself.
Yeah. Fnatic कोच भाई इतना दूर से आप आए हो, ऑप्शन भी नहीं मिला, कैसे? हाउ डू यू फील? माइक आपके मुंह में, जस्ट सेइंग। नंबर 1 टीम हो के आपको ऑप्शन भी नहीं मिला आपका टीममेट पिक करने का। वो लोग बोला था नंबर 1 सीड को ऑप्शन मिलेगा, कौन सा पिक करना है? लॉल हो गया आपके साथ। रीजन जीत के ऑप्शन पिक करने का ही मौका नहीं मिला, आपके साथ कतई लॉल हो गया। जस्ट सेइंग।
Stage, and you also went through the route.
कैमरा
of
देखो,
Ascension,
स्कैम
very
हुआ है आपके
similar
साथ।
to Josh RT with the guard/G2.
हाँ,
Tell
एक
the
बार
fans over
फैनेटिक
in
बोलेगा
China
बैच
how your
सेकंड
run
आएगा
is going to
भाई।
be better than G2's
उसका
run on
कभी
their opening
कुछ
season.
एडवांटेज नहीं है।
I want to stay humble. At same time.
I'm trying to instigate here.
Same time, we want to try our best to achieve the greatness, and
भाई,
we
डब्लू
just
भाई,
come here to
औरा
follow
भाई।
our goals. So, Josh is our goat. So we'll try to repeat whatever he done before.
So everybody's still so far between the coaches. G2 is the team to beat.
Maybe.
Okay. Coach Ewok, I want to go here with RRQ. This is actually the first international that you've qualified as well outside of lock-in where you had the automatic
Crazy.
invitation. So what does this mean for RRQ right now to step on the stage, and how and why will RRQ win everything here in Toronto?
For us, it's been a long journey, and we're just trying to improve a lot. I feel like we're really confident right now, and we're pretty confident to take on any team here. So
भाई,
we're
tweet
just
तो
happy to
बनता
be
है
here,
बे।
and also happy to
Tweet
compete.
तो
And
बनता है।
hopefully we can win the whole thing.
This is awesome. Also, chat, I was expecting, and chat, because I am talking to the camera, I was expecting for this to be more of a trash talk, but everybody's so humble and nice. Is it because we're in Canada so far? Josh RT, do you have any bad words to say?
None at all. I think this is an insane matchup. I mean, obviously everyone knows that PRX picked us back in Shanghai, and that kind of kicked off our run in international. Hopefully, the story doesn't close there, and that we just keep it going.
So track by track, but it will stop with G2 to start in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. And Coach Milan, you just talked about it a little bit more, but talk me through a little bit more about the Gen G matchup. Sorry.
I mean, I think some of the boys, they have history with this team in the first round, so I see it more as a fun challenge. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be able to beat everyone anyway, so I'm not too worried about it.
Awesome. And Victoria, now as you've shown the bracket here, what do we have coming up? What's the schedule going to look like?
We don't know yet, but these two matches will be on the same day. These two matches will be on the same day to keep it competitively even. As far as which one's which day, that's going to be decided in the next little bit. So just keep out for socials, all that fun stuff. But either way, it's going to be 2 days of amazing matches.
Exactly. As Victoria was mentioning, make sure you follow here the Valorant Esports social, because the action will resume on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th to start the playoffs. So make sure that if you're attending here in Toronto, you are bringing your lucky charms to break all those 9-3 curses. But until then, enjoy the day off, and we'll see you on Friday.
भाई साहब,
Boy, oh boy, we've seen some of these matchups in past global events before. I'm back on the desk here with Ender, Koala Noob, and joined by Forsaken from PRX. We're just going to jump right into this because Forsaken, no matter what happened on that stage, you had history with every single seed one team. But it will be the rematch against G2. How are you feeling?
I mean, I think I kind of
expected to be G2 again.
फिर चैम्प से बहुत लंबा ब्रेक है,
They pick us, so maybe we're gonna revenge them, you know?
So variety, Valorant.
Yeah, you picked them last day one, so now it's reversed.
Oh, reverse maybe?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. What did you make of some of these picks? Because you were saying that, you know, for teams like
मजा आ गया
XLG going first here is a huge.
मजा आ गया। जाओ guys, सोशल मीडिया पे जाओ, पैसिफिक को प्यार दो, सारी टीम को डब्लू कर दो, मजा आ गया। क्रेजी फकिंग मैच। आई होप ऐसे मैचेस इन फ्यूचर में ना हो। नहीं भाई, नहीं, इतनी मेरा उम्र नहीं है अभी ये सब संभालने का भाई, नहीं है भाई। सारे टीम फेनेटिक बनेगी ना, गांड यहाँ पे आएगी। वो जमाना दूर नहीं कि गांड पीछे हुआ करता था, गले तक आती है भाई, समझ रहे हो? प्लीज चलो guys, bye bye. Adios, adios. Take care. See ya. Love you. Good night, everybody. Members, 5 minutes में आ रहा हूँ. Same. We'll play a little bit of Elgin again and a little bit of Jelta again. थोड़ा chillings feelings करेंगे, ठीक है. और कल दोपहर को वैलो करेंगे mostly members only, ठीक है. आ जाओ. Bye bye. पिकेम बाद में करेंगे ना. पिकेम कल करेंगे. Bye guys. Adios, adios. Take care. See ya. Love you. Make sure to like, share and subscribe. Energy की गाफ मारती रे PRX.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can